Okay, good morning, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, dear friends. It's a great pleasure and honor to welcome you to the third Kiel-CEPR Geoeconomics conference here in Berlin in the Economics Ministry, and hence in, I think, what we can call the eye of the storm that was eye-opening for all of us, because this was the ministry that very successfully and with a lot of effort managed the gas crisis in 2022. I guess the moment for many of us when sort of the importance of geoeconomic questions, geopolitical questions really became obvious. The sort of efficiency promise of globalization and the security needs and desires of nations sometimes can clash, and a lot of what we're going to hear about geoeconomics, and I think we have a great, fantastic program here, will deal with this tension. I want to say, in the name of the Kiel Institute and in the name of CEPR, a very warm welcome. We'll hear from our host, from Franziska Brantner, in a second. We're very happy and proud that we can have this third conference here. It's a joint effort. We have the Research Policy Network as well that's very active and that will continue to promote research on geoeconomics in the context of CEPR. There is Gernot Müller, there's a conference in April coming up in Tübingen. And I was also very happy this summer to see that the NBER, the National Bureau of Economic Research, has followed us and also set up a geoeconomics program. It's good that we have the knowledge transfer and the other way around from time to time. So there are two partners as well that I want to thank that we've accepted, of course, for the Economics Ministry as a co-organizer. That's Sciences Po. I see a few colleagues in the room who have been very supportive of this initiative, as well as Bocconi University. Daniel is there. I think Massimo will be there later too. There will be a few housekeeping things that I announce later after Franziska's opening words that we're really looking forward to. Let me say one thing to introduce Franziska Brantner, who's the State Secretary here in the Economics Ministry. She's a real intellectual powerhouse, not only, but especially in the area of geoeconomics, as it's well expected of a Sciences Po graduate, if I may say that. And so, Franziska, thank you very much for being here. Thank you very much for hosting us with this conference. And as you will have seen from the program, there is we have fantastic prizes that we're going to have later today. Some of you might know that the Kiel Institute was founded in 1914 in Kiel for the reason that the fleet that the then German Emperor William II built in the sort of years running up to the First World War was situated there, and he had the idea that it had to be an institute looking at global trade and economic security and supply chains. And so here we are with the Kiel Institute, but under very different circumstances and very different missions. So there's a big European emphasis on what we do here. We're very proud to have our European partners and have a very close and very friendly and collegial cooperation, especially with our colleagues from France, but also from Bocconi. So this is as much as times, history doesn't repeat, but it rhymes. So we're thinking once again about a similar question, but with a very different outlook and context. So without much further ado, Franziska, thank you so much, and the floor is yours.
Herr Professor Schularick, lieber Moritz, esteemed ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure for me to welcome you all here at the Ministry of Economics and Climate Action. It's a pleasure to host your third conference. And it's also, as you said, a pleasure for me because you work with institutions I know well. And it feels a bit, voilà, chez moi aussi, bienvenue. For everybody being here. It's good if we have these discussions at the European level. And it's great that so many of you made this trip to Berlin to make this conference a success. So I've thanked you, Sciences Po, Bocconi, CEPR, but I also want to thank our staff in the House who also helped to organize this. And it's not that we are unbusy these days. So I do appreciate also the work that went into this from our side. And as you said, we're not gathering in a normal moment. We're meeting, and you alluded to it, in the third war already of Russia's war against Ukraine. Sometimes it does fade, but with Zelensky in town recently, I think we all know what is at stake there. And as you said, Germany's former high dependence on Russian gas was a real threat to our economic well-being, obviously, but also to our security. Myself, and there are things that you're not proud of, but you do think, okay, we have been warning about possible geoeconomic and security consequences of this high dependence on Russian gas. Nord Stream 2 was a project of mine, entre guillemets, attacking it when I was an opposition figure in the German Bundestag. And I must say that for a very long time in Germany, the predominant view was this is an economic issue, and you, Ms. Brantner, talking about politics and security. But this is economic. How wrong? How wrong to believe that anything that is economics has nothing to do with politics or with security. So I think that at least this wrong dichotomy has been become evident, and I hope that I will never hear this again. And of course, we have similar debates when it comes to China. Ms. Brantner, this is only the economy. This is only business. We don't need to worry about security. And I'm like, seriously? You want to again make that mistake? So I think that we have to be all very much aware that trade and economics has never been non-geopolitical. The Washington consensus was very political. It was one we liked, but it was very geopolitical. And what is new is that there are forces and approaches from authoritarian forces that are a threat to our democracy. So geopolitics is not back. It has always been there, but it's getting more complicated for us as a democracy and as a country that cherishes freedom and liberty. So the question is, how can we make up our minds about this new world we're living in? And we have been talking about becoming more resilient. And many have been asking me, so Ms. Brantner, does it mean that we become autonomous? And I'm like, no, obviously not. I'm like, we're Germany. It's ridiculous to think that we could ever become autonomous. Even as a European Union, this is not my objective. It would be maybe a bit more likely, but still not desirable. So I think that we have to make clear what it's really about. Welcome, everybody. Wait for a second, everybody to sit down. So what does it mean when we speak about economic security or resilience? For me, it means that we make the German and European economy, the European single market, more resilient, less vulnerable to geopolitical and geoeconomic risks. And what are the main threats that we have to focus on? There are critical dependencies on third countries in specific areas or sectors, coercive economic measures by third countries, and negative effects of market distorting practices, in particular by non-market economies. So if you say these are the three areas that we have to focus on, and then there comes, of course, the entire defense sector, but I'm not going to talk about it because I think that is another one. But if you talk about dependency, coerciveness that could be there, and distorting practices, we have been acting on a European level during the last couple of years. And allow me just to mention a few tools that we put into the toolbox at the European level. We have now an EU anti-coercion instrument at the European level that helps us to deter and respond to coercion from third countries. That makes me sleep better when I think about another Trump administration. We have EU foreign subsidies regulation, which helps us in the unfair competition which is caused by foreign subsidies, which is also helping already. And we're updating, it's not finalized yet, the foreign direct investment screening regulation, so that every EU member state has the obligation to screen investments coming into their country. Right now, we don't have every single member state with such a regulation. Germany has, France has, but not every member state, and we see increasingly that investments go in these states that don't have such a regulation, not surprisingly. But we have also taken steps on the precautionary side, because as I said, I don't want to become an inward-looking continent, because we want to stay in trade relations, in economic, in society exchange with the regions of this world. So we have pursued a quite ambitious trade policy. It wasn't always easy for me as a Green, but I insisted that if the goal is to become more resilient, we have to engage more with other regions and countries of the world. That's part of the de-risking. We have also updated our export promotion instruments, the investment guarantees, where we have now even improved the incentives that were existing before. We have de-bureaucratized them. We checked that for 2% of the risk, 30% of the regulation were put in place. And we decided that 30% of regulation for 2% risk is not acceptable. So the 2% risk is the Franziska Brantner risk. If anything goes wrong, I'm going to stay there and say, okay, that was worth it, because all the other companies had much less hassle in dealing with the procedures of the German state. We have also, of course, and it's not the main topic, but we have been working ambitiously on our energy system, so we're less dependent on energy imports every day. We're not there yet, and we will never be there. But for example, on the hydrogen side, we have been working extensively on many routes. And many have this, I was at a hydrogen conference this week, and I was saying, why do you go so broad? Why do you not focus on one country or two? And I'm like, oh my God, you're asking me why I do not just want to have one importer on hydrogen. For me, it's not even a question. So yes, it's more work for our teams in the House, because it's easier if you just have to deal with one country, with one pipeline. If you work on 3 pipelines, you need 3 teams working on pipelines. But I think it's a worthwhile investment, because I don't want to be in the same situation, or not me, but next generations to come. And then, of course, I don't want to stop this introduction without talking briefly about raw materials, because that has been part of my pleasure to work on de-risking our supply chains. We have now a European Critical Minerals Act. It was basically negotiated by 3 women. I think it helped for it to be passed within less than a year. So that is, we're implementing this now in Germany. There are already 12 strategic projects coming from Germany, which I just had, before getting here, a call to make sure that those projects will be very fast in the procedures, in the permitting procedures. It depends in Germany on our Länder. So, being fast will be a challenge, but I think it will be possible. We have also, as you might know, recently set up a raw material fund, which is 1 billion heavy. It's a start. And I just want to say here that what helped me in the discussion of setting up this fund was a study by EY that proved or studied the long-term impacts on prices of raw materials if the state is doing such a fund. And they compared the raw material prices for critical minerals for those companies in countries that do not have such a state policy with companies in countries that have a very active raw material policy, such as Japan, South Korea. And what was interesting is that you have a price upfront, but on the mid, and especially on the long term, but even on the midterm, you have a positive effect for companies on prices. So they have lower raw material prices if they have a state that is co-investing with them in their supply chains. And I think that this was very helpful, that we had this precise data analyzing for, not just 1 year, but 2-3 decades, raw material prices for companies linked and compared to state policies. Because the accusation was always, you're just making this more expensive. And this study helped me to prove, no, we're making it less expensive for companies and less risky for the state and for our economy as such. And I think, those kind of studies really going into detail and saying, okay, we do compare what are the alternative models and what's the impact on companies and the impact on security. It's very useful. Because then you don't just have to talk about security, you really can show the business impact and advantage. By the way, in Japan, it's also a plus for the budget. Not immediately, but raw material projects are usually, economically viable. So over some years, they bring in a good return for the state budget. But that didn't help me, because we have in Germany a principle called Jährlichkeit, annuality. So if I say, but in 5 years' term, it will help the budget, yeah, Ms. Brantner, but we're talking about the budget now. I'm like, okay, maybe that's a problem, that we don't dare to have a 5-year vision as Democrats. So building on this example, I think it is really key for us to have good conceptual frameworks and studies, expertise from the ground to guide politicians in these cases and to say, here it makes sense, here it doesn't make sense, this is what you can do, you should avoid this, because the devil is in the detail. And often you really can only devise a policy well when you have good studies and good analysis up front. And that's why you're here. And I think that is extremely valuable if we get more insights like those. And also really there isn't yet the overall conceptual framework. What's the new Washington consensus? I can tell you we have a China strategy, we have a European geoeconomics or economic security strategy now. But what is it really? So I think there is conceptual work to be done and very precise work looking at data, trade flows, supply chains. And in that respect, I wish you all very, very good discussions today. Our teams are here to take note as well, so to get good ideas, because that's the disadvantage of my role, that I cannot stay all day and listen. I do this from time to time to, re-energize and refill my intellectual batteries, because otherwise they get empty over time. But unfortunately, these days are a bit busy for me. But they will come back where I sit down for a day and just listen to you and learn, so that I can be, filled up with all your ideas. Thank you so much. Have a good day.
Thank you so much, Franziska. Great honor that you're here, and feel free, obviously, you're around to come and pick our brains. And I can just warn you, economists in the room, they're very tough questions to come, but because there's a lot of knowledge about these issues there. I have a few, and I'm notoriously bad with housekeeping announcements, so I'll look this up. So as you've seen, we have parallel sessions today. It's a packed program. I'm very excited myself about all this new research. So we have the first parallel paper session starting now. All the sessions marked A are going to stay here. So if you want to be in the A session, just remain wherever you are. And then there's another beautiful room called the Eichensaal, where the parallel paper sessions B will take place. There are QR codes around the building where you link to the conference program. So these are safe to scan. In the days of cybersecurity, you can scan them. And I think that's it. I hope I haven't forgotten anything. Thank you so much again for being here, and let the intellectual fireworks start now. Thank you.
Soon as well. There we go. Okay, excellent. So welcome everybody. My name is Hélène Rey from the Kiel Institute. I'm really happy to be chairing this excellent first section here today. And we're very excited to start with a paper by Matteo Iacoviello, Measuring Shortages Since 1900. And I'll be your chair and just very briefly explain the rules. 20 minutes presentation is planned, and then followed by a 10-minute discussion and a 10-minute Q&A section before we move to our second paper. So, Matteo, the floor is yours.
Okay. Maybe can I? Good morning. This is a joint work with Dario Caldara and David Yu. And the views expressed here are not the views of the Federal Reserve Board or the Federal Reserve System. Like the title makes clear, this paper talks about shortages and measures them starting in 1900. I should remind anyone about this, but shortages are a recurring feature of economic life. One can even go out on a limb and say that economics, in a way, is the study of shortages, because it's all about price adjustment that restores equilibrium in markets. Just to give a definition, we can think of shortages as lack of sufficient supply of goods, services, and factor of production to meet demand in a particular market. However, there isn't much research on their long-term evolution and effects. That may mean that there is no need of it, or maybe there is some, we'll see. Our approach is twofold. First, we construct a longer-run index of shortages for the United States, going back all the way to 1900, to see when shortages took place and what caused them. And then in the second part of the paper, also to look at what's the relationship between shortages and economic activity in general. I'm going to skip the literature. I will return to it in case there is time or if there are questions. There are other studies that have looked at shortages, but typically over a much shorter period of time. This is our first comprehensive measure that goes back all the way to the beginning of last century. How do we construct shortages using a news-based approach? Our sample is the text of 25 million news articles sampled from the 6 newspapers you can see here that we analyze at a monthly frequency. So you can think of the sample as being about 20,000 newspaper articles, news articles per month. And each month within this sample, what we do is to search for instances of the word shortage or synonyms, such as bottleneck or similar terms, in the neighborhood of topic words. And the topics we are interested in, which we kind of reverse engineered by looking at what words appeared near the word shortage itself, but which are also economically relevant. The topic words can be essentially grouped into 4 categories: energy, food, industry/materials, and labor. Each month, the index is nothing else but the proportion, the share of articles that discusses shortages of these economically relevant terms. And to give you an idea, think of the larger circle as all newspaper articles. There is a subset of them every month that mentions the word shortage or synonyms. And there's an even smaller subset that mentions shortages in the neighborhood of an economically relevant term, such as semiconductor, or in the early days, it will be something like coal. When you look at the shortage within 5 words of any of these topic words, then you have one article that belongs to the sample, and we're talking about something like 2% of articles on average every month. And our shortage index is the share of these articles. So one important aspect of the paper is that we conduct an extensive audit of the articles that are part of the index. Every time you construct a news text-based measure of something, you want to make sure that the articles you capture measure the concept, and the articles you do not capture do not measure the concept. So we do validation exercises to make sure that there is no type 1 and no type 2 error. And once we do all of these, let me show you the measure first. You can see the kind of main result of the paper, if you wish, our shortage index, starting in 1900. Early on, the biggest shortages were those of coal, or kind of just going one layer down of freight cars that were supposed to transport coal from where it was extracted to where it was needed. And you can see that the first spike here coincides with rising demand for energy during World War I. But there are occasional spikes that can be caused by spikes in demand or by extreme weather events. You have a much larger spike in shortages coinciding with the outbreak with World War II. And then towards the end of the war, you have spikes caused by a large increase in labor demand, including strikes by workers who were coming back from the war and were demanding higher wages. So these kind of labor-driven shortages persist throughout the beginning of the 50s. Then you have a period kind of, again, of shortages caused by energy crisis, in particular in the 70s and in the 80s. You have some energy shortages in the 1990s, coinciding with the Gulf War, and then the COVID-related ones. One at the beginning of the pandemic, in around March, April 2020, and then the second wave that happens after the reopening of the economy in 2021. Just to be precise about the search query that we do, think of the following. For an article to discuss shortages, there has to be a shortage-related word, and it's one of the 4 words here, like bottleneck, scarcity, rationing, and shortage, within 5 words of any of these words and many synonyms. These are the most popular ones. So if you want to think about what are the most common shortages, as I said, oil, gas, coal, electricity, food, meat, steel, automotive, machinery, labors, workers. And then the article, just to make sure that we are not capturing false positives, also has to include an economics-related word. If you want to break shortages into the 4 categories that make up the index, you can see that the 4, when you sum up together, make up the entire index. The biggest energy shortages are in the 70s. The big food shortages are during World War II. There are industry-related shortages, especially during World War II. And there are mostly labor shortages, as I said, throughout World War II and in the aftermath of the COVID pandemic. I'm going to skip the validation, but I'm just going to say one thing. We did a lot of kind of ex-post validation of the index, and we were helped by our AI assistant in doing all of this. So it's we're all excited about the promise of AI, but actually it's a very good friend when it comes to helping you out with this kind of exercises. So it's if you read the appendix of the paper, you can see how we managed to use AI for validation of the index in ways that we did not expect an AI assistant could do. I'm going to skip also the comparison with other measures. There is one index that's been cited a lot in the press lately, which is this New York Fed Global Supply Chain Pressures Index. This is the red line that you see here, and it's compared to our blue line, which is our shortage index, which is available, of course, for a much longer period of time. Many measures of, obviously, supply-related bottlenecks have in common the fact that they've spiked in the aftermath of the pandemic, so there's no surprise there. I think our main advantage is that we can go back in time for a much longer period. Much of what we do in terms of empirical application is motivated by our idea that when there are shortages, there could be a relationship between shortages and inflation. This is just a chart showing you that at least if you look at the data, lots of spikes in US inflation, but not all of them, were accompanied by increases in shortages, in particular during World War I, World War II, and obviously in the more recent period. What we do is to try and look at the relationship between shortages and prices, but more in general economic activity, using a variety of approaches. And the simplest one we start with are simple predictive regressions. So the idea here is simply to see whether shortages can say something about future changes in economic variables between now and, say, a year from now. We do a bunch of predictive regressions. I'm just going to show you the results for the prediction of shortages as far as two economic variables. The top line, the top row, is the GDP deflator. And this is the rolling regression standardized coefficient of a regression of inflation a year from now on shortages today. If ideally, if the relationship is stable, one should expect that you should always get the same exact coefficient throughout time. And if you think that, for instance, shortages cause an increase in inflation, the relationship should be positive. The top row shows that more or less this is the case for a sufficiently long period of time. If you were to run the regression only, say, in 1930, there will be the first data point that you see in the top row, using data only from 1900 through 1930. You don't see much of a relationship between shortages and future inflation. Then keep running the same regression year after year, or period after period, always over a 30-year window. You can see that throughout much of history, there is a positive relationship between shortages today and inflation a year from now. The relationship weakens a little bit around 2000, 2010. This could be either because it breaks down or because probably there is not much signal coming from the fact that there are not many shortages taking place, say, between 1980 and 2010. And then the relationship becomes again positive throughout the end of the sample, which includes the COVID pandemic. So for most of the sample, there is a positive relationship between shortages and inflation. And there is also, in general, a negative relationship between shortages and economic activity. So when you run a regression of GDP growth on shortages, you typically tend to get a negative coefficient, although there are times in which the relationship takes the opposite sign. A somewhat related question would be, can shortages forecast inflation or forecast economic activity? So this is just a slightly different exercise because you try and do it out of sample. So in particular, you want to ask the question, what happens if there is a spike in shortages? Should you change your forecast of inflation? And will the change in shortages predict inflation better than a model in which you don't have shortages? So to do so, we do a simple exercise, again, in which we do rolling forecasts starting in 1990, using a sample only going 30 years before. And the result also here is that a model with shortages outperforms a model without, so that you get a smaller root mean square error if you try and forecast inflation using shortages as an indicator. Just to give you an idea of how the forecasting model works, this is US inflation, say, in the last 5-6 years, the black line. And the red line is the forecast that you can make using two models. One is the forecast that you make if you just use, say, current inflation, the unemployment rate, and oil prices, and you try and forecast inflation a year from now. So in 2019, 2020, when inflation was around 2%, and it had been at 2% for a while, typically you could get the same forecast of inflation regardless of whether you had shortages as an additional right-hand side predictor. Then you have a decline in inflation at the beginning of the pandemic. Again, shortages have moved a bit here. So there was a spike in shortages at the beginning of 2020, but their predictive power is not very large at that moment, because if you remember from the previous regression, if you were to run a regression of activity or prices on shortages in a sample that excludes the pandemic and only includes 30 years, they don't have much predictive power. Then, as inflation starts rising, the model learns that shortages are a good predictor of inflation. So you can see that a model with shortages, if you fast forward to around 2022, predicts a much more persistent increase in inflation than a model without. Now, you may know that predicting inflation is very hard. We all learned this. This is just to show that a model with shortage does better than its competitors. And in particular, the model will have learned over time that shortages were a better indicator. So this is just saying that at least shortages are not a terrible variable to think about when thinking about predictors of activity. In the remaining 5 minutes, good. I'm going to return to the question, okay, what is the relationship between shortages and economic activity? From a purely predictive standpoint, we've seen that higher shortages typically are associated with lower activity and higher inflation. But obviously, when you think about what drives shortages, there is a natural question to ask, is it what is causing them? And one can go two ways. One thing that we are in the process of still doing is that of actually doing a textual analysis on the same articles that are part of the index and try and look for at least what the press at the time used to say was causing shortages and try and disentangle the causes. Now, unfortunately, the press doesn't really know the language that economists use, so they will never be clear as to say it was demand, it was supply, it was monetary policy, it was something. Although the most recurring words that are associated with shortages and a causal relationship, so we looked for articles which had the word shortage and cause or due to, and try and see what are the collocates of the word shortage in that neighborhood. The most frequent things that cause shortages are things that you would expect. Something like weather events, like drought or hurricanes and cold. There's a lot of geopolitical events, like wars and kind of national security concerns. And in general, there is some kind of vague reference to spikes in demand or sudden sectoral bottlenecks like strikes. So a variety of human and natural events cause shortages, but that doesn't explain exactly what the root cause is. So what we do in the last part of the paper is to run a simple VR in which we want to think about shortages as being caused by a variety of causes. And in particular, think of this VR as a simple representation of the economy with inflation, activity, commodity prices, our shortage index H, and interest rates. So that starting from the top, the first equation is like a supply curve in which activity depends positively on inflation and a supply shock. The second equation is a demand equation. The third equation is an equation describing the behavior of commodity prices. And then this equation, the fourth, is the one describing the behavior of shortages. So we want to think of shortages as being driven by adverse supply shocks. So if there is an aggregate reduction in supply, you should observe higher news about shortages. Obviously, shortages can also respond to aggregate demand. So if there is higher demand, if prices do not adjust instantaneously, there could be mentions of shortages. Commodity price increases should also cause shortages. And finally, everything else could be this shortages shock, which is a kind of a residual that moves shortages. And the last equation is just a monetary policy rule in which interest rates respond to inflation, activity, shortages, commodity prices, and then there is a monetary shock. When we do this decomposition and then run the VR, and we do so more details in the paper using a combination of essentially using sign restrictions and prior identification following by Master and Hamilton, what we find is the following. Traditional demand shocks and supply shocks work as advertised, partly because this is what we get and partly because of our identification assumptions. So an increase in demand does cause an increase in shortages. A contraction in supply does cause, again, an increase in shortages. But then there is an exogenous movement in shortages that cannot be simply accounted for by regular business cycle movements in demand and supply. And this is shown in the top row, which shows the impulse responses to an exogenous shortage shock. So exogenous shortages shocks cause higher inflation, lower GDP growth, and slight movements in commodity prices and inflation. When we look at the contribution of shortages, what has been driving shortages over time, this is a decomposition starting in 1950. The red portion of the bars at the top shows how much shortages have been driven by the various shocks. I want to just highlight the drivers of shortages and inflation in the more recent period. According to the estimated VAR model, there is an important component of shortages in 2020 that's actually driven by kind of movements in commodity prices and movements in demand. And then you see that starting in 2022, there are unusual movements in shortages that cannot be simply accounted by movements in demand and supply. And in turn, this movement in shortages can explain the persistent rise in inflation and why inflation remains high throughout 2023. So there's a positive contribution of shortages that persists all the way through the end of the sample because of this delayed effect of shortages on inflation. Now, there is obviously important questions as to, given the structure of the model, what's causing movement in shortages in the first place. I gave you some possible stories already earlier in my presentation. I'm just going to wrap up by saying that our main contribution is to construct this long-run index to start measuring them and to think about them and to think about the effects that shortages have on activity and in particular inflation. Thank you.
All right, so thanks to the organizers for asking me to discuss this interesting paper. So let me summarize it. No. So let me summarize it very quickly. So the first contribution of the paper is to construct a new index of shortages since 1900 using press articles. Essentially, you count the share of articles that mention shortages or related keyword. Then, armed with that method, the authors conduct two time series exercises, one of forecasting, where they show that their index forecasts inflation better than standard macroeconomic variables would, and a structural VAR analysis where they show that shortage shocks identified in a structural VAR way increase inflation and depress output. So this is the index. Of course, Matteo has already shown it, but allow me to show it again because I think it's a very powerful picture which shows shortages since 1900, from 1900 to today, and you have the main events of the 20th century on that picture. So this is a very thought-provoking paper, so I would like to think about it with some very simple theory. So if you take an undergraduate micro textbook and you look for the word shortage in the index, you will find a definition like this. There is a shortage of a good or service when the quantity demanded exceeds the quantity supplied. Shortages occur when the price is below its equilibrium level. So if we put that into a supply and demand diagram, you have a supply and demand curve. Let's say the market is in equilibrium at first, then a positive demand shock shows up, so the demand curve moves to the right. For the market to be in equilibrium again, you need price and quantity to increase. Now, if for some reason the price doesn't increase, then quantity demanded is higher than quantity supplied, and you have a shortage. Of course, you could get the same with a negative supply shock, so move to the left of the supply curve. So what does this mean? This means that, in theory, a shortage is two things. It's a positive demand shock or a negative supply shock, and something, whatever that is, something that prevents price adjustment. Now, we don't necessarily expect reporters to know that model, but if there's something reporters should know probably better than economists, actually it's the dictionary. So if you look at the Merriam-Webster, it defines a shortage as a falling short of an essential or desirable amount or number. So this definition, of course, it's not as precise as an economic model, but it has one component that I think is in the model, which is that you have not enough of something. But from the definition, you don't really know if it's intermediated by the price. So this makes me wonder what reporters actually mean when they say shortage, when they write shortage. Is it the undergraduate micro definition, or is it just another word for a large positive demand shock or a large negative supply shock? And of course, as any economist, I'm being a bit condescending to reporters here, but in practice, is this even distinguishable in practice? So here is an example. This is an article that I pulled from the New York Times machine, and it was written in May 1979, so that's an episode of energy shortage, and that's the fourth highest value in the index. So if you look at the title, it says, "Diesel fuel supply is critically low, prices up sharply." So it sounds like this is not a shortage, according to the model, because it's a negative supply shock, which is intermediated by the price. But then you keep reading and you get the shortage is so critical that the Department of Energy has started to establish a hierarchy of priority uses. So it sounds like it is a shortage after all, because there is some notion of quantity rationing not based on price. But then you keep reading and you end up with a quote that says, "The problem is not crucial yet. If you can purchase at today's prices, you can get full." So then that is not a shortage, because at the prevailing price might be high, but at the prevailing price, you can get the quantity that you want. So just this illustrates, right, that in practice, not everything, of course, the reality is not as simple as the model I showed you. Now, here I think I'm being a bit unfair to the authors, because my informal sampling of the articles, I haven't read every article, of course, but my informal sampling of the articles suggests that most articles correspond to what we as economists would call a shortage. So there is some notion that at the prevailing price, you cannot get the quantity that you want. So then, this brings me to a second question, which is, why do shortages happen in the first place? What prevents the price from adjusting in practice? And there are a number of potential explanations, which are listed in the paper, which you might think about. There might be other ones. So price controls, social norms against price gouging, a temporary dislocation in supply, perhaps even some good old-fashioned Keynesian nominal rigidities. So in the remaining time, I would like to argue that price controls are a likely explanation for the largest spikes in the index, which are January 1943, during World War II, and December 1973, during the oil embargo. So just to give you an idea, the value of the index, it's funny, the value of the index is actually exactly up to an integer, is exactly the same in both events. It's 1,085, which means that the share of articles mentioning shortages is almost 11 times higher than the historical average. And the third highest event, which are some strikes in May 1946, doesn't even come close. It's 589, so almost twice less. COVID is also in the range of 550. The energy shortage that I mentioned before is also in that ballpark. So these are really the two largest events by far. And now price controls were prevalent in both cases. So during World War II, famously, there were war controls enforced from April 1942 to June 1946. During the oil embargo, there was a price control, a complex system of price control on so-called old domestic oil. So basically, if you produced a certain quantity before the crisis, you had to keep producing it at a price decided by the federal government. So I don't know this latter episode so well, so allow me to focus on World War II, which is what I know best. So here I show you government spending, GDP, inflation, and shortages from 1935 to 1950. The dashed lines are the war for America. So the first one is Pearl Harbor, and the second one is Japan's capitulation. And the gray area are the price controls. So you can see that when the war starts, of course, government spending shoots up. So does GDP, presumably because of a Keynesian multiplier. But now what's interesting is that inflation is not high. It's actually lower than before the war starts, to the point that it's about 3% during World War II. And presumably, this is because of price controls. So what makes me say that is that as soon as the price controls are relaxed, inflation shoots up. Now, the flip side of that, I surmise, are shortages. You can see that shortages increase after the price controls are implemented. They stay high during the war and recede after the controls are relaxed. Now, as any macroeconomist, in my spare time, I like to run VAR, so I actually made that argument a bit more formally by looking at the response of shortages and price controls to Rami and Zuberi defense news shocks. And you can see that they indeed shoot up. And when they shoot up, inflation comes down. To conclude, I think it's a very interesting paper, the main contribution of which is this new measure of shortages since 1900. I think it is an understudied topic, or at least it was an understudied topic until the recent episode. And that makes us think about macro and history. So I talked a lot about wars during this presentation, so let me end on a note which is lighter, yet reminds us that shortages can strike the most unexpected segments of the economy. In December 1944, the New York Times was running an article on the great shortage of Santa Claus. The manpower shortage has hit one of America's most cherished institutions, the Santa Claus business. Although the age range for professional Santas runs from 45 to 75, there aren't enough men around to play the fat old saint. As a result, women are inching their way into the act. An article from the 1940s wouldn't be an article from the 1940s without some casual sexism. There you have it.
Welcome to the questions. I really liked a lot when you looked at World War II. I think we haven't done kind of empirical analysis going back to that period, but I think looking at wars, obviously, especially at how price controls interacted with shortages, is definitely something in our to-do list. Yeah, go.
I actually have the microphone, which seems to be working. Richard Portis, London Business School. The story here is at a very aggregated level, and one of the things I think that's come out in recent literature, and there's a nice CEPR report actually, with Lucrezia Reichland and Veronica Guerrieri and so forth earlier this year. The point being there that the inflation that we witnessed, the spike in inflation that we witnessed up until recently, has been a necessary reallocation phenomenon, okay? That what you wanted to see, given shortages, given the effects on production, the COVID shock and so forth, what you wanted to see was a significant reallocation, and that was brought about by, that was facilitated by the spike in prices. But the spike in prices took place at a disaggregated level. And what you can't cover here, what you don't cover here, because you're aggregated, you don't have any substitution between energy, food, industry, labor. That's not the story. And so I guess what I'm arguing for is this is all terribly interesting and very impressive, in fact, but I think if we want to think about the inflation that we witnessed post-COVID, we have to look at a much more disaggregated level and look at the reallocative effects of those relative price changes. Relative price changes, given downward rigidities in prices, translate into inflation.
So, a great idea, great effort. I'm impressed. Just following up of something that Discussant mentioned, when you go and look at the experience in South America of shortages, it was not war, it was a lot of government intervention and price controls. So again, that would be a different paper. That's why I was very impressed and a little bit upset that no one in South America thought about doing this. But it will give you also another example of what are these relations between government intervention, if you want, inflation and shortages.
Francesco Zanetti from Oxford. I like very much the discussion because it brings prices and price control into and links them with shortages. But I think that lately, at least in the US and Europe, what really causes shortages is the pressures between demand and supply. It's not demand alone, it's not supply alone. You can have that they can both go up, but still you can have that demand goes up, but if supplies goes up, there is no shortages. So I'm wondering whether in your analysis you can have a notion of tension between demand and supplies and link it with shortages and prices. Because now what you do, you look at demand, supply, but it's really the pressure between the two that drives shortages.
Okay, we can have one more question over there, and then I would like to
yeah. Thank you. Arnaud Mali-CB. Great paper, Matteo. I have one question on the forecasting exercise. Did I get it right that the shortage shock does explain the persistence of inflation, but not the initial spike in inflation? Because if that's so, that's of interest, for central banks, if and when they review their monetary policy strategy, in the expectation that there will be more supply shock or more shortage shocks in the future. Thanks.
I was interested in I mean, one area where there's a lot of talk about shortages tends to be housing, because that's where governments intervene and a lot, and production then doesn't cover the price. Is that part of it? Have you looked at that? Is that too regional in the US? That's the question.
Okay, so starting with the last question, there are, in fairness, two shortages that we could have put in the index. Actually, there is robust exercises we have. I don't know whether they are in the current version or not. We didn't have them because they're somewhat like a low-frequency phenomenon. It always looks like in the United States, there's shortages of housing and school teachers or schools, or sometimes buildings and teachers at the same time. But it didn't seem related to economic activity much. It was almost like a recurring feature of economic life. So we don't have housing and schooling-related shortages in our index. It is true what Arnaud said, that according to the VAR, the effect of shortages is actually more persistent and delayed on inflation. So that's why shortages do well in 23, but they don't really change what one would have forecasted in real time, saying earlier on. I like a lot the idea of looking into price controls, like Paul was suggesting and like Laura was suggesting, especially looking at some countries where you can easily point the finger at one driving cause. And I also agree with Richard that, especially looking at the latest period, it'd be nice to see whether one has enough kind of detail in the data. Because if I get it right, somehow the notion of shortages that are induced by sectoral reallocation is almost like you have a shortage of something, but you have excess supply of something else. It'd be nice to see in the data whether the narrative of shortages lines up with the very good data we have now on relative price movements. And it's definitely an exercise worth doing. I'm very sympathetic to it. And it's obviously something that can be done to some extent. Goes back always to the issue whether the articles have enough detail and wisdom and kind of to go that deep, but we can try.
Okay, thank you so much. And let's move to our second paper by Laura Alfaro from Harvard University and CEPR. And Laura, the floor is yours.
Thank you to the organizers to bringing me back to this amazing city. Let me apologize because I realized that I sent the long version of the slides, and so I may just skip over many of them. And this is co-author work with Harold and Jan and Gedei, and my co-author decided to go to the other session, so I don't know what to do about that. See what happens when you're going against Mellets. After the introduction today in the morning, I guess I don't have to motivate a lot. There is a renewed interest in industrial policy and tax policy. There's also a renewed interest on broadly what people have called critical minerals because of concerns about the green transition, but really it's all about national security and concerns that we may not have a reliable supply chain. And in this paper in particular, we're going to focus on rare elements, but I mentioned an example that includes some of these critical minerals. Recently, China imposed restrictions on gallium and germanium, which are elements that are used in the production of semiconductors. And what we argue is that in this brave new world of very fragmented production processes and complex production processes, the effects of these policies may not be so straightforward, and that is what we want to study in this paper. So as I said, I'm going to focus on rare elements. I know in Europe, they teach science a little bit better than in the US, but in the US, this slide is very important. I don't know about you, but the last time I took chemistry was in high school, so a refresher is always good. Rare elements are 17 elements in the periodic table. They're not rare geologically, they're just very expensive to mine. And they have very interesting characteristics that we argue makes them a little bit different from other elements and worth of study. In particular, they have very critical uses due to some chemical characteristics. I then tend to be using a lot of green transition, military, medicine. In particular, I became obsessed with the ND magnet. It's a particular magnet that if you start opening everything that you have at home, you're going to find it everywhere. It's in these drives, it's in iPhones, it's in earphones, it's everywhere. It's in wind turbines. This magnet is amazing, it's everywhere, and it's made with rare elements. They're also very hard to substitute, and we tend to use very little quantities. They tend to be very inelastic in short run and very dominated by China. And I'll expand a little bit if I have time. But the big picture is that there is potentially a lot of spillovers, but also a lot of potential to innovate in these type of elements. And just to give you a preview of what we have found so far is that we exploit a policy when China restricted rare elements in 2010, and we find that the outcome was the increased export in downstream products, so production downstream that uses these rare elements, increase in innovation, output, and efficiency. And how do we come up with this? We have to take a little bit of a detour. If you go and look at input-output matrices, the US has a very detailed input-output matrices. It's very hard to find, even at the most disaggregated level, rare elements, just because they tend to be bundled somewhere in the input-output. So we had to construct input-output matrices using information from some sources that we found from the US Geological Survey. It turns out that this is also a problem for patents. So we had to find patents that use rare elements, match them against industries, and we went a little bit further, tried to understand if the patent was just trying to use rare elements or improve the use of rare elements. So using this information, we go and explore the effects of this shock in 2010, where we argued that increased the uncertainty rely on the supply chain of rare elements. And as I mentioned, we tend to find increased exports, TFP, and innovation in downstream sectors outside of China. And of course, then we try to understand that, and we build on recent Nobel Prize winner Daron Acemoglu's work on direct technological chain. We build a model that has a framework of input-output relations, trade, and this direct technical change. The model is actually going to give us a method to estimate these elasticities. And so far, what we find is that it is consistent with some of the evidence. So I'm going to skip the literature because I'm restricted in time. One day our paper is going to look like this. So this is where we're hoping to aim. But again, we're still working in some of the pieces. So the rare elements, just to give you a little bit more motivation, nothing like looking at the periodic table early in the morning in Berlin. That just gives you to a memorable morning. As I said, there are these special elements. They have this characteristic that they tend to increase, that they have very high magnetism, luminescence, and conductivity. So one paper that I found called them the vitamins of minerals. So a little thing that you put goes a long way, and a lot of the uses are recently being found because a lot of these elements have just recently been isolated. So as I said, because of these characteristics, they tend to have critical uses. So these magnets will go into many things, but that is sort of at the level we're going to focus. This is already an use of the rare element. We're going to use magnets. Downstream, we will find computer hard drives, cars, so on, microphones, so on and so forth. Again, they have very many uses, including military. We're going to focus on 5 elements because these are the ones that tend to have the most commercial use. As I mentioned, a lot of these elements, scientists, they're better than us. They're, as we speak, finding uses for these rare elements. They tend to be used in very small quantities, but in general, they tend to be very hard to substitute. So there is very interesting. If you use the old type of magnet, the ferrite magnet, everything becomes 30% bigger. When you're trying to do the energy transition, lighter is a good thing. You will lose, you use less energy. So some of them, and this is a technical report that we find, have substitutes, but again, they're not perfect substitutes, and we're going to exploit this information in our analysis to try to get a sense of whether these inputs are substitute or not. As I mentioned, they also tend to be very hard to mine because of their chemical properties. You don't find them alone. You tend to find them all bunched together, and they are a byproduct. So lanthanum is a byproduct when you find cerium. And again, it's interesting that a lot of the Greek names are about that. They're either hidden or hard to get, and the other half of the names are from Scandinavia, someplace in Sweden, because Sweden, if you blow it up, is full of rare elements. As I said, they're not rare, they're just very hard and expensive to mine. Most of the mines, because they're bunched together, come with a radioactive TB. That is not tuberculosis, it's another element, which again increases the cost. And so they tend to be highly toxic, the mining, and this is also the reason why a lot of production was decided to stop both in Europe and the US, and a lot went to China. And this is the last characteristic. They tend to be very concentrated. Part is a little bit, if you want, luck. China does have access to one mine that is relatively easier to mine. It's clay and doesn't come with a radioactive part. So a little bit of that is luck. China got that. Saudi Arabia got the oil that is low cost and good quality. Costa Rica, we got insects. So it just so happens that not all of us got the same. But on top of that, China did have a lot of industrial policy. And then there are economies of scale. So it started to dominate mining, separation, and refining. So at the very short run, for geological reasons and costs, the supply is very inelastic, but it just so happens that even there, mining and separation are very concentrated in China. So as I said, one part of the paper is that we construct input-output matrices. We combine information from this geological survey with information from prices. Some of these prices are very illiquid. They're not that traded, but they are compounded in different stock exchange. So we use this information, and we complement with industry reports. And so as I said, we're going to focus on, I don't know if this has a, well, I'm not going to touch this just in case. We're going to concentrate on end use, because extraction and processing is concentrated in China, and it's very hard to get this data. So end use, as I said, the rare magnet ND can go, the rare element ND can go into a magnet, it can go into batteries, it can go into catalysts. And this is the document that we found from the geological survey that will go into what they call these general applications, so alloys, batteries, catalysts, magnets. They went and looked at the pieces to produce these general applications, zinc-based coating, electric hybrid, so yes, we had to go deep in engineering. And then they go and tell us, you need 5.6 grams of, this is changing on its own, grams of cerium oxide to produce that zinc-based coating that goes into alloy. So this is the base information that we use to construct our input-output matrices. And we end up, we also have to do some matching to the NICE classification, but we end up with input-output matrices that are a little bit like this. So again, in general, the quantity you need is very small, so this is to the power of -3, but they tend to be, in many cases, very hard to substitute. So this is the information that we're using into our analysis. We exploit, as I mentioned, this case in 2010 when China started to restrict rare elements. Some of these restrictions were related to, they were trying to control illegal mining. There was a lot of illegal mining going on in China. But then in September 2010, there was a problem in disputed waters between China and Japan. And this led China to interrupt the exports of rare elements. If you go back and read the press, it's very interesting, because everyone in the press in Japan, in Korea, would say, we are not getting the rare elements, and China would say, I don't know what you're talking about, we're not restricting rare elements. But it was well known that there was this restriction. Even Krugman has an article at that time. Eventually became just an export tax and quotas. US, EU, and Japan complained at the WTO in 2002, and eventually it was settled. I'm really not touching this, it's just happening on its own. So what we argue at this created concerns about the reliability of the supply of rare elements, and this is what we're going to exploit. If we look at the prices, you do see that there was a spike in prices. Some went up by a factor of 10, some by a factor of 45. Somebody's changing my slides, the spirit of Berlin. We look at the quantities of imports of rare elements to Japan. It is also hard to find them in trade data because they don't all get their HS codes. Some of the HS codes just compounds rare elements. But you can see, and again, in the middle, there was the global financial crisis. And as we know, the global financial crisis, anything that required financing was harshly hit. cars in particular. So you do see the effect then in 2009. But it's clear that before and after, there was an effort to try to reduce the dependence from rare elements from China. This is Japan, but also worldwide. So we go and look at earning calls, and you do see earning calls all of a sudden talking about what can we do to diversify rare earth production, innovate in rare earth elements, substitute rare elements, and produce some alternative sources. So there was a spike in concerns related to these topics, and you do see it that eventually there was an increase in production, but during the time that we're analyzing, it was basically dominated by China, and again, by the very nature of mining, it just takes time to increase production, which eventually was a little bit increased by US and Australia, but this is production. Mining still had to go back to China for processing. So in our analysis, in the short run, we're just going to assume that production is given. And we do document that there was increased patenting in some of the uses of these rare elements. So we take this into our analysis, and this is what we want to do in the empirics. So we want to estimate the effect of the shock on a downstream manufacturing sector outside of China and inside of China. We're going to look at the growth of exports in downstream products that use rare elements. We're also going to use as proxy of directed technical change patents that use rare elements, and also patents that are about being more efficient in the use of rare elements. We're going to use this input-output matrix that I mentioned, and we're going to focus on the largest 50 economies from 2002 to 2010. So we're going to do, if you want, a change, how it was differently affected in this supply shock, as I mentioned, in different outcomes before and after 2010. We have different fixed effects to try to control for country industry, country year characteristics. We also control for subsidies in this sector. And our measure is this sensitivity measure. So a product is more sensitive to this shock if it's important, and the important is by the input-output coefficient, or if it's very hard to substitute, that we're going to take, as I mentioned, from these scientific documents. And this is the evidence that we tend to find. We do find that there was an increase in downstream exports outside of China, and there was at best no effect in China, but we do find that there was an increase in the export value of downstream exports. Again, this is the effect in terms of what we see in sensitive related industries that use rare elements. We do it also relative, so we do relative to China, and again, we do find that relative to China also was the effect significant. In the paper, we have some robustness in terms of, instead of using the scientific measure of how complement inputs are, we use changes in price spikes, and we also use how much we were importing from China before the shock. But in general, they all give us the same flavor. There was an increase in downstream industries outside of China. We also look at patents. Let me hurry a little bit here. And we do find that there was an increase in patenting, and more importantly, patenting that was all about becoming more efficient in the use of rare elements. And we do find evidence of increases in TFP. We use UNIDO. Everyone knows the advantages and disadvantages of the UNIDO dataset, but at least it covers many countries. So we find, as I said, increased export of downstream product, increased patents that use rare elements, and increases in productivity. So we want to rationalize this in, again, maybe now that he won the Nobel Prize, but it was for something else, using this framework. And again, we know from this framework that if you get a negative shock, you're actually most likely to have, in the short run, negative effects, but depending on how strong are the incentives to innovate, you actually, at the end, may be using less of the product that had the negative shock. And this is sort of like the intuition behind what we want to do. So our model is going to have different layers because we also want to embed this into a trade model with input-output matrices. So we're going to have goods that use either labor or real elements. We're abstracting right now from capital just to keep the model simple. And they're also going to use input-output. So we're going to create this idea of downstream industries. And each input is going to be a patent, and we aggregate all of these patents. We have the knowledge of technology in the use of rare elements and labor. So just to give you a sense of what the model is, as I said, it has different layers. So we're going to combine labor and rare elements. Rare elements only come from China. We're going to use this in a bundle of country goods that we're also going to aggregate into this input-output sector. Finally, it's going to be either consumed or it's going to be used to pay the fixed cost of innovation. Let me just keep the model because I am running out of time. And so we have additional assumptions, but this is basically the implications of the model. Whether we get endogenous change or not will depend on the elasticities. Usually what people do is they estimate elasticities out of import share, expenditure shares. We don't have expenditure shares, but the model gives us a proxy to estimate them using the change in patenting and the stock of knowledge. And so far, we find that indeed our elasticity is less than 1, which would be consistent with direct technological change. Now we're working some counterfactuals. We do find in the model that is consistent in terms of growth. And so let me conclude. We study rare elements and the effects of rare elements. And I guess a policy implication is the one that it's being said when the US is restricting semiconductors to China. There is a view that the only thing that this is going to do is accelerate China's knowledge of this type of semiconductors and technology and innovation in the sector. Let me end this. Thank you very much.
Thanks so much, and let's continue directly with the discussion by Ban.
First, let me educate myself. Yes. Okay. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot to the organizers for giving me a chance to discuss this paper. So it's a big paper. There's a lot to digest. But I was a little educated because Laura presented the paper in Oxford in June, but it has changed a lot. Okay, so let me start with a quick summary. The paper touches on 2 different types of spillovers associated with industrial policy. And now people talk a lot about industrial policy. So the first one is, so what industrial policy implemented in a given industry in one country does is it propagates downstream, and also in industries that are located outside the country that originally implemented the policy. So industrial policy spills has externalities across countries through international trade and also propagates downstream. The empirical context Laura and co-authors are using is the Chinese policy in after 2010, which simply imposed export restrictions on rare elements, which happen to be a key strategic input for many industries. So what is the main result on the empirical side? So the paper shows that this policy-induced supply shock, negative supply shock in China simply triggered technological innovation and efficiency improvements in downstream industries outside China. So overall, of course, it's a very timely and policy relevant paper, which has a lot of insightful implications, particularly given the recent debate on the interaction between industrial policy and network interactions. And this is so I put just one paper here, but this is something that people talk a lot about in the context of green transition. So whom should we subsidize to be able to make the subsidies more effective and useful? Okay, so so most of my comments will be on the empirical side, and I will just have one slide on theory, and I will end with saying I look forward to seeing the counterfactual results. So this is the event study based on when the outcome variable is export growth. So China implements the policy in 2010, and there's a very fast adjustment, a very fast response by downstream industries outside China, which are exposed to this negative supply shock. So the base period here is 2010, but before 2010, so there's also a huge decline in the export growth of the same industries during the Great Recession. So there's a little bit of maybe not little bit of, but there's some pre-trend, and this is related to Great Recession. So after I saw this, I asked myself, okay, so what is the control group here? So the exposure, the rare element exposure variable consists of two parts. So the first part is what you can call total requirement or technical requirement in the language of I/O tables. And the second component captures how whether close substitutes are available for that particular element. So in the control group, then, we have a mix of two types of industries. So the first one are the first group are the industries that don't use any rare elements, and there are such industries. So for them, for all rare elements, the requirement variable, technical requirement variable is simply 0. But there are also industries that use rare elements, but maybe for them, close substitutes are available. So maybe the complementarity index is not 0, but maybe it is close to 0. Now, currently, the control group is simply mixing these two types of industries, which might be quite different from each other, actually. And this is not so new, because if you look at the rare element sensitivity variable that the paper uses, it is a shift share. It's a shift share variable. So the shares are captured by the technical requirement variable, and shifts are simply complemented the substitutability index. And we have this well-known incomplete shares issue in the standard shift share design. What maybe the paper could do is add an interaction between post and the sum of TRs, which is some of the shares. So that's going to capture actually, so regardless of this complementarity thing, whether close substitutes are available, whether there was some difference in these industries compared to others which use rare elements, regardless of the complementarity. And my second comment is about patterns. So export growth, as I showed you earlier, responds very quickly. And the hypothesis in the paper is that because now downstream industries located outside China facing this supply shock, negative supply shock, so they simply start innovating, trying to find a solution to this problem, and then they experience productivity gains and exports simply go up. But so we know that R&D takes time, and seeing the outcome of an R&D effort takes time. So what patterns actually capture is sort of earlier earlier R&D effort. So I was sort of surprised to see such a fast impact, such a fast adjustment on the innovation side. But I have to say that so maybe it's useful to add an event study for patents. So maybe there was a lag, but I couldn't see it in the paper. Maybe it would be useful. I know it's asking a lot from the authors, but it would be amazing to find, for instance, some data on R&D expenditures or R&D personnel who are employed in these type of industries. Maybe it is available not for all countries, but maybe for the US or a couple of European countries. Even that will be super useful. Okay, I have 3 minutes. Okay, first stage. So it's not a two-stage least squares estimation, but actually implicitly there is a first stage. Because these technical requirements, the RE sensitivity, which has these two components, technical requirements and complementarity, is implicitly capturing the dependence of industries on rare element imports from China. So it's almost like an IV, actually. So it's a shift share instrument. So it would be very nice to see whether this is an informative instrument. So this is almost like an indirect least squares estimation. So what you can do, so you already have the data, just construct some implicit imports or input usage using the outputs of these industries and your IO coefficients, and maybe plot it against imports from China earlier. I have 1 minute. 2 minutes, okay, good. So a few other comments. So the main outcome variable is annualized growth rates, but then these observations are weighted by the share of exports. So instead of doing it, why not using log of exports or PPMI? Yeah, so you can easily do that. So this weighting scheme would be redundant. Another thing is, so in 2015, China removed these restrictions, but your sample still includes a pre-2015 period. So you can just stop in 2015, because after between 15 and 18, probably there was not much going on. And in the specification where this exposure variable varies at the country industry level, actually you can add more fixed effects, so to capture these industry trends. But I'm not sure how much variation you get from the country component of it, because if everyone is importing from China, then China dependence in that exposure variable may not have a lot of variation across countries. Finally, on the model, just 30 seconds. So before seeing the model, I was thinking, okay, so there should be a substitution between other materials and rare elements. So if I wrote the model myself, I would put rare elements and other materials within the CES and have an upper, a Cobb-Douglas at the upper level. So then try to estimate this elasticity. So this is the main elasticity you're interested in, which will go into the counterfactual calculations. I'm wondering why this you chose otherwise. So because in the current version of the model, you have this CES substitution between labor and rare elements in matches. Okay. Oh, okay. And we can't say anything to him, right? So he won the Nobel Prize. Okay, good. Amazing paper. And as I said before, I don't have time, but I look forward to seeing the counterfactuals. Thank you very much.
Excellent. Thank you so much. And now we'll give you some time to answer to the discussion before moving to our Q&A session.
So thank you for the comments, all well taken, and you're correct, it changed a lot from June to today, so if you see it later, it might be also very different. On the model, the cheap answer, and I agree it's a cheap answer, we try to stay with the Semoglu framework, but we're going to think a little bit about it because I presented at Berkeley, and Andres Rodriguez had the same comment of the structure. On the empirics, all well taken. We actually first had an IV, and then we decided to get rid of it, but then we're going to go back to the IV, because we did do the first stage and second stage, so that. The deeper question on patents, so if we look at the data, there is a lag in when increased a lot, which also is the reason why we're keeping a little bit more of the sample. But we were also impressed of how fast it happened, but when you go and read the press at the time, the Japanese were the amazing Japanese, literally MITI brought everyone who was using rare elements. They put them in a room. They were like, how can we become more efficient? How can we recycle? How can we innovate? And the effort of this is what started giving a lot very quick. One that is fascinating is they found out that if you cut the material and you just coat the outer layer with ND, the magnet uses less, but it actually has more magnetism. And that is one of the very quick patents, because we were impressed. We also are trying to get R&D. It's just very hard. I have Toyota's balance sheet, but I cannot, of all the R&D that they do, know what part goes to the rare element part. That's the part that is getting tricky, just to allocate to rare element, but all well taken. Thank you very much.
Okay, let's open the floor for questions now. Over there. Maybe keep raising your hand so the mic can find you. We'll bring it over quickly. There. And we can collect a couple of questions before giving Laura time to answer.
Hi. Laura, fantastic presentation and really interesting paper. I had a question about the symmetry of this. So you found that the Chinese imposed some restrictions, and as a result of that, productivity, export growth, innovation increases greatly for a period of time.
In downstream products.
In downstream, yeah. So what happens when China actually, as a result of the WTO action, loosens up and actually removes many of those restrictions? Do you find a symmetric effect in the sense that productivity growth, export growth, technological innovation, all those wonderful things slow down in downstream industries once the export of REEs becomes greater? And then the other question I had, which I know is a very hard one, you mentioned that this has resonance to today's debate about curtailing, let's say, semiconductor exports to China, perhaps to try to make sure that China doesn't achieve dominance. Now, can you say something about how semiconductors are different from REEs? They're at very different parts of the production process. So do you think that one might be effective, whereas the other would be ineffective in terms of, allowing a technological competitor to innovate? Thank you.
So the short answer of your 2015 event is I don't know. We haven't done it. What I do know happened when China got rid of the restrictions and the price went down is that the US mining company went bankrupt. And so it went through different rounds of bankruptcy, and guess who owns it now? China. But we do want to explore that event and more recent events. The one thing to your broader question on, there are many examples of this. When the oil shock happened, it was terrible, but there was a lot of innovation in becoming more efficient. And this is not only the amazing Japanese, like the Japanese air conditioning apparatus, they're very efficient, but in general, cars became more efficient. It's just a matter of how long it takes. So there are many examples of this happening. From this, I have found out that these elements are very particular, and again, they're not so substitutable. So one, I have a lot of respect to engineers and scientists, because we need to be more careful how we extrapolate, because some are very technical and sensitive. So whatever I may be able to tell you about rare elements may not match to semiconductors. But as I said, we do have a lot of examples in history that when humankind is like, humankind comes around and finds way to innovate and improve. But you gave us great ideas of where to extend the project, because these do have later events. We just want to make sure our methodology first is a little bit sound, and we got great comments on how to improve it, but hopefully we can extend it to other ones.
Okay, any other questions? Then maybe I can ask a question. It's kind of a more political question, perhaps, but I mean, it was very convincing from the evidence that you showed us that everybody needs rare elements, and that it's not likely to stop in the future, even if we become more efficient, etc. But China seems to be the only country willing or maybe able to bear this environmental cost of mining those elements. So do you think there are any possibilities of improving how it is possible to mine those elements that could also then provide new avenues for de-risking in the area of actually mining the elements themselves?
So as I said, they're everywhere. So when I said you can blow up Sweden is full of rare elements, I'm not kidding. Sweden is full of rare elements. Rocky Mountains is full of rare elements. Australia, like they're everywhere. It's just costly. There is this issue of some are bundled with radioactive material. So if you're a country that cannot take nuclear or radioactive material, you're going to have a problem with that, but admit that then there is someone else that is polluting to get them. And so perhaps just internalization that we all live in the same world may allow you to go over that hurdle and try to come up with ways to mine it. As a gut instinct, I do think it's a risk that something is dominated by one country. Unless that little country is Costa Rica. But considering that that is not the case, I do think there needs to be an effort to diversify, and many countries are trying to do this.
Okay. So thanks again very much, and thanks to all of the presenters and discussants. Let's give them a big round of applause. And now we can enjoy a coffee break. It's where the coffee break was this morning, and then we will resume here at 11:20. See you then. Okay, everybody, can you hear me? Welcome back, and let's take a seat so we can try and start on time. Okay, great. It's my great pleasure to welcome back from a hopefully relaxing coffee break. My name is Hélène Rey from the Kiel Institute. I'll be chairing the session on industrial policy and geoeconomics. And let's start straight away with our first presenter, Diego from New York University. And if you just want to follow me, here are your slides. Yeah, and you can use this to achieve next forward and backward.
Okay.
And either stay there.
All right. Let's just leave this in here. Well, thank you very much for the organizers to including and inviting me to present in this great conference, and thanks everyone for attending this session. Actually, the slides we're seeing are the discussion slides. So I may need to fix this. This is right, but that's wrong. So the paper is titled "The Exchange Rate as an Industrial Policy." Let me just start so we don't get the exchange rate as an industrial policy. It's joined with Pablo Otonello and William Witheridge, both from Maryland. Okay, so the motivation for our paper is this long-held view in policy circles, but that basically states that the exchange rate can be used as a tool for fostering development. The key idea behind this notion is that by keeping the exchange rate devalued, this enhances the competitiveness of strategic sectors, which may in turn help foster growth and speed up convergence of these economies. This narrative is based in key examples of emerging market prolonged growth, such as China during the 1980s until the 2010s, and Korea from the 1960s until the late 1990s. These economies experiences during these periods average growth rates in GDP per capita that were more than triple the growth rate of the wealth per GDP, and at the same time displayed currencies that were depreciating both nominally and really. So what we're going to do in this paper is present a framework of a small open economy with Marshallian production externalities and imperfect capital mobility. We're going to highlight a couple of theoretical results and then also conduct a quantitative analysis. On the theoretical results, we'll actually argue that for those economies that are converging to the technological frontier, it is desirable to keep an undervalued exchange rate during the early development stage, because this undervalued exchange rate temporarily increases labor supply and redirects resources to the tradable sector, and the government can attain that by basically intervening in the foreign exchange market. This is optimally for these economies that are converging and that display dynamic externalities and exploit the patterns of these dynamic externalities that are stronger at the beginning of the phase. We also argue that this policy prescription is not necessarily desirable for all economies. Actually, in economies that are either at the technological frontier or stagnant and not converging to it, if these economies display constant externalities, meaning that they are there but they're not varying across time, then basically engaging in foreign exchange intervention by keeping the exchange rate under value is not necessarily a desirable tool. Then in the second part of the paper, we pursue a quantitative analysis to assess the role of this policy for China's growth takeoffs. We actually show that quantitatively, this exchange rate industrial policy is quite an attractive tool when complemented with the classic industrial policies. And by classic industrial policies, I mean wage subsidies that may or may not be sector dependent, but that are time invariant. Once we complement these two, we actually get quite close to the first best results. Then we also assess what the observed reserve accumulation patterns of China had to do to growth. During the significant period of reserve accumulation in the late 90s to the 2000s, and we actually show that helped speed up growth by 1 percentage point on average over those 15 years. So that's a little bit of the summary. Let me go in this short presentation and now tell you the model in a couple of slides. Let's just start with the key actors in the models, which are the firms. This is where the inefficiencies arise. So this is, again, it's a small open economy with tradable and non-tradable sectors and representative firms in both sectors. The production technology features basically a Marshallian production externalities in the sense that there's a production function that takes labor as input, but the productivity also has a component which is related to this aggregate aggregate labor employed in the sector to the power of gamma IT. So that purple gamma IT governs the strengths of the externality as well as the patterns. So we're going to make some assumptions about this gamma IT. Basically, the other point to note is that there's also an exogenous component to our productivity, which is basically something that potentially grows to the technological frontiers. So just think of, an initially unproductive or lower than the frontier productive economy. So we're going to be assuming that these production externalities that again can build on work on growth and trade. This may capture learning or knowledge spillovers or labor pooling. We're going to assume a couple of properties about them. First, we're going to assume that the production externalities are stronger when the economy is further away from the frontier. So just think of an economy that is kind of like the farther away from the frontier, the stronger the externalities. As the economy converges to the frontier, the externalities dissipate. They may dissipate to zero or they may dissipate to something positive. That's something that our theory will encompass in any case. And then the second assumption we'll do, which we'll then relax in the paper, is that for now, just think of this talk, we're going to be assuming that the externalities are only present in the tradable sector. Basically, what this gives us is a model in which the firms are demanding too little from a social perspective, too little labor in the tradable sector. Not only too little in the tradable sector, but also the strengths of how inefficient is this, inefficiently low is this demand depends on the stage of the development. It's more inefficiently low at the beginning of the development than when it's closer to the frontier. Then in the models, we have households that just are standard. They consume tradables and non-tradable goods, and they supply labor. And then there's the government. The households will be able to save in local currency bonds, and then the government can intervene in exchange markets. So basically, the government will be exploited the fact that asset markets are segmented. The government can trade with households in a domestic currency bond and can trade with the rest of the world in a foreign currency bond. By doing so, the government will affect by managing that portfolio, can affect the rate of return that households perceive from saving in their domestic currency, and can also affect the balance of payments of the aggregate economy as a whole, because the ultimate trader with the rest of the world is the government. So just think of that as being the tool. The government can decide ultimately the net exports, if you wish, of the economy as a whole. So that's the model in a nutshell. Let me just first, before showing you any result, show you a benchmark result, the following benchmark result, which is that the first best cannot be attained with this foreign exchange intervention. With the policy tools that we have endowed the government with, we cannot attain the first best. The reason is that the first best here displays a wedge in the labor that can be employed in the tradable sector. And the tool we're endowing the government with is a tool that basically can manipulate the intertemporal choice of consumption of the households. So we're giving the government a tool that affects the Euler equation, but then the inefficiency is in the labor margin. So we can never attain the first best with this tool. We can attain the first best with this tool, however, with what would be proper industrial policy tools. But however, note that because of the dynamic nature of these externalities, these proper industrial policy tools are quite involved. They are labor subsidies to the tradable sectors that are stronger at the beginning, that then dissipate as these externalities also dissipate. Now let's consider the exchange rate industrial policy problem. That's the problem we're mostly interested in. It's a second best type of policies. Just think of the government maximizing the preferences of the household subject to the two technology constraints, which are those of the first best, that is the non-tradable market clearing, as well as the balance of payments that governs how the economy as a whole trades with the rest of the world, as well as two private margins that come, that equations that characterize the competitive equilibriums. What are these two private margins are basically how the marginal rate of substitution between tradables and non-tradable goods is equal to the privately perceived marginal rate of transformation between tradable and non-tradable goods. That's an inefficient margin because of the externality. And also the private margin, the marginal rate of substitution between tradable and labor equal to the private marginal rate product of labor, the privately perceived product of labor. These two equations, the first two equations in green, are different from the first best social allocation. So those are constraints of the exchange rate industrial policy. If we solve this problem, what do we obtain? We basically obtain a distorted Euler equation. So this is what I mean by a second best policy. The government would like to distort a little bit the Euler equation and not being equal such that the marginal rate of intertemporal substitution being equal to the international interest rate. In fact, there's a wedge in there that depends on the allocation and depends on the ratio of the externalities today and the externalities tomorrow. So what I'll do next is I'll unpack and basically tell you how this policy is characterized in the simplified environment. So just consider, in this case, we're going to assume co-loss-fair preferences to get some analytical results, and then we'll relax them in the quantitative analysis. Just think of the economy first in the initial periods of debt. Remember, these are, in the initial periods, are periods in which the economy is converging, and therefore the externalities are stronger now, but then will be milder later, right? So just think of now the equilibrium in the non-traded markets and in the labor market. What would the government want to do in this case? Consider the government intervening in exchange rate markets by basically accumulating foreign reserves and issuing local currency debt. What does that is it increases the perceived return that households obtain from savings and induce households to save more. That basically reduces aggregate demand. If you reduce aggregate demand, tradable demand, that's fine, but non-tradable demand, that basically means that the non-tradable firms are looking now at a lower demand. The implication of that is that the non-tradable firms will demand less labor. And if you have less labor demand from the non-traded sector, that will be more labor freed up to the traded sector. That's what we call the demand reallocation channel of exchange rate intervention. Again, this happens temporarily, only in the initial periods, then we'll see that in the later periods this is going to be reversed. On top of that, because there's lower aggregate demand to the extent that there are wealth effects, then what you're going to have is supply stimulation of labor. So you're going to have more labor supply and less labor from the non-traded sector. The outcome of that is that the equilibrium allocation that is allocated, the equilibrium labor that goes to the tradable sectors is going to get closer to the red line over there, which is the first best demand for labor. So basically, what the government could do by accumulating reserves is shift a little bit the labor of tradables in the initial periods to actually increase, at the expense of course, getting the opposite in the following periods once you stop accumulating those reserves and start consuming out of them. Now, when does this make sense? Well, it does make sense, for example, in a situation in which that looks like this. The gray line in here is, let's say, the aggregate productivity of an economy that is converging. The implication of that is that the purple line, this externality in the tradable sector, is dissipating, where in that case, the government may find it useful to engage in this second best policy by intervening in the exchange rate markets, depreciating the currency, postponing tradable consumption, and inducing more labor in the tradable sector. That, of course, all reverses as this process of reserve accumulation holds. As I said, it's not a policy that will get you at the first bet, but it will get closer to the first best. The first best in here is to increase the tradable labor, that's the red line, but not to touch the Euler equation, not distort the Euler equation and have a path of consumption that is just undistorted. So just to recap in here, what we're doing is we're distorting the Euler equation with the intervention in order to get closer to the labor, to redirecting resources to the sectors with the externalities, in this case, the tradable one. How do we do it? As I said, you accumulate reserves, and then by that, the implication of that is you hold trade surpluses at the beginning that then revert to trade deficits, and the exchange rate depreciates at the beginning and then eventually appreciates. This is all relative to the laissez-faire equilibrium, that is an equilibrium in which the government guarantees that the UIP holds. So let me just show you, state a couple of additional results we have in the paper without going too much into depth. The first one is that the reason for this policy to exist is that these externalities are dynamics. If you think now of economies that are basically stagnant, and the implication of that being that the externalities may be there but just are not displaying any dynamic pattern, then this policy is not desirable. Actually, the optimal exchange rate policy is to guarantee UIP and the laissez-faire equilibrium. Why? Because this policy is about approximating labor at the initial periods, but then moving it further away in the following period. So if the externality is constant in the same, is the same in the both periods, you don't want to engage in this type of policies. Other results that we have study the extension in which we have arbitrageurs that may basically come to engage in carry trade as the economy engages in UIP deviation. So as we allow for arbitrageurs to step in, basically what we obtain is a less active optimal exchange rate industrial policy. In the extreme, if arbitrageurs are completely undoing your positions, then it doesn't make sense to intervene in exchange rate markets. An implication of that, of course, is also, if you want to think of a broader perspective of policy toolkits, is that there may be rooms for trying to keep the capital account closed, either by taxing as a constant rate the carry trades and engaging in foreign exchange interventions, or another alternative is just think of a completely different policy tool, which is time-varying capital controls. With time-varying capital controls, you're going to do the same effects as foreign exchange interventions. Both of them affect the Euler equation. Finally, we also show in the paper that you want to do more exchange rate intervention if you have more dynamic labor markets, namely in the context of our model is more elastic labor supplies. And because then you have more effects out of the exchange rate intervention. And you also, in the case, if you were to have multiple tradable sectors, what you want to follow is the kind of weighted average externality of all the traded sectors, where the weights also depend by the labor supply elasticity of that sector. So how, basically, just to pause a little bit and use what I've told you now in order to shed light a little bit on the historical debate, well, actually, our model can help encompass and understand a little bit the success, if you wish, of the Asian growth miracles in pursuing this type of policies. These were economies of emblematic examples of export-led growth with foreign exchange intervention, and through the lens of our model, they met the conditions for exchange rate industrial policy to be effective. That is, they were engaging in a process of convergence to a technological frontier. They displayed initially underdeveloped financial markets, that is, a closed capital account, and they were also, particularly in the case of China, displaying the so-called demographic dividend, which through the lens of our model, we kind of like interpret it as, quite elastic labor supply, the possibility of attracting labor easily by manipulating prices. On the other hand, the Latin American experiences are often referred to as the case of unsuccessful examples of these policies, and through the lens of our models, they were not experiencing convergence process. They were mostly specializing in commodity producers. Both of these things basically suggest that these externalities maybe were not in there, or if there were not dynamic. And on the other hand, they were exposed to relatively more open capital account and larger cost of labor reallocation. In the last 3 minutes, let me tell you about the quantitative analysis of China's growth trade-off. What we're doing here is we have a challenge, which is to estimate the dynamic patterns of externalities. In order to allow to estimate these sectoral externalities, how they depend on the distance to the frontier of the particular country. So that's the only difference we do, and we follow the approach. I can tell you more in detail later, but basically, once we do that, then we can obtain the following loadings. What I'm showing you here in the upper graph is how much extra externality you get if you're further away from the frontier. So basically, as you see, for all of the sectors, or for almost all of the sectors, we have a positive loading, meaning that if you're further away from the frontier, these externalities are estimated to be larger. On the bottom graph, what we're showing is the average externality for when the distance to frontier is 0. Just think of the externality for the US. But most importantly, for our case, once we feed in the process of productivity growth of China, the distance to the frontier that China exhibited from the 80s to the 2010, we can recover a dynamic path of the externality of the tradable sector, which in this case goes from 0.5 to something like 0.2. Again, it converges to a positive level, but what the exchange rate industrial policy will exploit is the variation on it. So once we have that, basically we can calibrate the model. We validate it by showing that it matches well the growth process in consumption, output, net export, and real exchange rate through the period of study, and then we're going to pursue 2 model exercises. We're going to first assess what the exchange rate industrial policy looks like in relative to the first best. So we see that the exchange rate industrial policy increases output on average during the first 30 years by 1.5 percentage point, which is a little less, which is quite less than the first best. And in welfare terms, look at the last number, it achieves 1/5 of the welfare benefits from increasing into the first best. We then put this exchange rate industrial policy in the context of comparison of more classic industrial policies. So here what we're showing you is that the exchange rate industrial policy does as well in welfare as a constant labor subsidy that is non-sector dependent. But the other interesting result that we highlight is that once we combine a constant tradable labor subsidy together with exchange rate industrial policy, you get almost as close as to the first best welfare gains. So the idea is that the tradable subsidy gets at the average path of the externality, and the exchange rate industrial policy gets at the dynamic. Finally, let me just say that the other thing that we do is we assess how much growth did this reserve accumulation process of China that increased its reserves from 10% of GDP to 45% of GDP by the period of 15 years, how much that speed up growth. And we find that it speed up growth by 1.3 percentage points in an annual growth rate for those 15 years. So, which is close, by the way, to the optimal exchange rate industrial policy. However, what's interesting and comes out of our analysis is that China, although the magnitudes were correct, they missed quite largely in the timing. The externalities were stronger, as we estimate, in the 80s, where China was growing much more, but the reserve accumulation came from the late 90s and the 2000s, so it was a little farther apart. So with that, just let me conclude. We developed a theoretical framework to study exchange rate as an industrial policy. These policies are desirable if externalities are stronger in the early phase of the growth. The effectiveness depends, among other things, on capital mobility and labor market dynamism. And then our quantitative analysis suggests that the observed reserve accumulation helped speed up growth in China, and that this exchange rate industrial policy can be a useful tool, especially when complemented with the standard industrial policies.
Thank you very much. Thanks to the organizer for inviting me to discuss Diego's paper. What I'm going to say is my own. The BIS has nothing to do with that. OK, so the way I see it, this paper is organized in 3 parts. There is a theory part, there is an empirical part, and then there is an application to China. And that's how I'm going to structure my discussion. I want to go through each part in turn. So let me start with the theory part, which I really like. I think it's clean, it's neat, and despite being simple, it provides very insightful conclusion. So the model is, as I said, it's very simple. Take your conventional small open economy with tradables and non-tradables, and add only one friction. This friction is a production externalities in the tradable sector, which simply says that the more people work in this sector, the more productive the sector becomes. Okay? Now, this is a growing country. The external component of the FBA is converging to a given level. And the key assumption is that this externality is decreasing with growth. So it's very strong at the beginning of the growth, at the early phase of convergence, and it declines over time. OK, that's it. This is the model. Now, obviously, as Diego explained, the competitive equilibrium is inefficient. And why is that? Well, because the private marginal product of labor is below the social marginal product of labor, because households do not take into account this externality. So there is room for improvement. How would a planner improve on this allocation? Well, the most surgical tools to do that would be a time-varying labor subsidy in the tradable sector. If you can do that, then the equilibrium would be first best. There is no other distortion that the planner would like to implement in the model. Now, the question that the paper asks is, what if I don't have that tool? Can I replicate the first best with a current account policy? And the answer is obviously no. Why is that? Well, the externalities introduces a wedge between consumption and labor that is intratemporal, while any current account policy can only shift consumption across time, right? So it can only shift consumption and therefore labor intertemporally. However, a current account policy can actually move you closer to the first best, can actually improve on the competitive allocation. So why is that? Well, consider a policy, a current account policy that encourages saving today. This increases labor in the tradable sector. Why is that? Well, for 2 reasons. On the one hand, the decline in consumption increases labor supply because it reduces the reservation wage of the households. On the other hand, you would say, well, the fall in domestic consumption reduces the demand for labor in the tradable sector, but the depreciation that the current account surplus is engineering is actually boosting the foreign demand for tradables. In a Cullen-Upset calibration, the 2 forces cancel each other, so labor demand remains constant, labor supply increases, and you have increased labor in the tradable sector, and therefore its productivity. Now, this policy, however, comes at the expense of tomorrow. Why? Because by reducing consumption today, you're encouraging savings, so households will consume more tomorrow. And when they consume more, all these forces will be reversed. We'll have an opposite sign. Now, is this policy improving welfare in this economy? Well, yes, but only if what you gain today is more than what you lose tomorrow. That is, if the externality is dynamic, is stronger at the beginning and weaker at the end of the convergence phase. If that's the case, then the optimal policy, the optimal current account policy, is to depreciate the exchange rate today at the expenses of, relative to the competitive equilibrium, at the expenses of an appreciation in the future. And I think that's the main result of the paper. And I really like it because it provides us a guidance, it makes us understand why and under which condition this exchange rate policy would make sense, okay? And they make sense only if there is some dynamics into in these externalities. Okay, now how would you implement this current account policy? The most obvious choice probably would be to use time-varying capital control, right? By taxing borrowing or encouraging savings, you can reduce consumption and encourage domestic households to save. Now, can you do the same with foreign exchange intervention? Well, yes, as we know, capital controls and FXI are isomorphic tools. They just introduce a wedge in the UIP, and they alter the rate at which households borrow from the rest of the world. But the two models are not the same, right? In order for FXI to work, you need one additional friction. You need to distort the UIP condition. You need that the UIP condition depends on the flows, on the quantity of assets that flow from this country to the rest of the world and vice versa. So in this model, UIP fails, especially at the beginning of the convergence path, because the country is borrowing. This is a country that is growing. It's going to be more productive in the future, so it's borrowing in the early stage of development. And correcting this friction was actually the objective of the early literature on FX intervention. So as an example, if you consider this friction, then even in a first best, that is a world in which you have this tradable sector labor subsidy, the central bank would intervene to appreciate the exchange rate and restore UIP. So my main comments here is that the optimal FXI policy depends on the desired exchange rate relative to the competitive equilibrium level with gamma positive. Gamma is already making borrowing more expensive, right? It's distorting the allocation in the direction that the planner would like to already. So my question is, relative to the level of the exchange rate that would arise in the competitive equilibrium with a positive gamma, would the planner want to appreciate, to move closer to UIP, or would the planner like to depreciate the exchange rate further? I think that's not an obvious answer, because gamma affects also the effectiveness of FXI, so I would like to see that in the theory part. Let me move to the empirics. Now, the natural question that follows is, are these externalities actually dynamic in the data? And as Diego explained, they follow the literature, they estimate this regression across countries, across sectors, and the object of interest is gamma 1. What they found is that there is evidence that these externalities are dynamic. The coefficients that they recover are small, but they are positive and they are mostly significant. My main comment here is that the proxy that they use as a distance to the frontier, they use the per capita distance of the per capita GDP gap between the country and the US. And my main worry here is that GDP per capita, it might not be a good proxy for the productive capacity of a country. It's poorly measured, especially for developing economies. Plus, think about countries that are rich of natural resources or tax havens. The increase in per capita GDP might actually not be correlated with the productive capacity of that country. There are better indexes available. One of that is the economic complexity index, which measure the productive capacity of the country by looking at the complexity of the goods that the country exports. So last night I played around with it. The red line is the distance from the frontier that you would obtain if you use GDP per capita relative to the US. The blue line is the one that you would obtain if you use the economic complexity index. And now the distance is relative to Japan, because Japan is the country that has the most complex export of all. As you can see, they correlate, but they're not exactly the same. Look at the case of Brazil, for example, in which actually convergence is going in the opposite direction. So that's what I would use to proxy convergence. Finally, the application to China. Now, here is where I have most of the questions. So the problem that this planner is trying to solve is entirely domestic. It's a problem of reallocating workers from one sector, from the non-tradable sector to the tradable sector. And these could be achieved with domestic instruments, with many other domestic instruments. Diego talked about sector-specific subsidies. The paper talks also about wage growth restriction. So why exchange rate policy, and why China? Maybe naively, but if I think of a country that can actually reallocate workers across sectors, well, China comes to mind as the first example. So why exchange rate policy to do this? Three hypotheses that come to my mind. Well, one, maybe it's the less distortionary tool. Could be the case. Maybe in the early stage of the development, the tax and transfer system is very underdeveloped and very uncertain. So it's not possible to do it with fiscal tools. Second one is maybe it's the more politically attractive tool, right? You can sell it using the usual narrative, China against the rest of the world. Or maybe there are additional benefits of undervaluing your exchange rate, and this is just one additional bonus. Basically, you are hitting two birds with one stone. If I had to choose, I would probably go with explanation. Maybe it's a combination of all three. If I had to choose, I would probably go with explanation number three. If you look at the application, as Diego just said, for the estimated dynamic path of the externalities, the optimal policy would undervalue the exchange rate only in the very early phase of the development, basically in the early 80s. After that, you should observe an overvalued exchange rate. But as we know, the discussion of China keeping an undervalued exchange rate went through way past the 80s into the 90s and even early 2000s. So that's it. This is my discussion. I really like the paper. I think it's clean, it's neat, and it has a very, 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 very nice message. And I look forward to see the next iteration. Thanks.
Thank you, Paolo, for the discussion. This was great points. We'll think more about the suggestions on the measurement, on refining the estimation of the externalities. On the last point of China, why we think of this as a policy. This is a great point, actually, and we think basically that this is a policy that is easy to implement. It doesn't need any new regulation to be passed on by the legislative or anything like that. So it's kind of like quite easy access for the central bank. Without any complications, whereas on the other hand, the proper industrial policies like labor subsidies are easier to put, but then hard to remove. And actually, if you think of the models that the predictions for the model that we have are ones in which you would want to put initially very stronger wage subsidies, but then you need to take them out. and it could be complicated from political economy perspectives. That's why actually why we highlight the message of the complementarities between the two tools. The wage subsidy can get at a permanent component of the externality. You can leave it in there. You don't need to touch it as much. But then with the externality, with the exchange rate intervention, you can capture this initial kickoff that the externalities have, but then without doing anything, just by stopping accumulating reserves, you're going to basically undo the effects that you did originally.
Okay, we have time for a couple of further questions. I see one over there. Maybe let's collect if there are several. Yes.
So thank you to Diego and Paolo for the discussion. Both were very good. I just had a question going back to the point that you mentioned between Latin America and China. Today there's a lot of discussion about using these industrial policies. I guess the key question is in real time, how do I know whether I'm Latin America or China?
Yeah. No, it's
am I in an economy that has these dynamic externalities that would justify the policy or not?
Sorry, let's just collect maybe one more question and then you can answer both at the same time.
Thanks. So thanks for the interesting session. I wonder to what extent you could talk about China, the experience of China and in the labor market. In a slightly different sense, there has been a massive migration out of the countryside into urban centers, and this is really sometimes what is behind, or what is considered to be behind, the fact that the real wage has managed to not grow as fast as it should have in other economies. So this is really this inflow of migrant workers, which was, I guess, also administered via the system of hukus, etc. in China. So I'm not saying that's incompatible with your, with your model, but it's a bit different from this non-traded, traded labor reallocation that you have here. And I think if you are going to discuss China in detail, I think maybe you would want to look at that.
Yeah. Good. So let me just address both are great questions. So just on Alberto's point is true. You can say that in Latin America there are a couple of observables that are harder that make it harder for this policy to be effective. Namely, the labor reallocation is less easy than in Asia. So labor markets are much more rigid, they are much more regulated, and that comes to Hélène's points, which I'll touch on a bit. And then on the other hand, capital flies in and out very easily in Latin America as well. Capital account is quite open. That being said, so those are two things that if you look at through the lens of our model, you would say, watch out if you want to do exchange rate intervention. But then going back to your point, you also need to forecast, if you wish, need a forward-looking path of what the externalities look like in the future. And that's something that, again, I kind of like abused a little bit in the sense that, ex post, of course, China grew, and the Asians grew, and Latin America didn't, but maybe we didn't know about that back then. And then on to Hélène's point, where I completely agree that, China is engaged in a battery of many policies, and a big and important one that was very severely discussed in many areas, not only international macro, is this kind of like demographic dividend, this massive migration from rural areas to the cities that allowed for this high growth with low wages. Basically, I think, first of all, let me just be honest and say that, a lot of that migration may have had to do with other types of policies that are not necessarily exchange rate intervention one. Yeah, however, if you look at it from the perspective of our policy, maybe this policy we're analyzing on CEPRs, it could have led to similar patterns, or it could have contributed partially to the patterns you're highlighting, in the sense that the way I kind of think about China in the 80s was that the non-tradable sector was mostly the local agricultural sectors, that the workers were working in the rural areas. And the tradable sector was the manufacturing sector. So once you basically depreciate the exchange rate, what you're doing is you're making the firms in the manufacturing sector more competitiveness, which, you know, I would think that's kind of like a way in which they increase their demand and attract workers from the rural area. Of course, that's just one way of seeing the labor market dynamics that we see in China being partially, or again, like quantitatively, that's an important sense of how much, you know, of the migration can be explained with this. I would be surprised if it would be, you know, just, I would expect to be little, you know, with this big migration coming from other ports. But basically, through the lens of our theory, if you think of, you know, labor supply being more elastic, then this type of policies, again, become much more attractive.
Okay, thanks a lot. And let's move to our second speaker, Xinzi from Berkeley and CEPR. Thank you again.
Thank you very much for inviting us to be part of this conference. So this is a paper that's joint with Adrian Matre and Carsten Mueller and Poya Kabir, and it's about the role of export credit agencies as a tool of industrial policy. Okay. So export credit agencies are government or semi-government institutions who have a clear goal to increase the exporting activity of a country, and they do so primarily by supplying trade financing. These institutions are ubiquitous in both emerging markets as well as advanced economies. So we counted that they exist in 90 countries that account for 92% of the value of global exports. So these institutions are important in every country that is an important exporter. As a result, they are also the most common tool of industrial policy. But despite these elements in a very positive sense, we actually know fairly little about their causal impact. And so this paper sets out to answer that fundamental question. We do so by studying the context of the US ECA, which is the Export-Import Bank, which from 2015 to 2019 was shut down for all or most of its activities. So this shutdown was precipitated by the political movement of the Tea Party, and then it was continued by a lack of board quorum that prevented the institution from doing most of its lending activity in the second part of the Obama presidency. What we can see is that there is a collapse in trade financing during the period of its shutdown, where on total it contracted by over 80%. What we're going to use is the substantial cross-sectional variation, both at the industry level of exports that are financed by EXIM, as well as at the firm level. And by using this cross-sectional variation, we're going to be able to answer the two big questions in this paper, which is first, does the shutdown actually affect the real economy? Now, you may have the prior, which is very reasonable, that exporting firms, which are large and typically productive firms, are going to be financially unconstrained. And financially unconstrained firms are going to be able to invest in all of their positive NPV projects on the margin. And so take-up of EXIM financing just tells us that, you know, EXIM was cheaper than their alternatives, but it's not going to impact their real decisions on the margin. It's just going to affect their profit windfalls. In addition, even if we find that the shutdown does affect the average firm output, we may still have the prior that a government agency is worse at allocating credit. And in fact, when the shutdown happens, we're going to reduce capital misallocation in the economy. So what we find is that, yes, the shutdown does impact investment and output on the margin, but that it actually did not reduce misallocation. In fact, misallocation appears to have gone up. So given these two empirical results, we then ask what framework can help us to rationalize the role for an ECA in international trade. And this is where we arrive at an argument where there may be endogenous wedges in the private market for trade financing that arise out of the way in which private banks profitably are able to finance international trade. In the presence of these endogenous wedges, there then could be a role for intervention. And then we provide some empirical evidence that shows that this channel might be likely. Okay, so let me start with a little bit of institutional setting. The mandate of the US Exim Bank is to support jobs in the United States by facilitating the export of goods and services when private sector lenders are unable or unwilling to provide financing. Okay. Now, theoretically, there is a role for this coming out of the idea that if firms are financially constrained and or they're unable to take on the costs of cross-border contractual frictions, which can be particularly high in some transactions, then there may be a missing market in the private market. Okay. So Exim has a menu of financial instruments that are designed to overcome these contractual frictions. And what's helpful to keep in mind is that it also actually does operate with a series of constraints. So first, it is supposed to be subsidy neutral, which is to say it's not supposed to be financed purely from taxpayers. And in the US, at least, it operates with a very hard cap of a maximum default rate of 2%, which is set by the US Congress. Okay, so just from this institutional setting, this suggests that the loans that Exim is financing are not particularly risky ones and are ones that somewhat generate enough of a return for the agency. All right, so we're going to use a few data sets. The primary one that we have is the Exim Loan Registry, which is at the transaction level, which we can then match to both the export product that's being financed, as well as to the individual firm that is exporting. We then use this exposure to Exim to look at the impact on aggregate trade flows, which is in the BASI data, as well as firm outcomes, both in CompuStat as well as a firm-level measure of product-level exports coming from a data source called Datamine. So let me begin with the impact on real activity at the aggregate trade level. So we're going to estimate the impact on export growth for a given product P coming from an origin country O going to a destination country D at a time T, where our left-hand side is going to be a difference. So we're going to remove the level differences in just how much trade there is in a given product between countries. Our main exposure variable is going to be measured as the share of Exim dollars relative to exports in a product from a given country. Okay? So just by definition, this measure is going to be 0 for all countries outside of the US, and in the US, there's going to be additional cross-sectional variation at the product level. We define post as the shutdown period, and so our beta is going to be the classic diff and diff elasticity. We include a product by destination by year fixed effect. This is really important for tightening our identifying strategy, and it allows us to account for all product level dynamics as well as export market shocks. Okay, and we'll also have origin by year. Now, what's nice about looking at the aggregate to begin with is that this tells us what the effect of the shutdown is net of any partial equilibrium reallocation of market share among US firms. So we define the left-hand side as a midpoint growth rate. This has this has many nice properties. In particular, allows us to decompose the extensive versus the intensive margins. And what we're using as an identifying assumption is just the classical parallel trends, that there's not an unobserved shock to the products coming from the US that are concomitant to the 2015 shutdown. Okay? And so this doesn't require randomness in either the products that were exposed nor in the timing itself. And given that we also have some firm-level evidence that uses different sources of variation, we think that we're pretty comfortable with this identifying assumption. All right. So this is the main picture where we see the impact on export values, where there is no differential pre-trend, and then we see an increasing effect that has an overall magnitude of -5. So this -5 magnitude can be and should be interpreted as an elasticity because it's in the units of pre-period exports. Okay? So let me just benchmark that elasticity or help to interpret a little bit. This -5 means that 1% less of EXIM financing lowers exports from the US relative to other countries that are providing the same export to the same destination by about 4 to 5%. One exercise that we can do is to separately, that is to say, use a separate data set, estimate the firm-level impact of this shutdown on firm-level exports at the bilateral product level. And here we find a magnitude that is exactly in the middle of this range, so this -4.6. Comparing these two magnitudes tells us that the impact of EXIM in terms of reallocating market shares across firms is fairly limited. And so on net, EXIM is actually creating trade for the US. Okay, so I'm going to now turn to the impact on individual firms. So we'll look at a very similar set of specifications, except here we're going to define EXIM exposure as a firm that relied on any sort of EXIM financing in the pre-period. We'll have exporter by year fixed effects so that we're focused on the dynamics among the set of firms that are exporters. We'll also be able to account for industry shocks as well as individual firm characteristic shocks, in particular, for example, connections to the US government or government contracts more generally. All right. Here we find a similar sort of picture where, again, we see that it's only at the onset of the shutdown is there a contraction in the exporting activity at the firm, the sales activity at the firm's level. Okay? So we also look at the impact beyond just revenue, that was the event study that I just showed you, on capital and employment. And these have very similar effects in magnitudes. What we find in terms of the profit rate, which is the profits per unit of capital, is that there's pretty much no effect. So taking this, these different outcomes together, what this tells us is that the impact of the shutdown is marginal for the real activity of the firm and the firm's contract without impacting their profit margins, which indicates to us that EXIM is both marginal in the firm revenue function while not being just a profit windfall source of financing. We have a number of robustness checks. I'm going to move on to how our second main set of empirical results, which is how we look at the impact on capital misallocation. Okay. So our empirical results tell us that capital is contracting while the profit rate is not changing. This is consistent with a firm profit function that features both having EXIM being marginal in the choice of capital, as well as potentially a input cost wedge tau. Okay. So if you take the first order condition with respect to capital on this, then we'll have the classic equivalence between the marginal revenue return to capital and the marginal cost of capital, where EXIM and this potential tau input cost wedge is featuring in that equivalence. Now, what's true in the economy, though, is that there is potentially heterogeneity in these wedges. And so the correlation between the firms that receive EXIM financing and the value of these wedges is going to matter for the impact on misallocation in the economy. So just to fix ideas and to illustrate this, what I'm plotting for you here is a idealized distribution of the MRPK within an industry. Okay? So what we have is the average level of the return to capital with both the Tau wedge as well as the EXIM financing. When we take away EXIM, which is what we look at in the first part of the paper, we're raising the average cost of capital, which is then contracting contracting the amount of capital investment. So there's a shift in the mean to the right. Okay? But this shift in the mean isn't enough to tell us about what's happening to the distribution. And in particular, two cases could be true. There's a case in which we see that capital is decreasing, but misallocation is increasing because it's the high MRPK firms that are responding relatively more to the shutdown. But there's also the opposite case, which is that capital decreases on average, but misallocation is decreasing because, in fact, it's the low MRPK firms that are contracting more. Looking just at the average isn't going to allow us to disentangle between these two empirical possibilities. And so in order to actually estimate the impact, we're going to take the estimation strategy from Parliamentary Econometrica, which uses this, which essentially teases out the distributional effect of the shock. And it does so by estimating the triple difference with respect to firms that ex ante have high MRPK. And what's nice is that there is a very tight link to the theory, which allows us to recover a change in the allocative efficiency in the economy from a shock. Okay? So we're going to measure MRPK in the classic way, which is to group firms within industry or even within industry and size bin, where plausibly they have the same production function parameters, which then allows us to approximate MRPK with the average revenue product of capital in that bin. What we then plot here is precisely this coefficient that is pulling out the differential response of firms that have high MRPK, and this negative coefficient is telling us that it is actually precisely the high MRPK firms that are responding relatively more to the shutdown. Okay. This is robust to different ways of grouping firms together and thinking about their production function, and we can also separately tease out these estimates for low versus high. And in fact, you see that again, the overall effect that we see on average is driven by these high MRPK firms contracting. Okay. All right, so let me just take stock and think a little bit about what this is telling us. What we see is that during EXIM shutdown, the average firm is contracting, and this is driven by high MRPK firms. Our interpretation of these two empirical results is that EXIM is financing positive MPV projects. Okay? Now, that leaves an open question, which is, if these projects are so profitable, are banks leaving money on the table? Why aren't they stepping in to provide this financing? Okay. So what I would like to clarify here is that these results are possible precisely because there are some ex-ante Tau wedges in the economy. And so the fact that firms face these positive Tau wedges is a reflection of the, I don't know why this keeps changing, is a reflection of private banks maximizing their own expected profits. So the lack of financing without EXIM is reflecting the structure of the private trade market and these initial ex-ante values of Tau. Okay. So having said that, how do we think about what these Tau wedges are? So what our last empirical exercise is precisely to try to unpack this theoretical Tau and to give it a little bit more context. So we now model this MRPK, this revenue function, or sorry, this profit function for the firm in terms of a project at the firm I and market M level. And we're going to further decompose this generic tau at the firm and market level into having two components, a firm level component, this lambda I, which you can think of as a firm borrowing constraint. There's a lot of theory that tells you why firms may be financially constrained, as well as an eta M parameter, which is a export market constraint. And this comes out of our reading of both the contractual frictions that exist in cross-border transactions, as well as what we know EXIM in particular is designed to do, okay? So what we find empirically, and I won't go into the tables here, is that precisely there are larger effects of the shutdown on firms that are more highly financially constrained, and that there are larger effects for trade with destinations that have higher frictions. For example, they have worse, they're riskier, or they have worse rule of law. Okay. So let me just wrap up. We find empirically that EXIM's shutdown reduces average output and increases within industry misallocation. It's taking a step back and thinking about this institution in the context of industrial policy. We want to think about the total effect in terms of how it interacts with the rest of the economy. So there are three dimensions that we walk through in the paper. The first is whether EXIM is self-financing and therefore may need to raise distortive taxes in order to operate. The second is whether it crowds out private banking and again, therefore introduces a new distortion. And the third is how conceptually we can relate ECA interventions to broader industrial policy goals, for instance, dynamic externalities like the ones that Diego was talking about. Okay. So quickly, the way we think about the last point is that any correlation between social wedges that you might think about and care about and these tau IM wedges, any positive correlation, will allow ECA financing to target both of these objectives. And so this is, again, an empirical question of whether, in fact, there are these correlations and there are these spillovers, and that's what we're going to look at in future work. Okay. So we find that the US EXIM shutdown had large average and allocative effects, even in a setting with developed financial markets and large publicly listed firms. The mechanism for these effects, then, is coming from international trade entailing large financing frictions and contractual frictions, where the private market by itself may have suboptimal provision. Okay. So thank you very much. And I'm looking forward to the discussion.
Thank you very much. Thank you for this great paper. I know what I did. Okay. So thank you for this paper, which is extremely comprehensive and stimulating. So everybody understood that it's an evaluation of the one of the US Export Promotion Agency called EXIM. And the paper does a lot of things, really a lot of things, maybe too many things. That's one of my remarks. It shows that, yes, EXIM activity actually increased exports. The credit offered by EXIMs are well targeted to the firms that really need them, those who are financially constrained, those who are not already overcapitalized, and on top of that, the activity of EXIM have a positive effect on the whole economy by increasing domestic sales on top of exports and by reducing the misallocation of the production. Okay, as I said, this paper is extremely comprehensive, it's very informative and stimulating, and it's also a paper that contributes efficiently to an important economic policy debate linked to these export promotion agencies. The theories, many theories can support the idea that, yes, we need public support to exports may be desirable policies. Why? Because we have all these papers about strategic trade policies that we can help more domestic firms to extract rents on the foreign markets, and also because we have some country cost on foreign markets, and firms, if they are somewhere some financial constraints, it could be good and efficient to support the firms and help them to pay for this same country cost. At the same time, the existing empirical evidence on these are mitigated. We have limited and very heterogeneous estimated impact of export promotion policies in general, and very mixed evidence on the fact that helping things to export more will pull the economic growth at the country level up. For instance, we have this paper by Marcelo and Kohler that studies many cases of export promotion policies in different countries with a very different approach, something way more simple in a way. And yes, the results are very contrasting. We have a large bunch of situations where the impact on trade is very limited, Cyprus, Vietnam, etc., and the impact and some cases where the impact is large, and the correlation between the consequence on trade and the consequence on GDP per capita, is hardly visible. So we need much more empirical evidence to explain why these export promotion policy may work or may not work, and your contribution here is very useful. So the key asset of the paper, of course, is that you are building on a natural experiment, the sudden shutdown of EXIM activity in 2015. And this is very good, of course, because one of the challenges in this empirical literature is not very original. It's an homogeneity problem. The design of the policy can be influenced by firms' lobbying, and also firms may self-select into the political scheme. So we have homogeneity everywhere, and this natural experiment is useful to distinguish the two. Okay. So I have three series of questions and remarks. The first one is, as I said, the fact that the paper does a lot of things. Probably too many, and well, you have an editor one day told me that my paper has too many trees and not enough forest. So I don't know exactly what it means, but I use that quite often, and maybe try to see if someone can explain what it is, but it sounds that it applies. Or, saying differently, maybe you need to prune a bit the paper to make it sharper, because here it's very efficient in a way because you address so many questions. Every question that can pop up in reader's mind, you have the answer. But at the end of the day, it's complicated to see the details. So yes, you have some efficiency in a way by overloading the paper, but it could be sharper. Okay, another thing is also maybe a minor comment, which is the use of the midpoint growth rate. That's something you use extensively in the paper, mainly. So that's good because they convert the extensive margin of trade into intensive margin equivalent, but still they are puzzling because if you have here the productivity here and the demand received by the firm from a foreign market, you may have a continuous relationship, which is the black line here, but actually it's not what you observe. If you have fixed export costs, like in the Moritz model, you have a threshold of export. And so the firms that are targeted by those policies are particularly those firms around the threshold, of course. You don't need to help firms that are already exporting, and you don't need to help firms that will be never exporters. But around this threshold, you have a jump and discontinuity in export values, and so you have very high growth. So the growth rate you observe around the threshold is huge compared to the normal growth rate you see on the intensive margin. So you have these this midpoint growth rate might be puzzling at some point, and I would be interesting to see some alternative methods, typically a Tobit, like an IKEA Tobit and Kortum. Okay, comments 3 and 4 on the technical notes. You weight your regressions. Fine, I really understand that for the macro results. For the micro results, I'm not so sure, especially because you give more weights to big firms or firms with a lot of capital at some point. And those firms should not be the ones that are more impacted or more targeted by this policy. Also, you do a difference analysis, and you face the not the Holy Trinity, the evil trinity of this methodology, because you have firms that have needs for loans at different times. So you have staggered treatment. Firms have loans that represents more or less of their total needs, and so you have a different intensity of the treatment, so heterogeneous treatment. And also firms may feel the need to renew their loans more and more as the shutdown goes on. So we have a fuzzy treatment. The intensity of the treatment changes over time. So maybe this has to be discussed also. Question 2, you explained in your presentation and in the paper that, well, trade finance is complex and it's a lot of things and it's important. And actually it's 2 things. It's loans and insurance. And yeah, EXIM does the 2. EXIM proposes a lot of things and a lot of services to the customer. You focus in your discussion only on loans. What about the others? So everything shut it down, or just the loans? Are there some links between the insurance activities and the loan activity? I'm curious to hear a bit more about that. Last thing, it's about the natural experiment. So you're working on these, and yeah, we have a collapse of the number of loans or the amount of loans offered by the EXIM. But when EXIM reopened, we don't see that a normal comeback, a huge surge in the loans. So why? Maybe it's because firms find other ways of, other sources of financing. Maybe the private sector compensated for these, and then the story would be extremely different. It will be different because, yes, we have a negative shock on a bank, which is a bad news for the customers, no surprise, but it doesn't mean that we should use public money to reinstall the bank if everything seems okay and that firms have or find other solutions. And also, last thing, you use a natural experiment. That's good. So you are free of endogeneity bias. Fine. But still, a natural experiment is something, by definition, which is non-replicable, and you have limited external validity of what you say. A way to link more with the existing literature and to contribute maybe more to it, beyond the EXIM case, is to try to evaluate the importance of the endogeneity bias. Is it big if you try to estimate the impact of this financing before the shutdown with endogeneity by, I don't know, using matching or any other techniques? Or is it different when you really properly correctly control for endogeneity? It will be a way to underline the importance of the endogeneity bias in this literature, and then to better contrast or reveal the importance of your contribution. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much to both of you, and we'll give Xianli an opportunity to answer to some of the comments, maybe in a kind of a broad way, because there was a lot of very detailed comments in there, and I'm sure you can discuss more over lunch, and then we have time for a couple more questions from the audience.
Okay, thank you very much for the comments. I do just want to take a moment to clarify a few things. So I'm going to go in order of the way they were presented. So on the technical point about the midpoint, it is precisely because in most estimators, the extensive margin is treated so differently, for instance, in the log, it's completely dropped, that the midpoint allows us to say exactly what part comes from the extensive margin and what part comes from the intensive margin. That's a result that I didn't present today, but we precisely are not doing the thing where, you know, a change on the extensive margin is we're just saying is a very large change. We're precisely saying, okay, we're going to separately estimate the extensive margin, but because we have a linear estimator, we'll be able to tell you exactly how it contributes to the average. We don't have staggered treatment. The treatment occurs at the shutdown and during the shutdown. But I agree with you that it is possible that the extent of treatment is going to vary depending on when firms need to roll over their financing or how much financing they need. And here we have some heterogeneity in the paper. In particular, you can see at the quarterly level, you know, the timing of the response, which does suggest that, you know, some firms have a little bit more leeway before they need financing versus when the shutdown happens. But that being said, we are in a very different setting than papers where, in fact, a policy or a shock to the firm occurs at a different time. In this case, the shock, which is the shutdown, occurs at the same time for everyone. In terms of insurance, we do have insurance in our analysis. We use financing and insurance. At a conceptual level, we think of insurance as being very similar to a direct financing tool because it's eliminating the risk that the private bank has to hold, and therefore it's lowering the cost of credit such that the private bank can finance this trade transaction at a rate that would be similar to any sort of other investment rather than a cross-border very risky one. And so conceptually, insurance as a financial product is acting very similarly to other forms of financing. And so just empirically, we include insurance, and empirically, we also do a separate breakdown that separates insurance from others, but conceptually, I don't think of them as being very different. And then there were a few philosophical points. What do we learn from natural experiments? How big should a paper be? I will defer that to a discussion offline. Yeah.
Okay, great. So we have time for maybe one or two questions from the audience. Yes, Farzad. Over here.
It's a great paper. And just one thought that struck me was to better understand firms' financial constraints, namely their ability to replace Ex-Im financing with bank financing. One could maybe look at firms with pre-existing relationships to multinational banks versus all other types of banks, if we're operating under the assumption that it's the cross-border nature of the sales generating process that is relevant as a contracting friction here.
And there's another question in the back. Let's take that now, and then you can answer them jointly.
Hi, great paper. I was wondering, on the issue of capital allocation, it's, in one hand, we think, yeah, high productivity firms, if they can escape financial frictions, that's great. But on the other hand, we might be creating some zombie firms or low productivity firms that remain. Did you look at, I mean, you get a bit of that with the midpoint rate, but did you look at exit directly, and if it's larger on low marginal productivity firms than high ones?
Thank you both for these questions. So I think these are both really interesting. Our current data set doesn't allow us to answer either of them, but we do have follow-up work. The first, with respect to Farsad's question, we are going to, we have some follow-up work that's going to allow us to look at the Fed's Y14 data that will precisely help us to see what's happening on the bank substitution margin, because for most of these firms, we'll be able to observe that. On the second question about exit of firms and even just the extensive margin of exit from exporting completely, this is again where we think we're going to look at this setting using the US Census data, where we'll precisely actually be able to see all the firms in the economy, and in particular, the small ones, which might have more of this exit margin on the extensive margin of, existing at all, or of exporting at all. In the current set of firms that we're looking at, that's not happening, but that's because they're a slightly different set from the overall firms in the economy.
Okay, thanks all to the presenters, of course, and the discussants. Let's conclude the session with another big round of applause. Great papers. And now we can all enjoy some lunch, and we'll resume at 1:40. Thanks.
Good afternoon, everyone. I would kindly ask you to take a seat so we can give the floor to our speakers. Welcome back from the lunch break. It's my pleasure to announce the start of the session on sanctions and sanctions evasion with three actually fantastic speakers on two papers, two excellent discussants. And we'll have two co-authors of the first paper, Alexandros and Farzad, who will share the presentation. The clicker's over here, so if you like, you can get started. The format is as usual, 20 minutes for the presentation, followed by the discussion, and then some time for the Q&A.
Right. Thank you very much for including the paper on the program. It's joint work with Christian Bayer and Alexandros Gilch, our PhD student, for whom I'm merely acting as the opening act. And the main motivation for this paper is the question of how to combine financial and trade sanctions. And this has become increasingly important in the last couple of decades because we see that economic sanctions are truly multidimensional, right? There are not only trade and financial sanctions, also travel sanctions, etc., right? And they often come in bundles. The one important difference, though, may be that they are not always enacted simultaneously, sometimes even with a substantial lag of 1 or 2 years, if you will. Yeah, so if you look at a sanction episode, you might wind up with a true sequence. And that was the case, for example, for the US sanctions imposed on Cuba since 1960, or the second large wave of sanctions imposed on Iran after the Iranian Revolution, way after actually, since 1987. So the overarching question we set out to answer in this paper is whether the order of financial and trade sanctions matters for their impact when they're eventually combined. So we really zoom in on the aspect of the timing of financial and trade sanctions in determining the joint impact on the sanctioned economy. For this purpose, we're going to systematically exploit the staggered implementation of the two types of sanctions empirically in a country-by-year panel, and then we're going to zoom in on a couple of sanction episodes in event studies, and then we will rationalize our findings in a two-country dynamic stochastic general equilibrium model. And the bottom line finding here is that we find that preceding financial sanctions amplify subsequent trade sanctions, but not the other way around, okay? So without further ado, let's get into the empirically measured economic impact of financial trade sanctions and their interaction. For this purpose, we're going to estimate a regression at the country-by-year level. We want to determine the impact on the sanctioned economy's log GDP, and we're going to relate that to whether that sanctioned economy experienced financial or trade sanctions in the previous year. So these are both indicator variables weighted by the GDP of the sanctioning countries. So a fair interpretation of that is what is the share of the world GDP that is imposing financial or trade sanctions on country C in the previous year. As this is a country-by-year level panel, of course, we can control for country fixed effects to absorb time invariant heterogeneity at the country level, but most importantly, we also include time continent-by-year fixed effects to absorb time-varying unobserved heterogeneity at the continent level. To operationalize this, we're going to use data from the Global Sanctions Database, which goes back to an enormous data collection effort spearheaded by Gabriel and his co-authors, for which we're very grateful. We try to augment the database a little bit with further hand-collected sanctions, and we also brought in country-level variables from FRED to yield a final sample from 1949 up until 2020. The reason that it stops in 2020 is simply that we have outcome variables that require 1 or 2 years of data afterwards. Okay, so what are the baseline effects in this very simple panel regression? We see that financial sanctions, at least, have a statistically significant effect on the country's GDP, and the target economies seem to suffer. This holds true also after zooming in on countries with a functioning financial sector, if you will, because you might argue that financial sanctions don't matter if you don't even have a banking sector. So approximate that, we look at countries with deposits to GDP ratio in excess of 10%, which is really a very weak criterion, as you can tell from the minute drop in the sample size. And after bringing in the continent by year fixed effects, the trade sanctions are also statistically significant. But if we focus on the financial sanctions, we do see that there are economically significant effects, right? A 1 standard deviation increase in the financial sanctions translates to a 7.1% drop in GDP, which is quite an effect. Now, in the last column, we bring in the interaction effect that really motivates this paper. We see that the effect on trade sanctions, but also the interaction effect, they're both negative, but noisily estimated. And that really prompts us to zoom in on the underlying heterogeneity. And the way we do this is by differentiating these episodes when the previous year you had both a financial and trade sanction active, and look at which one of the two was implemented beforehand. Okay, so the double interaction is the baseline. It captures the cases where both were implemented simultaneously. They exist as well, but then we really see that it is the sanction episodes. So the financial sanctions are implemented ahead of the trade sanctions. They have a much more negative effect on the target economy. The first difference with respect to trade before financial sanctions is statistically significant at the 9% level, and as you can see, it's also statistically significantly different from the baseline category of simultaneous enactment of the two types of sanctions, right? And this holds true if you include additional lags of the financial and trade sanctions, and it also doesn't matter at what kind of gap we're looking at as to whether the financial sanctions were enacted 1 year ahead of the trade sanctions or 2 years ahead of the trade sanctions. Okay, now this is fine and dandy, but it operates under the identifying assumption that the only difference between the top two types of episodes is the timing and nothing else. So to scrutinize this, we zoom in on these sanction episodes where either financial sanctions are implemented ahead of trade sanctions or the other way around. And what we see is that they do differ, right? Not only in their timing. In fact, financial and trade sanctions unfold differently depending on their order of implementation, and there are two differences I would like to point out in particular. The first one being that while the time period in which both are active is similar across the two types of episodes, trade sanctions are active for way longer before financial sanctions kick in, right? Whereas for financial sanctions, when they are active by themselves, this time period is split up into the pre-period and the post-period after the two are jointly active. So that's different. And the second difference that you can tell or spot quite easily by zooming in on the jump in the right-hand side panel is that when countries start implementing financial sanctions after trade sanctions are active, there's a whole lot of extensive margin going on. Namely, there's a new set of countries that start imposing both types of sanctions that previously didn't join in on any sanction action at all. This is different for financial before trade sanctions, where we subsequently observe a much greater overlap in the countries imposing financial before trade sanctions. So when they start imposing the trade sanctions, a large fraction of those countries already had imposed the financial sanctions beforehand. Now, to account for these pre-period differences, which seem really stark, we move to the sanction episode by country level, and we really focus on this time period of 1 year before the first sanction starts up until 1 or 2 years after they both are active together, so after the second one is implemented as well. This enables us to account for any pre-period differences before financial and trade sanctions coincide. So we're going to have a sanction episode by country stacked regression. So we include the target economy in there, and the control group of countries consists of all countries with no sanctions during the same time period. And when we do this, we can relate the GDP change in percent 1 or 2 years after the second sanction kicks in compared to 1 year before the first one is implemented for these two types of episodes, because we only look at financial before trade, trade before financial here. And what we see here is that when you implement financial ahead of trade sanctions, you get a much more negative effect on GDP in the targeted economy. And most importantly, this holds up to controlling for these pre-period differences we just saw earlier. So this holds up to controlling for the number of years before the second sanction kicks in. This holds up for controlling for the overlap in the countries that impose both types of sanctions. And last but not least, this also holds up to focusing on a subsample of countries which we deem to be financially developed as measured by their deposits to GDP ratio. So I will now hand over to Alexandros, who will explain to us that a two-country model with frictional banking can actually rationalize our findings.
Okay, thank you, Farzad. So our model is made up of two building blocks, each of which being fairly standard in the dynamic macro modeling literature. The first one being a two-country open economy, so two countries, each being a standard New Keynesian economy with Euler equation, Phillips curve, and Taylor rule, each producing a bundle of goods and trading these goods with each other. This trade is subject to iceberg trade costs. The second main ingredient is a banking sector in the style of Gertler and Karady. So we have banks in the model, and these banks transform household deposits into equity, and this equity is then used by the firms to buy capital and use this capital for production. However, this banking sector is subject to a leverage constraint. So the amount of deposits that can be transformed is constrained by the net worth present in the banking sector. And Gertler and Karady, among others, show that if this leverage constraint is actually binding, then external shocks, negative external shocks, such as monetary policy shocks or technology shocks, will be amplified by this constraint. And this is also the main mechanism in our model. Yeah? So for us, the trade sanction will actually be this type of external shock. Now, we calibrate the model, or the countries, asymmetrically, with the sender economy being large and having an unconstrained banking sector, so transformation or intermediation will be frictionless. On the other hand, the target economy will be small, and with a banking sector which is unconstrained in the steady state, but will be much closer to being constrained. And this mirrors the situation in the data, where we see that financial sanctions are much more likely to be imposed against small, emerging or developing countries, so countries with a smaller or less developed financial market and which overall smaller GDP. Okay, so in this model we can implement both types of sanctions that we have seen in the literature, in our empirical analysis, so trade sanction and financial sanction, and both in reduced form. So first being the trade sanction is a temporary increase in iceberg trade costs between sender and target. This means both imports and exports become more expensive for the target economy. Now, this is not explicitly modeling embargoes and so on, but if you think about, for example, the case of an embargo of Germany against Russia, so for certain types of machinery, then Russian importers will still be able to import this machinery just via other countries, for example, Kyrgyzstan or China, or will be able to substitute to different types of machinery, for example, from China. And overall, both of these types of handling with the sanction will lead to higher prices in Russia for these certain types of products, even though, and this is exactly what we capture with this increasing iceberg trade costs in our model. So we don't even actually have to explicitly model embargoes. We don't need to have a third country in our model. The same idea holds for the financial sanctions, which we impose as a one-time negative shock to net worth in the banking sector. We really try to capture the essence of the sanctions, and this is here the disruption of financial intermediation in the target economy. So banks have a worse time operating normally. They cannot transform deposits as efficiently into investments in their economy as before if a financial sanction hits them. And this is what banks do in our model as well. So we basically increase the constraint, or constrain the financial intermediation in the target economy. Now, with both sanctions in our model and the model set up, let's have a look at some responses of macro variables to these shocks if they're imposed in isolation. And so on the left-hand side, trade sanctions, and on the right-hand side, financial sanctions. And we already see that trade sanctions have a much more pronounced negative effect, especially on production and consumption. And this makes sense intuitively if you think about trade sanctions being targeted much more directly at real variables. So we can split up the trade effect of the trade sanction in two types. So first, a demand shock. So the sender economy demands less products from the target economy because they are more expensive due to higher export trade costs. So this will push down production. And on the other hand, there's a supply shock because the products from the sender economy are not now much more expensive in the target economy. So households will consume less, and this leads to this drop in consumption. On the other hand, for financial sanctions, we do not have this direct effect on prices. Yeah? So we already see here real exchange rate doesn't move on impact because the financial sanction primarily hits the banking sector, reduces net worth in the banking sector, and this makes the banking sector constrained, thus is not able to provide as much capital as before, and this can be seen in the slight bump in capital, and then accordingly in this bump in production. But as I said, so prices do not really move, at least not on impact, and this therefore incentives are not disturbed by this sanction. Thus, the economy returns to the steady state quite quickly. However, and this is the most important thing, the financial sanction constrains the banking sector. So keep in mind this, because this matters for the interaction of both types of sanction. So again, we have in red the trade sanction and blue the financial sanction, but now we impose the respective other sanction before as well, and this gives us the yellow and the green plots. So on the left-hand side, we have now the trade sanction if a financial sanction was imposed in t equals to -4. So if a financial sanction moved the target economy's banking sector into the constrained regime, now the trade sanction will have, or the effect of the trade sanction will be amplified because capital is more expensive. Yeah? The banking sector cannot provide as much and capital becomes expensive. So the drop in capital will be much larger than before, and accordingly also the drop in production is much larger. The response of consumption is protracted, but still we see that after a few periods it's amplified versus the case of the singular trade sanction. Now the same does not happen if we switch the order of both types of sanctions. If we have first the trade sanction t equals to -4, then by the time the financial sanction hits, its effect is mostly faded out already, so there's not much left to amplify. And this is what we see. So there is a small amplification because there's a little bit of trade sanction left, let's say. But overall, the effect of the combined sanction is smaller even than that of a singular trade sanction. Importantly, for this to work, we need the financial sanction to be strong enough. So if we drop net worth only by a little, as can be seen here on the left-hand side, then this will not make the banking sector constrained. And thus there will be no amplification, as can be seen on the right-hand side, where the light blue and the red line or plot overlap. Okay, to conclude, the effectiveness of sanction episodes rests on two pillars. First being both types of sanction have to be present, financial and trade sanctions, and this is something that has been considered in the literature, especially also by Itzkoki and Rybakova, a paper that we will see right after us, so happy to have that. The second one being the sequencing, so the ordering of the two types of sanctions, and this is something that we zoomed in on this talk. In particular, we saw that episodes with financial before trade sanctions were much more effective in harming the target economy than if they are reversed. And the rationale for this is that the financial sanction disrupts financial intermediation in the target economy, thus increasing its sensitivity to external shocks. And the trade sanction is exactly such an external shock, so its business cycle effects will be amplified by this constrained financial sector, leading to a much more pronounced negative effect in production. Okay, thank you very much for your attention, and happy to have Dima discuss us.
Great. Okay, so thanks so much to organizers for the opportunity to discuss this paper. So I only have 10 minutes, and it's a very rich paper, both in terms of model and also in terms of empirical evidence. So I will just focus mostly on theory and then come back to empirical evidence at the very end. Okay, so let's see, is it working? So my plan is just to show you, to start with the model which I know relatively well, the model which we had in our paper with Oleg, and to use it, to kind of extend it, and to show how I think the core mechanism works, right? Because again, it's a rich DSG model, right, with a lot of frictions, a lot of ingredients, a lot of shocks. But I think in the end, the mechanism can be summarized with just 3 equations, and for simplicity, I will focus on a static version of the model. Okay, so think of a small open economy, something like Russia, which produces non-tradable goods which are consumed locally. Then it exports commodities, inelastically supplies oil, gas, and other commodities, and imports foreign goods. Okay, and so the first equation, again, given that this is a static framework, right, so let's focus on trade being balanced. So on the left-hand side is the value of imports, right? P star is the price of imported good in dollars multiplied by the quantity, and then on the right-hand side is just the export revenues in dollars in foreign currency. Okay, and you can solve clearly this equation to get the quantity imported, right? And you can already see that what matters really in terms of welfare, in terms of imported goods, is the kind of the terms of trade, right? The exports divided by the price of foreign goods. So the second equation is just the household demand for home versus foreign goods, right? And given CES structure, the same, I try to use the same parameters as in the model, right, in the paper. And so here there is home bias, 1 minus nu. There is nu, which is the share of foreign goods, and elasticity of demand, eta. And so the relative demand obviously depends on the relative price of the 2 goods, okay? So let me just substitute in market clearing, normalize domestic prices to 1. You can think of that as sticky prices, but it's even easier to think of that as monetary policy stabilizing PPI. Okay, so once you do that, you get the exchange rate, and putting it back, you know, multiplying the number of dollars that the economy gets, you get exports in local currency, okay? And this will be one of the 2 key equations in this model. So here you can see that there is this exogenous shifter, right? Y star over P star. This is exogenous. This, you know, Y star summarizes export sanctions. P star summarizes import sanctions, right? And then there's Y, which is output in the domestic economy, okay? And here in this model, in contrast to our setup, it will be endogenous, right? The key feature of this model is that we want this Y to be endogenous, and it is subject to financial constraint. And I'm going to use the simplest possible version of financial constraint. Okay, so there is some potential level of output, Y star, okay, and then, you know, you can think of some financial constraint, you get some profits, which presumably a constant fraction of GDP, okay? And so if these profits go really low, then firms cannot, you know, make investment, they can't buy maybe intermediate goods, and as a result, output goes down, okay? And GDP is just domestic output plus exports in domestic currency. Okay, so you can simplify this expression, and eventually what you get is that output is minimum of the potential level, right, potential output, and some coefficient multiplied by export revenue. So you can see that export revenues, they will affect output, and output in turn will affect the export revenues through the exchange rate general equilibrium channel. Okay, so here's the picture which summarizes these last 2 equations. So the blue line is the last financial constraint, right? So when the revenues are high, export revenues are high, then output is just equal to potential level. But if exports go down, right, then this financial constraint starts binding, and as a result, output decreases. And the second constraint is this general equilibrium trade balance channel, right, which determines export revenues as a function of output, okay? So that's enough to, I think, get the main results of this paper qualitatively, right? So the first one is that impose that the country is only subject to trade sanctions, right? So then this terms of trade ratio, Y star over P star, it goes down, right? So interestingly, in both cases, you have decrease in exports, right? So if you have less export revenues coming from selling commodities, that's obvious. But interestingly, and that's kind of learner symmetry, right, that even import sanctions will decrease GDP. Why is that? Well, because import sanctions, they lead to appreciation of domestic currency, and so in local currency, export revenues go down. Okay? So in that sense, these two shocks, they are completely isomorphic. Now, what about financial sanctions? Well, financial sanctions, think of that as this kappa tilde going down, right? So you just become more constrained. So in this case, again, you also have a decrease in output, but the effect comes from mostly from the, from the GDP decrease because of domestic output. Now, here is how these two frictions interact in the model. Okay, so suppose the country is already subject to financial constraint, right? Suppose it's already binding, it's already subject to some financial sanctions. Right? So that's why domestic output is below potential level. Now you have also trade sanctions, right? So that decreases export revenues. But once export revenues go down, that makes financial constraint bind even more. As a result, domestic output decreases. And that's not the end of the story, right? That would be kind of the sum of the two sanctions. But what is interesting that once domestic output goes down, it means that exchange rate needs to appreciate, right? There's less domestic goods, so the price needs to increase. Exchange rate appreciates, which decreases revenues, export revenues even further, tightens, in a sense, constraint even further, right? And you get this amplification. Sorry. You get this amplification, right? That one friction amplifies the other. So this picture, by the way, it reminds me how models by Mendoza and Bianchi works, right? But I will talk about that in a second. They have a very different mechanism, but they also have this kind of amplification, endogenous amplification. So I think this is very nice, and just to convince you that this simple model is not completely crazy, it's not completely different from what is in the paper. If you look at the impulse response functions, they are very much in line, right? So you have that output decreases and exchange rate appreciates in response to these shocks. So one comment that I want to make here just quickly, right? So this is, as I said, very rich model in the paper, but even this model that I showed you, in principle, it has implications for several variables, right? And I think it kind of makes sense also in the empirical analysis to look at other variables. You focus a lot on GDP, right? But I mean, there are predictions for exports, there are predictions for imports, there are predictions for the exchange rate, right? And it would be nice to provide some empirical evidence on that as well. Okay, so now, I think this is conditional on this being the right mechanism. Let me just discuss what are the important assumptions and ingredients here. So I think the two assumptions which are not really crucial are sticky prices and time lag. So sticky prices, I mean, I don't know, maybe they amplify things, maybe quantitatively they are important, but as you see in my model, there were no sticky prices. So I don't think this is really crucial. Now, in terms of time lags, clearly the static model cannot capture this, but one thing that I didn't fully understand, right? So the paper says that if you impose financial frictions in advance, and in advance means 1, 2, or sometimes even 4 years, that will amplify the effect of export sanctions and import sanctions. But in a sense, right, if you impose financial sanctions very much in advance, then the net worth of banking sector will already recover by the time that the trade sanctions arrive, and then I'm not sure that there will be any effects, any interaction. So at least it doesn't look like it's completely monotonic, right? So my intuition would be that if the sanctions imposed simultaneously, then they have the largest effect. Okay, so then what assumptions are important here? Well, the first one is what is the currency in which the debt is denominated, in which the contracts are written, right, in terms of liabilities and assets of the banks and firms. And again, so as I said before, right, I think most people in the profession, they're used to thinking in terms of Bianchi model, Bianchi-Mendoza model, and they are usually, the bad thing is when exchange rate depreciates. This is where constraint becomes more binding, right? And here is the opposite. So it's interesting, and I mean, clearly different economies, right? They might have very different arrangements. Some countries have contracts in local currency and some countries have in foreign currency. So again, that's something that may be worth studying empirically. Another thing is that in this model, at least, in my very oversimplified model, the learner symmetry holds, so it doesn't really matter whether you impose import sanctions or export sanctions in terms of this propagation mechanism. But for example, right, there are different sorts of financial frictions. Maybe countries lose access to international financial markets, and then the mechanism can be different, right? So if you have temporary export sanctions, they become much more binding under such constraints. And then one last thing is that what is the policy response, right? And again, this is a conventional DSG model with Taylor rule and no other fiscal instruments, but in principle, right, governments can use redistributive fiscal policies to help banking sector or help large firms. And there is a paper by Jamila Nigmatulina, right, so which shows that actually, at least in Russia, that's exactly what happened in the previous round of sanctions. And so then that can kind of dampen the effects of sanctions. Okay, so very last thing that I want to talk about, so just a case study, right? Given that a lot of these papers are motivated by the recent experience of Russia. So Russia, in a sense, fits the narrative very well, right? It was the country where I think financial sanctions were imposed first, like almost immediately when the war started. Then trade sanctions were imposed gradually, right? Import sanctions relatively early, export sanctions maybe with the lag of several months, right? And there is some decrease in GDP, so the red line, right? There is a fall in GDP, but I don't think that there was any sign of financial crisis or banking crisis in the country, right? So kind of, if you just see this series, it looks like they should, you know, they would support your aggression, but I think, at least, right, my impression is that there was nothing related to the banking sector, and if you, I don't have it here, but if you look at the series for investment, if anything, they actually went up. Right, you can say that maybe that's for different reasons. This is because of government investment and military investment, but I think there was no financial crisis, and again, I wonder first, why is that? And second, whether the empirical analysis, right, that you did, whether it would be able to capture that. Maybe again, maybe Russia is very special, maybe there were large policy interventions, redistribution, and that's why there was no effect. But it would be nice, I think, to figure that out. Okay, and then I have a lot of small comments. I mean, I think the paper is, you know, at a very early stage, but I think I shouldn't spend time on this, and we can talk later about that. Okay, thank you.
Can we have the previous slide now? Dima, thank you very much for your extremely thoughtful discussion. Just first reactions, we strive for simplicity in the model, right? The whole point was to think of a model as simple as possible that could still nest empirical evidence, if you will, right? So I was actually quite pleased to see that you arrive at similar conclusions with a very different financial constraint than the one we had, right? And actually that should feed back to the empirical analysis, because we just used the indication of whether financial sanctions in place in Gabriel's database, right? But actually there are data on the banking sector across countries over time. One thing we could look at is look at the subset of financial sanctions associated with a country's banking sector's equity declines, right? To really see whether the episodes that we mean to capture with our empirical model are the ones driving our results, right? In this manner, we could also try to tease out whether there is scope for changing the definition of the financial constraint in the model, right? We played around with capital quality shocks, with preference shocks. The net worth shocks was the one that best fit our empirical evidence. Then, just to answer why we focus so much on GDP, the problem is that if you work with such a long time series of sanctions going back until 1949, you need to look for the largest common denominator of empirical variables at the country level. You wind up with GDP. That is the tricky bit. If you were to look at anything else other than consumption or GDP, the sample of countries shrinks a lot. But point well taken that we should not only focus on GDP empirically. And last but not least, on the Russian case study, if we think of the financial sanctions in 2022 imposed on Russia, the SWIFT ban, for example, while there exists economic research suggesting that a SWIFT ban, for example, would affect firms' exporting behavior, right? Ralf de Haas has a recent working paper on that. We know what really happened because whom did we impose the SWIFT ban on in the Russian economy? In terms of the Russian banking sector, 1/3 was affected. Yeah, the grand majority was not even affected by the SWIFT ban because we left out certain banks. We know which ones they are, and that explains why the financial sanctions were, at least in the short run, quite ineffective in Russia, right? But that actually just goes back to the previous point, that we need to do more to empirically characterize financial sanctions, because the way they are defined maps to different kinds of financial constraints that we may have in mind for these types of models. Happy to take any questions from the audience. Or collect them.
Hi, great paper. So I was wondering, how much do financial sanctions forecast future trade sanctions? Because part of the effect would be the sequencing, part of the effect could be the expectations that people have over sequencing rounds of sanctions in the future. Did you try to control for that, or see if there's more forecasting power in financial sanctions in terms of future trade sanctions than the other way around?
Okay, actually I can directly answer that based on the graphs you've seen before. First of all, in terms of, how often they occur, right, that could already be an indication, right, and it's actually almost 50-50 split. If you have both, it's a 50-50 split in terms of the sequence, yeah, in which order they're implemented. But importantly, your comment is the reason why we moved to the sanction episode by country level analysis, to control, for example, for the time elapsed since the first sanction is implemented, because that may affect agents' expectations regarding the second sanction also being implemented eventually, right? So while we didn't test it explicitly, we tried to control for it in the empirical analysis.
Thanks, very interesting. I'm not an expert on this at all, but I was just wondering, in terms of the empirical identification of periods when you have financial or trade sanctions, is it really so easy to distinguish and especially identify a sequence? At least from what I remember from the Russian case, there were many different instruments that were used for sanctions, and they were implemented one after the other, also testing what works, what doesn't, right? And so are there really so many cases where you have several years between sanctions implemented and then other types of sanctions implemented?
That's a very good question. So in the graphs you saw before, I didn't even mention that. I mean, the time period was normalized, of course, right? So you couldn't quite tell how much time elapses between the two types of sanctions are implemented. So there are a couple, less than 100 cases where you have financial before trade or trade before financial sanctions. And I think for the purpose of having gaps between them, it's very important that we go back in time, because that was much more often the case in the early days, so to speak, as opposed to, the more salient case that we have on the mind right now is other sanctions in the course of the Russia-Ukrainian war. And there, of course, it's a matter of weeks or months, and in Brussels, new bundles are being decided on. That's really not where our identification is coming from. It cannot even, because we would need a year annual frequency.
Yes, thanks again for the very insightful presentation. My question is quite related with the previous question. So you could say that by after the implementation of financial sanctions, it could be useful to implement trade sanctions to reinvigorate the existing financial sanctions. You were talking about the Russian case where the SWIFT was only implemented against a third of, big Russian banks were left out. Then in that case, the following trade sanctions could have had an impact also on the financial sector of Russia? Thank you.
Yes, and this basically goes back to the nonlinearity in the interaction we're trying to point out in the model, right? So Alexander's, the second last slide that he showed was you need a shock to the banking sector's net worth that is large enough to trigger this. Right, and this encapsulates that very idea. Anything that you would like to add?
I think it's good.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here in this very impressive and somewhat intimidating room. So this is a paper we wrote with Elena Rybakova for the Brookings papers. So it's meant to be as sort of like a survey integration of the literature. I've done some theoretical work with Dima, which he discussed just before. We did some descriptive work with Elena about what happened during the sanctions in 2022, but Elena did a long sequence of work on sanctions starting from 2014, right? It's all motivated by the war in Ukraine that started in 2014 and the full-scale invasion in 2022 and the set of sanctions that happened after 2014 with the culmination in 22. And so the idea is that we accumulated quite a lot of both evidence and theoretical work, and we felt it was a good moment to kind of summarize what we know and what we don't know, right? The other thing that's interesting is there are some fairly basic insights that come out of trade literature, out of international macro literature that sort of are making its way into the discussion of sanctions that was oftentimes a political discussions or political economy discussion. It's interesting to look at the integration of this too as well. I think it works with a lag, right? I clicked once. Let's see what happens. Okay. Yeah. No, and so the idea of the paper was that oftentimes when you have a policy discussion, people really want to know a yes or no answer to the question, do sanctions work or not? And oftentimes they come with a preconceived notion that sanctions either work or they not, but it's not a very meaningful question to ask. So sanctions is clearly a tool in a toolkit. And the way we want to think about it is that you sort of formulate your objective and the constraints, and you figure out the sort of optimality condition. And it's hard to imagine that that optimality condition would say not to use sanctions at all, right? Most likely it would tell you which sanctions and in which combinations to use and what are the costs associated with it. And according to that, you act, right? It's not because you are convinced that they work or not, but you're asking about the sort of optimal quantity and optimal mix of sanctions. Our read of the policy debate around sanctions was that policymakers actually kind of appreciated a lot of the trade-offs involved in it, but oftentimes were subjected to political economy constraints. And if the discussion was in that context that this is the right thing to do, but for political reasons it's outside of the set of feasibility, it would have maybe been more productive than trying to say that things are suboptimal. I'll show you some examples of this. The starting point is to appreciate that Russia is a large country in a variety of senses. It's a big country, but if you look economically, in terms of total amount of GDP, it's not that large. It's about 10 times smaller than Eurozone. Eurozone was the largest trade partner, and you ask the question, if the conflict cannot be settled with a military means, why was it so difficult to settle the conflict economically, given the overwhelming economic size advantage of Eurozone and the United States if you take them together, right? And so you would have thought that sanctions might have worked better given this huge size difference between Eurozone and Russia, and sort of perhaps from that point of view, you're thinking that they haven't worked quite as well. This is a economic history of Russia in one slide. So basically, it starts from 1990, and it's a massive recession after the end of the Soviet Union. It's much bigger than the Great Depression in the United States, for example. And after that, there are two periods of Putin that are associated with a 7% growth, right? It's a spectacular growth, and as soon as he violated the spirit of constitution, the growth disappeared, right? Like, if only things were this swift, right? But indeed, once he went into his third term during President Medvedev, the growth sort of disappeared. Russia stopped growing completely, and before COVID, the average growth rates were below 1% over a period of 10 years. What's interesting, and I'm not showing that picture, but what's interesting is that there was a growth miracle happening in Central Europe, right? And so there is a recent paper by Basil Gracie called The EU Miracle about the growth rate in countries like Poland and Romania that surpassed Russia in GDP per capita in this period of time when growth in Russia disappeared. So where, oh yeah, I had that slide. So where was Russia before the beginning of the full-scale invasion in 22? So the sanctions in 2014 sort of worked, and it's an interesting theme of the conversation that they essentially cut out Russia from the international financial markets. So while in 2014 it still had substantive cross-border debt in both directions, it had both savings and debt, by 2022 the external debt was minimized, and Russia was not a dollarized economy. And so these are important sort of state variables for Russia in 22, that there was little external debt and little dollarization of the domestic economy. In contrast, there was a lot of reserves that were accumulated, and this is what's called economic fortress. A big chunk of those reserves were frozen in the beginning of the war, right? And then, you know, most consensus forecasts predicted a large economic decline in 22 of like 8 to 10% of GDP. The decline that did happen was about 1 or 2% of GDP, much smaller than predicted, which was followed by growth rate in 23, right? And so that was sort of surprising that given all the sanctions that were discussed, why the economic indicators sort of didn't reflect it. So it's interesting to talk about sort of inflation because it tells a story. It's interesting to talk about exchange rate because it tells a story, and maybe I'll leave it a little bit for later. One thing to keep in mind is that Russia is 10 times smaller than Europe in terms of GDP, but it's 10 times bigger than Ukraine in terms of GDP, and the military budget is about 10% of GDP. So Russia is spending about the size of Ukrainian GDP on the war, right? And that sort of, in terms of magnitude, is important to keep in mind. Given the current oil prices, this leads to only a mild budget deficit of a couple of % of GDP, maybe 3% of GDP. And so what's important to keep in mind that Russian budgets were done before the war with the assumption of $45 a barrel for oil, right? Now the price of oil is more like 75, 80. And so the Russian budget at this price should have been a huge deficit, and you would have expected a big actually economic growth given the oil prices. But a lot of that went into that 10% of military expenditure, and there is a government deficit. Like if you summarize it in a few words, the situation looks manageable in the short run from the perspective of budget and expenditure, but it's clearly unsustainable in the long run. But you know, the long run is just not coming soon enough from the perspective of the effect of sanctions of what's going on, right? So if you look, this is the picture in terms of growth rates. You can see the last two blips, right? One is a little blip down. That's the year of the beginning of the war and sanctions. And then there was the growth the next year. Maybe a more meaningful comparison is with GDP growth in other oil exporting countries. And then you do see a very stark difference of Russia from other oil exporting countries in 2022. One thing that is really, really stark in the data is the humongous trade surplus. So the second to last bar chart is the trade surplus in 22, and that's the combination of import sanctions that kick in fast and export sanctions that arguably were never truly imposed. And I'll show you some pictures on that. And so you kind of see the second chart is you can identify the beginning of war from imports collapsing, and that did happen in the first months of the war, but exports stayed at elevated levels through 22 and into 23 if you compare it to the pre-war period where oil prices were much lower. The amazing thing in the data, and this is a real thing, this is not kind of, I mean, it clearly is happening, is that there is really a deficit of labor resources. So the unemployment rate is kind of going down towards zero. And so what you clearly see is that there is this huge fiscal stimulus, military production, draft, immigration, and a big demand for labor. So it's not a Keynesian situation where sort of like the labor markets are slack. It's the opposite. It's a stimulus-driven kind of situation where labor market is extremely tight. I'm not sure how I'm doing on time, probably not very well, but let me tell you, there are two parts to the paper. In one, we discuss the theory and the implications of the theory. In the other part, we discuss the empirical experience and kind of talk about the two. So when you think about the sanctions, you have two sort of objectives that you might have. One objective is inflict a financial crisis that happens very fast, that makes the continuation of the war impossible. And it's kind of interesting whether there is a tool mix that the West had that could have afflicted a full-scale financial crisis, right? Here, it's very important to remember the state variables for Russia. It didn't have external debt, and it was not a dollarized economy, and there was no budget deficit and no current account deficit. So the interesting theoretical question, under those circumstances, is it feasible or not at all to think of inflicting a financial crisis, right? Perhaps it's just not part of the option set, right? But this is an open question. Obviously, Europe and US did not use the optimal sanctions mix, arguably, so it remains a counterfactual to know what could have happened. But potentially the answer is that given the state variables, it was not feasible anyways. Then you're thinking about basically tightening the production capacity or production capacity in specific sectors. And here we have a lot of trade results that are very useful for thinking how you can tighten the production capacity, in particular in certain sectors, right? And finally, you have the tightening of the budget constraint, and that's sort of a long-run thing. It's not a short-run financial crisis, but it's a long-run tightening of the budget constraint, making expenditure infeasible. And so you can think of sanction as operating on those three things. I think there is a, the 2014 and 2022 were quite different. So in 2014, it was very explicit that sanctions were designed as a matter of deterrence, in the sense that you don't do big sanctions, but you do sanctions that show the next steps. And sort of the US Treasury takes it as a success that the promise of potential future sanctions possibly was one of the reasons why the war stopped in 2014. It's hard to know whether that was the true reason or not, but clearly it gave 8 years. And so this is an interesting case where financial sanctions kind of happened first, and the big trade and other financial sanctions happened late. And clearly the Russian economy was adapting in this next 8 years to the pre-announced sort of sanctions in 2014. And so they were sort of, you can say, successful in 2014, but perhaps they made sanctions less effective in 2022, right? And so that's an interesting theme. The other interesting theme on which I think there is potentially insufficient work is you need to figure out in what type of equilibrium you are. One possible equilibrium is where the war and conflict is off equilibrium past behavior. And if you think that you're in an equilibrium like that, there is a very simple prescription. You don't really think about costs and benefits of sanctions. You have to sustain that equilibrium with the biggest sanctions possible, right? If you think it's an off-equilibrium path, you have to go with the biggest punishment without really thinking about cost and benefit analysis. The alternative is when you are in an equilibrium where conflicts and war will happen along equilibrium paths, and then it becomes a matter of a cost and benefit analysis. And so the interesting question was to ask is, can those things be left off equilibrium with a promise of credible, very large sanctions if those things happen? And that could be a low-cost equilibrium to live in because conflict stays off equilibrium. Once you cross to a situation where it becomes a matter of things that happen with certain probability in steady state, then this is a costly equilibrium to be in, but the question is, did the West have the resources to keep those things off equilibrium? Or maybe the transition that happened in the last 30 years, and I have a slide to show you. Let me show you. I think this slide is quite illuminating on that. So if you leave the 1990s, the Western countries control about 85% of GDP produced in the world. Over a recent period, the GDP produced by Western countries that are democracies is much closer to half of the world GDP, maybe 60%. And so the interesting counterfactual to ask, things that you can sustain as equilibrium 30 years ago, maybe they're no longer in equilibrium. And this is really a quantitative question. One other thing that I wanted to discuss here is, so I think what's very well acknowledged in the trade literature, that if the mechanism for sanctions goes through trade, we have beautiful results from trade theory which suggests what would be the cost of sanctions. And you can do it at the aggregate level or at the sectoral level. And so there are two ingredients into the formula that you typically need. One is how much do you rely on imports in your expenditure? And you actually don't care about exports at all. So the consequences for the country under sanctions is how much the imports would fall, right? And the second thing is how easy to substitute those imports away from those imports, either through domestic production or through third countries, right? And so these are the only two ingredients that you need to know. So where does this come from? Why you don't care about exports? Well, the reason is the learner symmetry that Dima mentioned in his discussion, that in the end of the day, what comes as an input into your production is the imports that you get. And you don't really care how much you export to get those imports. So if you are in an equilibrium where trade balance holds, the only thing that needs to be tightened is the import side of the economy. And so a lot of the sanctions that were designed in 2022 kind of had that as a premise, that if you are very effective at cutting imports, that maybe you don't need to do as much on exports. Coincidentally, it turned out that this was politically feasible. It was much more politically feasible, in particular for Europe, to act on Russian imports than on Russian exports. And so this was sort of a justification in a way. Well, the second thing is the elasticity of substitution. And so the premise that most economists had before sanctions were imposed, that elasticity of substitution is low in the short run, that it would be hard to substitute. I think 2022 is a big lesson that substitution is much more powerful and happens much quicker, and this is true both for Europe and for Russia. And we have a lot of the new evidence that we have from 22 is about the speed of substitution. Essentially, 8 months after the imposition of sanctions were enough for both Europe and Russia to fully substitute away. And I'll try to show you a couple of charts to that regard. These are the equations that sort of illustrate learner symmetry, but presumably it's pretty clear, right? The first one is the budget constraint. And it doesn't really matter how you tighten the budget constraint, by reducing export revenues or by making imports harder to buy. In the end of the day, you tighten the budget constraint, and this is all that matters, right? I think there was a very interesting literature about optimal. 5 minutes about optimal sanctions. Let me not cover that, but like we learned a lot how to think about actually optimal sanctions, and the logic of Pigouvian taxation or terms of trade externality is very useful. So when you do sanctions, you just do more of both, either more of a terms of trade kind of thing or more of a Pigouvian tax, and that's sort of how sanctions work theoretically, and there is beautiful theoretical work on that. I will spend a little bit of time on this. I think this is very important to emphasize. So when we as economists talk about financial sanctions, we sort of think about borrowing and financing and intertemporal transactions. And this is fairly easy to put in our models. You can think about, for example, safe assets. And you can think about the role of the dollar. And you need dollars both to buy imports and as a vehicle of savings, as a safe asset. And if dollars are scarce, when you're under sanctions, that comes into conflict. You have actually a trade-off between buying import consumption and not buying it as costly for production and welfare. And you have a trade-off, if you're not doing that, you can save. And so these mechanisms are fairly easy to understand how the financial sanctions work. When you talk with the policymakers, they really emphasize something else. When they talk about financial sanctions, they emphasize the payment systems. And so this is not an intertemporal thing, and it's not a thing across states of the world. It's really having a rupee, a spot rupee today is not equivalent to have a spot dollar today, and not equivalent to have a good in some location, and it's just not present in our models. If the thing is within the period, we think that the transactions are fairly simple to do, and in normal times they're easy to do and cheap. But it turns out that at least sort of like we have anecdotal evidence that suggests that the biggest impact is from inability to do the payment transactions, and it potentially has a bigger impact than the intertemporal financial sanctions or financial sanctions related with like savings and safe assets and so on. And so this is a very interesting theme to discuss, and this is where we lack models to think through this. I wanted to show you a couple of things empirically. So this is that picture that I mentioned, right? This is exports and imports. And so you see how sanctions were very effective at curbing imports early on, but the speed of mean reversion is remarkable. This is all within the year 2022. So imports collapsed by like something 30 or 40%, but then they recovered largely by the end of that year, while nothing happened with export revenues. Export revenues stayed elevated, and the gaps between export and imports, these are the bars. If you cumulate that, that's bigger than the whole financial sanctions imposed. And so if you live in the world of learner asymmetry, then you're saying, well, we should only look at imports because that's a sufficient statistic. But if you live in a world where learner symmetry fails and where financing is important, when you're talking about, sort of the impact of financial sanctions being important, then the cash flows are important. And so this particular mix of sanctions created huge inflow of foreign currency cash. And relax, if you believe that those constraints are binding or often binding, then this relaxed all of those constraints, right? And so this is the poor design, arguably, of sanctions in the first year. This is about the speed of substitution. So this is the battlefield goods, and the dark blue is the West, and the light blue is China. And you kind of sort of see immediately that there was a full substitution in battlefield goods to other countries. And so in that sense, the power of substitution was huge. And remember, in that formula, you look at imports and the ability to substitute them, and sort of ability to substitute was very large. This is a semiconductors. This is from some work by Alina. This is a very remarkable picture. I'm not sure if you can read it, but the first two are China and Hong Kong. The rest are the Western countries. And you can sort of see that cumulatively the West was selling a lot of semiconductors to Russia before the war. But as soon as the war started, this was the substitution to China and Hong Kong. And sort of given that that substitution happens, the trade sanctions have very limited effect. This is the picture that Robin Brooks really likes. This is the Kyrgyzstan. He popularized it a lot, I can see. This is the trade of Germany with Kyrgyzstan. So it's not just that China substituted, but a lot of the goods that were coming from Europe started going through. And Kyrgyzstan is particularly stark just because it's such a tiny country and traded so little before, but it was not the most important country for substitution. Kazakhstan, Armenia were other countries that played a big role, but like also countries in other parts of the world. This is, in a way, the most remarkable thing. If you think about missed opportunities, and I'll finish with that. So economically, there are three missed opportunities. Let me tell you two. The first one was the sanction mix, the focusing on financial and import sanctions. When learner symmetry doesn't hold, those two offset each other. If you want the things that amplify each other, it's the financial sanctions and export revenue sanctions because they cut the cash flow. And so that hasn't been done, and that was arguably the missed opportunity in the first months of the war. But then if you think more long-term, what's the missed opportunity? And this picture kind of shows it. What sanctions were very successful at is at keeping the quantity of Russian oil going to foreign markets very stable. So basically, the quantity of barrels per day that was exported from Russia remained fully stable over the whole period, right? What happened is a dramatic substitution. So Europe stopped buying Russian oil, and the premise was that it would be very difficult to find new customers. But it turned out, well, China was always buying some oil, but now it accounts for more than half. But there is an entirely new customer, India. So India is the second biggest buyer. And so the fact that this all happened within effectively 3 to 4 months of substitution, this is quite remarkable. During that substitution, the other thing that happened, there was a big discount on Russian oil. So India and Turkey were receiving a fairly large discount on Russian oil, about $25 a barrel, when oil prices were 125, right? So it's still a remarkably high oil price, even after the discount. And so the gap between the blue, this is the price that Russia get, and the gray, this is the world oil prices, that gap was the discount. And this happened all before the cap. The amazing thing is the cap was introduced when that gap almost disappeared, right? And so where did that gap come from? Well, from the substitution, right? So during the period of substitution, when you needed to find new customers, there was a big discount, not due to cap at all. The cap was introduced towards the end of that year where the substitution happened, and the cap was, in one of the papers, we evaluate how much of the revenues the cap shaved off. In the first year of the cap, it maybe shaved off about 10% of revenues, but later on, it stopped being effective. And so the second missed opportunity is that perhaps too little was done to bring the actually world oil price down. It stayed at this very highly elevated levels. And when the oil price is that high, the cap is not particularly effective. Yeah, so let me stop here. I kind of went through my conclusions as well, and I'm happy to take questions later.
So, my turn now. Thank you very much for having me, Oleg. Thank you for a very nice paper. I enjoyed reading it. The organizers instructed me to rather compliment Oleg's work and not really discuss it. So I'll be very doing some advertising on the Global Sanctions Database version 4, which is just being released with 1,547 sanction cases in there. But you'll see there's a lot of connections to what Oleg had to say. His paper actually is wonderful because it is written for maybe not for us in the room so much, but for the general audience. And it's very important that this general audience understands what sanctions can do and where they cannot help. So I've given it to my undergraduate students, and I think this is great material. Now, just to say that what we are doing here in this conference is important. Now, if you look at the Global Sanctions Database, you see how the number of active sanction cases has exploded. In the last couple of years, it has actually doubled. Now we have something like 600 or so active cases. Now, a case is here an independent legal procedure, either a presidential decree or a piece of legislation. You also see the red bars. Now, this is the United States. The United States makes about half of the sanctioning activities. So the United States is an important player there. Then you have in blue the EU. The EU looks short. The bars look short, but of course the EU sanctions bind 27 countries. And then the even smaller light blue bars, these are UN sanctions. UN sanctions are not very not very numerous actually, but of course they bind, in theory at least, they bind 196 or so, almost 200 countries. You can also look at the same data and ask who are the sanctioned countries, and when you make this interactive and have people click on a website, it's very nice. The New York Times used, the Financial Times used our database and made such a clickable chart. You can see then how South Africa pops up in the mid-60s, and in the mid-90s it disappears. You can see how we have had sanctions for the entire time span from 1950 to 2023 with countries like Cuba. You see Iran sanctions kicking in after the Shah was kicked out. And you see here the flashy green stuff in the right corner. That is sanctions against Russia. But of course, the number of sanctions going up doesn't mean so much if the number of potential country pairs has increased. We have something like 200 countries in the world. In the 1950s, we had only 60 sovereign countries in the world. So with 200 countries in the world, we have something like 20,000 pairs of countries in the data. Now, 600 active cases in 2,000 and 20,000 pairs is maybe not such a large number. So what we do is we relate here the number of cases and at the bilateral level and the number of pairs that we have. And what this chart shows is that about 12% of country pairs nowadays are treated in one way or the other by sanctions. Now, the green stuff here is non-trade sanctions. And in the sessions, we've talked a lot about financial sanctions. They would be in there. And for those who are interested, we are now working at making the financial sanctions stuff a little bit more specific and distinguishing what Oleg said is important, namely sanctions that relate to assets, financial asset freezes, for example, and sanctions that relate to payment systems. And these two are, of course, different items. So we have the data, and we need to see how we put it online. What you see is the pink stuff. These are the trade sanctions that we have in place right now. They cover something like 2.5% of country pairs. So it's a 2.5 probability, if you like, that a given country pair is treated by trade sanctions. But these are partial trade sanctions. We know what our database shows very clearly that complete trade sanctions are gone. Now, these are the red ones that in the past were used sometimes. So the set of sanctions against Iraq after Saddam Hussein invaded Kuwait, these were complete sanctions. And there was a big backlash against this type of sanctions because presumably they had a huge human toll, children, diseases, and deaths in the thousands or 10,000. The debate still today, how deadly the sanctions were. But what we have today is essentially partial trade sanctions, and this pink shading is partial trade sanctions plus additional sanction types. So this probably should please the authors of the first paper, that it is indeed the thing that we should understand much better how these sanctions interact with each other. When I say additional sanction types, I mean financial sanctions. I also mean restrictions on the movement of people, so travel restrictions. And then there are military sanctions also that we can distinguish in 8 related sanctions that we have in the database. But when you look at that picture, it gives you a bit of a different story than if you just look at the cases and how they evolved over time. No? Because in the 90s, sanctions became more important, actually. No? So we think of the 90s as end of history and, Pax Americana and everything's gone nice. Well, if you look at military conflicts, that might be true. But sanctions as, a potential substitute for that. No? If you the Trade by Other Means book by Blackwell and Harris, this seems to be the case already early in the 90s that sanctions have become more popular. At least there's a larger probability for a given country pair to be treated by sanctions. We are also in the database, we can distinguish why sanctions are imposed. In particular here, to make things mutually exclusive and collectively exhaustive, we have three categories of things. Ones are sanctions that are security-related sanctions, non-security-related sanctions, and sanctions that are that have both. The sanctions against Russia, presumably are security-related sanctions, but in many cases we have a mix. That those countries that invade other countries also have human rights issues, or mental issues, or social issues. And what you can see on the right chart is that in the last 10 years or 20 years or so, non-security related sanctions have become important. Also, that's moving out of the realm of security policy into environmental policy, into human rights questions. So that too is interesting, how these different motivations overlap and how we judge whether sanctions are successful or not against this backdrop. But most sanctions, like 2/3 of the cases or of the bilateral relationships covered by sanctions today, have security concerns in them. Either it's the only motivation or at least as one of the two motivations. When we judge in the GSDP whether a sanction episode is successful or not, we look at whether when the sanction is lifted, officials say we have achieved our objective. Well, that is, of course, cheap talk. Well, they can say anything, but this is how we classify it. And then, by that criterion, about 40% of sanctions over that period from 1950 to 2023 can be classified as successful. And actually, the trend is positive. So as we move over time, a larger share of sanctions is classified as successful. This year tries to connect the sanctions data with trade data, goods trade data, and what the picture shows is that about 16% of global trade is today at least partially affected by some trade sanction. So this is a lot. This is more than $1/8 in international trade. But again, you see the pink shade is partial trade sanctions plus additional sanction types. So both instruments being in place at the same time. Now, what we did then is we're also interested in Russia. No? So everyone's interested in Russia when we talk about sanctions for very good reasons. The most prominent and most important case that we're having. And I'd like to highlight a couple of things. So first of all, of course, in 2014, a couple of sanction regimes were put in place. Now, the EU had one, the United States had one, other countries were imposing sanctions against Russia, but it's not enormous. No? It's like only 9 or 8 sort of legal procedures that were created. And then things remain rather stable over time. So the blue bars are just the existing sanctions, and new sanctions came into place in 2022, additional sanctions. When I look at Europe or the United States as well, what you see is that the different colors here indicate different number of sanction regimes. Now, today, as by the end of 2023, the United States had more than 10 different pieces of legislation targeting Russia with the intent to sanction the country. Blue is just, I think, 2, 3, 4 sanctions. No? And then we have countries in Korea, Kazakhstan, I think, that only have one sanction regime against Russia. So there's a lot of heterogeneity, even within the European Union. Those are the orange countries have more regimes than the yellow ones. And then what we do is we do gravity. No? And then we do gravity. And the surprising thing that standard gravity, the cookbook that people apply nowadays, And what is very interesting, let me give you this straight ahead because time's scarce. First of all, we see a lot of heterogeneity. You know, the trade effect of sanctions imposed by the United States against Russia were much more trade restrictive than those by Europe. Maybe not surprising because we didn't do much on the huge energy imports. But that is not the main point of that analysis. The main point is that if you do placebos, right? If you assume that Turkey, China, India also had sanctions, now while we know they had none, what we would expect in this kind of setup are zeros, right? Because the standard trade diversion effects that our theory models predict are captured by the multilateral resistance terms in the equation. So they are not there. So what we see is that it looks as if Turkey, China, and India had signed free trade agreements with Russia while the other countries imposed sanctions on them. So it's not just trade diversion. It seems that there is active reduction of trade costs. And if you look and you know, look into the news, the bilateral news between Russia, India, and those other countries, what you learn about is swap lines have been put into place, a lot of technical trade facilitation has been taking place, a lot of bilateral trade missions have taken place, a lot of trade insurance has been put in place that was not there before, etc., etc. So you have the ingredients of, let's say, the inverse of sanctions. Now it actually looks like as if trade agreements. And these effects are huge, in particular with India. This is very big. Let me say one last thing, because that is, I think, interesting for theorists as well. So what we can do with the GSDB is we can look at how, use complete trade sanctions, but how sanctions affect trade flows. And what we show is, and that is very stable, and we find it in many country analysis as well, that there is typically a pre-phase before sanctions are imposed where we already get trade below the norm. Red is the gravity norm. So we have already before sanctions are imposed something is cooking. And then sanctions go down, and they go down in two steps. So complete sanctions at the very beginning of sanction episodes are not complete sanctions, because there remains trade. Something like 25% or so of the gravity expectation is still there. And only the long-lasting sanctions that take, here in this picture, 10 years or more, then we see that trade is actually wiped out. So complete sanctions very often aren't complete sanctions. There's a question of enforcement. And then when the sanctions are lifted, trade comes back quite quickly, but it takes 8 years, or actually only the 9th year after the lifting of sanctions, the trade flows go back to the gravity norm. So this is important because if we are interested in understanding the costs of sanction regimes, that matters. Now, trade doesn't revert immediately back to the norm. Now we have my co-author and I have written a piece for the annual reviews of economics that should be hopefully accepted soon. And what we also have been doing is we were struggling with the question why actually we see sanctions at all. And this is a non-trivial question, because if rational players interact, why is it that, as Oleg said, the off-equilibrium stuff actually becomes equilibrium play? No? And what are the reasons that we see sanctions while we know they are inefficient, they create damage, they damage both economies? Why is the negotiation failure? And I think this is a very interesting question. There's a little bit of work being done, work also that comes from the war and trade literature that can be used here. And I think so. We've worked on this with Kostas Siropoulos in Philly, and just want to highlight that that is an aspect. Oleg didn't talk about it much, but what is it that triggers? What makes the negotiation fail or the bargain fail? Why is it that the threat of sanctions doesn't work? I think this is interesting and important to work out in more detail. And here I'm stopping. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Gabriel. You said you liked the paper, but you also said you couldn't give negative comments. So there is some signal extraction that I need to do. But thanks a lot. These are great comments. And indeed, the goal of the paper was to sort of try to give a way for non-experts in the field to see how trade economists, finance, international finance economists look at the sanctions, but the target is a much broader audience of policymakers, and I'm actually very glad if it also outlines a set of questions to work on. There is one thing I wanted to mention, which I forget to say, and it's a big part of the paper, is we talk about enforcement. And so what we typically ignore in economic models is enforcement. In practice, it turned out to be one of the key things. One of the lessons from 2022-23 is that actually enforcing trade sanctions is much harder than enforcing financial and payment system sanctions. And it's interesting to understand whether this is the reason why payment systems are so crucial, that it's much easier to do enforcement because the banks need to do the due diligence instead of the government agencies. But we clearly see a difference in enforcement, and not factoring into the models kind of misses a first order object. The second piece I wanted to mention is, when you think about trade sanctions, right, they always operate on trade relative to no trade, right? And there is a limit on how much they can do, right? Like the max you can impose is going to autarky or doing the barter exchange or something like that. Of course, when, like for example, like in the previous paper in the panel, there could be also an effect on domestic financial system and on the domestic production. And so the big question is which sanctions are targeting sort of like the international trade, and that's, I think, a much better understood piece. And the less understood piece is what's your actually ability to affect the domestic financial system. And so presumably the answer is that in some countries, sanctions can be extremely effective if the financial systems rely a lot on Western infrastructure. But the less countries rely on Western infrastructure, and that's probably the trend that will continue over the next years, the less effective those financial sanctions would be. And what's very important is financial sanctions are cheap for the West. It's cheap to impose them. They don't come with the collateral damage for the domestic economy of the Western countries. Trade sanctions are actually more expensive to both impose and enforce. And so it's quite likely that the West is actually losing an instrument of influence by the alternative financial system being developed. I'm happy to take questions, yeah. We don't have time.
We can take an extra 10 minutes for questions.
No. I'm happy to take your time, but I'm not sure it's fair.
Thanks, Alex. Thanks, Gabriel. Question to both of you, in a way, is what next with Russia? Where do we go from here? I know it's a little bit distracting from the paper. You will forgive me, I hope.
No, but 10 minutes is not enough then. No, but so we mentioned in the paper that the view is very, very short term. You know, the war continues and the casualties are unimaginable on a daily level. And the time scale is days, kind of, if you think about it that way. But the sanctions don't work probably at that horizon. So there is a long run thing, but I'm not sure it's that particularly relevant, right? And if you think about the short-term thing, well, economics, you would think what can be a force that would stop the war, right? There is the military force and the economic force, and what we're observing now is that the economic leverage is clearly not enough, right? It shaves off fractions of revenues, which is useful, right? Every $1 billion that doesn't go to the military budget is, $1 billion spent less on the war, but it just quantitatively is not there to do a significant change, right? We talked about missed opportunities, but if you take a big picture, the first missed opportunity is gone. That was the first months of the war. The second missed opportunity is bringing oil prices down, and that kind of happening, but too slow. And the third missed opportunity is the military budgets in the West, which are tiny, right, obviously. So Russia is going to 10% of the military budget. The West, U.S. is on a decreasing path, and it's a historical minimum right now of the last, since the Second World War, at least. And clearly it's a weird situation in the midst of the biggest war in Europe. The military budgets at historical minimums. European budgets, military budgets do go up, but they start from a very low base, right? And so this is arguably, if you're thinking about the big economic things that could be done, those are the big things. Refining the price cap, okay, you're shaving off, percentage points of revenues. And so that's not going to be carrying the conversation clearly.
Thanks, Oleg. One practical question on policy implications. So one thing that we said, if I understood well, is that with the benefit of insight, we should have brought down the price of oil much more and much sooner. But then my question is, how would we have done it in practice? So as long as it's the G7 and the EU who implements the sanctions, and China, India, and other countries demanding more Russian oil will not have cut their demand, and OPEC, or many countries in OPEC, would not have been ready to go along and increase production. So how would we have done that differently from what we did?
So I'm stepping outside of the area of my expertise, but I'm very curious about this topic. All right. So you would think that right now we live in a world where OPEC is the first mover, and American oil companies are responding to that, right, taking prices as given and so on. U.S. is the biggest oil producer at the same time. U.S. together with Canada, potentially with Mexico, could form an alternative cartel to the OPEC. And it's kind of weird to live in a world where OPEC is first mover and American companies are playing decentralized kind of best response strategies to OPEC, where in principle you could imagine U.S. With a coordinated policy being the first mover and let Saudi Arabia and the rest of OPEC countries respond to that. That's probably a different equilibrium. We've seen that U.S. production has increased dramatically. We also see a gap between U.S. and European prices of oil, which suggests that, the exporting is quite frictional, and so it's the exporting capacity that was not built up in U.S. And so LNG market and the oil market are starkly different. So in LNG market, everything that you wish would have happened in the oil market did happen. And so it didn't happen in the oil market. So I think this is an interesting question to know, could more be done here, or this is the best possible? And it doesn't look like the current outcome is the best possible outcome. Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
Hi, Oleg. Just a quick question. I mean, you haven't really talked about secondary sanctions.
Oh, yeah. No, it goes along with enforcement, absolutely. So whenever you talk about enforcement, you have two ways of doing it. And part of the answer that I didn't give to Arnaud, I mean, you either bring other countries into the coalition. So what you learned from the data is having just the Western countries in the coalition is just not enough, given how much more decentralized the world is. Now, if it was sufficient in the 90s, it's clearly not sufficient in 2020s. And so you have two options here. You either bring other countries into your coalition, and it could be Saudi Arabia inside your coalition, which increases oil supply. It could be China and India. And so part of that job was done. But if you cannot increase the sanctioning coalition, you have to be using the secondary sanctions. And so the payment system sanctions actually were quite effective at both enforcement and actually guaranteeing compliance of countries that are formally not part of the sanctioning coalition, of their banking system, to participate effectively in sanctions, right? And so it's a very interesting question. Why do the banks in those countries? So what we see in the data is a lot of companies that are intermediaries in selling oil emerge every day, right? Like there are companies that intermediate Russian oil. These are real sector companies. They emerge and they come and go, and it seems not to be costly. What you don't see happening is an equal emergence of financial companies that can intermediate flows. And it seems like there is clear fixed cost or returns to scale in financing the transactions that's not there in intermediating the physical trade. And so as a result, what you see that the secondary sanctions through payment systems, they're very effective. And the question is it because the financial institutions in India and China and other countries, do they value the US market so much, or they value the US financial and payment system so much, right? And so this is very different for your counterfactuals. If it's the former, this enforcement will be effective going forward. If it's the latter, this enforcement will not be that effective when we have parallel payment systems, right? And so for counterfactuals, it becomes very important.
Yes. Well, you mentioned that in the long term, the situation in Russia is not sustainable. Why not? Especially taking into account the role of China as a provider of technology, that it had not been the case. 20 years ago, it would have been completely different. But now China is a provider of technology, can substitute Western exports to Russia. And the other question is, if you mean it's not sustainable in the long term, can you somehow quantify this long term? This is also an interesting topic.
Yeah, no, so technology transfer is, of course, one thing, and arguably the Western sanctions are quite effective at that, but it just plays out at the horizons of 5-10 years, not at the horizons of months or years, right? China is not very eager to actually share the technology. At least we have anecdotal evidence on that. It's very eager to participate in trade, much less eager to participate in direct investment, and completely not eager to do technology transfer. So in that sense, it's something that remains to be seen. But for example, the oil drilling technology is pretty exclusive to the West, and it seems to be a bottleneck at some horizon. But the picture that I have on the very end of the slides is just the age structure of the Russian population. If you just think about currently you see this unemployment rate at 2, but you just extrapolate going forward, the age structure of this war is like the most terrible thing you can, do to the country. I mean, given the age structure where the young people are missing to begin with, and the war kind of wipes out them on multiple dimensions, right? And so, if you think about 5 to 10 year horizons, I think it's quite bleak, the outlook. But it doesn't mean that it's financially unsustainable for a number of years, right? We look at the data and it looks financially sustainable given the current level of oil prices. Yeah. Thanks a lot. I took too much time, but thanks a lot for questions.
Yes. Thank you to all speakers, discussants. I think given how captivated the whole audience is, there's no need to apologize for going a little bit over time. We now have a 20-minute break and then resume at past for the prize ceremony here. Thank you.
Fantastic. Ladies and gentlemen, dear Hélène, dear Pierre-Olivier, dear distinguished guests, this is now going to be one of the highlights of this conference, and I'm very, very happy that we're all here and can award the Bernhard Harms Prize, which is the prize of the Kiel Institute in the memory of the founder of the Institute in 1914. That has been given out since 1964 to eminent economists for their outstanding contribution to research in international economics and for exceptional efforts as well in advancing global economic relations. I mentioned a few recent winners, such as Gita Gopinath, Lord Nicholas Stern, Carmen Reinhardt, Mark Millets, and others. And today, I should say, we are very grateful to the friends of the Kiel Institute, because the Society for the Advancement of the Kiel Institute is the sponsor of this wonderful prize, and Professor Grenz is here. He's the head of our society, so thank you very much for this. And to all of those who aren't members of this fantastic society, it's never too late. I'm sure Herr Grenz is happy to answer questions and tell you all about the many advantages of that fantastic society. But without further ado, I'm very, very happy and grateful that we can give today's Harms Prize to Hélène Rey and add her to the list of really outstanding economists that have received the prize before. We're also equally grateful to Pierre-Olivier Gourinchas, the chief economist of the International Monetary Fund, who has come over from Washington to as our laudator today for Hélène's prize. Pierre-Olivier, you're also professor of economics at Berkeley. You don't need much of an introduction, but we're extremely grateful for you to have accepted our invitation, and the floor is yours. I look forward to your words. Thank you.
Okay, so dear distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is really with great honor and admiration that I'm here today to give the laudatio for Hélène Rey, distinguished recipient of the 2024 Bernhard Harms Prize, which, as Moritz just mentioned, is awarded every year and recognizes outstanding contributions to the field of international economics and for exceptional efforts to promote global economic relations. I think that's important too, and I'm going to say a few things about that. So you will not be surprised to hear from me that I can hardly think of anyone more qualified than Hélène to receive this prize. And what gives me even more pleasure in offering these remarks today is that Hélène is also a close friend and has been for many years, so the pleasure is doubled. In fact, I remember very well the first time we met. I don't know if she does remember, but I do. It was in a small office at 1050 Mass Ave in Cambridge, almost exactly 25 years ago, if memory serves me, where Hélène and I were both visiting the National Bureau of Economic Research in the fall of 1999. She was on leave from LSE at the time, and I was on leave from Princeton University. And already by then, our work was broad and ambitious. Our job market paper was a theoretical exploration of the links between trade linkages and the emergence of vehicle currencies that was building on some of the very best work in monetary theory by the likes of Nobuo Kiyotaki, Randy Wright, Kiminori Matsuyama. At the same time, our paper with Richard on the determinants of cross-border equity flows, empirical determinants, was the first to demonstrate the strong success of standard gravity model when applied to portfolio flows. Both papers are now classics. And they also illustrate the span of Hélène's work. Now, my reaction at the time was Princeton needs to hire these young, talented economists. So I made the case, and my colleagues heard me, and I was very pleased that they extended an offer to Hélène, and even more pleased that she accepted it. And she came to Princeton for a few years where we were colleagues. And what followed in some ways was one of the most fertile intellectual periods in my academic career. So I'm going to say a few words about that because I think I learned a lot during that time. Now, one little anecdote before I go to the more substantive part. I was a young parent at the time, and my second daughter was born in 2001. And so I was a bit constrained on my working hours. It was kind of 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. in the office, but then after that I had to be back home. And typically I would be able to work again later at night. But Hélène was a night owl. So she would typically arrive in the office in the early to mid-afternoon and stay and work until dawn. And that was perfect, because we would have a few hours of the day where we would overlap. We would discuss where we were in our projects. Then I would go home. She would work through the night. I would arrive the next morning. There would be new results, new propositions, new things to check. And I would work on them, and then we would meet, and then it was nonstop. It was fantastic. Then something terrible happened. In 2006, Hélène moved back to London, to the London Business School, where she's now the Bagri Professor of Economics. Well, I moved geographically in the opposite direction to the US West Coast. Now, the problem is Hélène was still a night owl, but with the time difference, we're working at the same time. So we're much less productive. Now, what Hélène and I were interested back then was to understand how the international monetary system, whose formal set of rules, the Bretton Woods system of fixed but adjustable exchange rates, had collapsed in the early 70s, continued to operate informally, and the role that the US dollar played in this non-system. Now, this was a question at the time, again, this is the very early 2000s, that was of special relevance given the nascent emergence of the euro as a potential challenger to the dollar, and maybe some transformation of the international monetary system could result from that. Now, to us, a puzzling piece of evidence was the fact that the US seemed to be running current account deficits year after year, but yet its net debt position didn't change. And that seemed to defy the laws of gravity. And around that time, in the early 2000s, we received a critical nudge from Richard Clarida at Columbia University, who invited us to contribute to an NBER volume published in 2007, and the work was done in 2005, on sustainability of G7 current account imbalances. And what we decided to do in that chapter is we decided to look and try to measure the returns that the US was earning on assets and liabilities, the way you would evaluate the returns on any financial portfolio, which had not been done before that. People were looking at the balance of payments, they were looking at components of the flows, but they were not looking at the total return. And what we found there is something that has remained relevant to these days, the fact that the US seemed to enjoy this excess returns, and that these excess returns contributed to significantly relax the external budget constraint of the US. Now, that revived an old concept, it was called the exorbitant privilege. Now, it seems quite fitting, exposed, that it would be two French economists that would go back to this notion that was first articulated by de Gaulle's finance minister in the 1960s, Minister Giscard d'Estaing. Now, crucially, what we did when we started looking at this is to start to understand that the financial dimension of the external adjustment process and the unique role that the US played in that financial dimension, and the unique role of the US as a financial intermediary, a global financial intermediary. Now, here again, we were not the first ones to look at this way. In fact, when we started digging, we realized that there was fascinating earlier work done by Émile Després and Charles Kindleberger and Walter Sallant, when they offered in the mid-1960s what they called a minority view, a dissenting view about US deficits that was precisely based around this argument that the US was a global financial intermediary, transforming short-term assets into longer-term assets. Now, since the 1960s, Bretton Woods system has collapsed, but that role of the United States as the ultimate global financial intermediary has only grown through its key financial institutions, further helped by a set of interlocking and mutually reinforcing mechanisms that Hélène has spent a lot of time working on. So the fact that you have rapid growth of trade during that period with a dominant share of dollar invoicing that then generates demand for dollar financing, and that feeds into financial globalization that also proceeded at a very high pace during that period. The fact that if you have dollar trade invoicing and you have dollar financing, then monetary authorities of third countries will naturally want to anchor their own currency to the dollar, and to do that, they will need dollar reserves. So all of these things are self-reinforcing. Once you have the dollar reserves and you have stability of your dollar exchange rates, then it makes it that much easier to also invoice in dollars and fund in dollars. So all of these things are a little ecosystem that emerged and reinforced itself quite nicely. And so the way I think about this, the work we did in that early 2000 that we started at that time, and which has continued to this day, is that we started to lift the veil a bit on how the international monetary system really operated, and the key role of financial intermediation in that process. Now, in a sense, this set the stage for Hélène's second really important, crucial breakthrough, and what perhaps, in my view, even more consequential, which I watched from the side with incredible excitement. And this is how the US dominant position in trade and finance constrained other countries, even when their exchange rates are floating. And so, of course, this is Hélène's work on the dilemma, not the trilemma. And the dominant view then was, based on the work of Mundell and others, that flexible exchange rates, floating exchange rates would provide some degree of insulation, in particular from foreign monetary policy shocks. So if you let your currency float, you don't have to worry too much about what the Federal Reserve might be doing. And that was the dominant view, also enshrined in many policy recommendations in countless Article 4 that the IMF has written over the years. Now, Hélène proceeded in two steps to deconstruct the argument. First, in her very famous 2013 Jackson Hole speech, she showed that financial conditions tended to commove across countries and contributed to establish the existence of a global financial cycle that simultaneously tightens or relaxes financial conditions across the world. And second, she showed with Sylvia and Miranda Agrippino and in other papers that part of this financial cycle is tied to US monetary policy. Now, that work with Sylvia was published in 2020. The Jackson Hole piece was in 2013. That really just shows how sometimes how overcautious our editorial process can be. But in 2013, when Hélène was developing her arguments, the work was speaking to the lived experience of so many emerging market and small open advanced economies policymakers who had been arguing for a long time that they cannot afford to ignore global market conditions or US monetary policy. Even with a floating currency, they would still be subjected to the ebb and flows of the global financial cycle and what the Federal Reserve would be doing. So all of a sudden, they were heard. Now, these considerations are critical in my day job at the IMF, where in fact, we've moved from the very narrow Mendelian prescription, and we have incorporated a lot of the thinking about the role of the global financial conditions, the role also of other instruments, that flexible exchange rate may not always deliver the kind of insurance, the kind of insulation that you need, and that you need also various forms of macroprudential policies or even capital flow management policies. And this is something that both my predecessor, Gita Gopinath, and myself and the fund in general has been doing a lot of work in sort of upgrading our institutional view on these matters. But since I'm now talking about policy making, I also want to mention a few things about this, because Hélène has been also very involved in policy discussions. Of course, her work speaks directly to important policy issues, I've just mentioned that, but she's also been directly, personally implicated and actively, either through policy-making commissions, councils, or been a member of groups of current and former policymakers, whether it's the Bellagio Group or the Group of 30, but she's also been an active financial regulator in France, first as a member of the French Autorité de contrôle prudentiel et de résolution, and then since 2014, a member of the Haut Conseil de stabilité financière, which is the French macroprudential authority. And I'm sure there are many more experiences that are lying ahead. Now, of course, Hélène's seminal contributions have not gone unnoticed. And I'm sorry to report that the Bernhard Harms Prize faces stiff competition from earlier awards. And let me cite a few. And so it would be in very good companies: the Bernhard Prize in 2006, the Iro Johansson Prize Award in 2013, the Moritz Prize in 2017, or my personal favorite, the Order of the British Empire for Services to Economics in 2016. Now, there is another important prize here, and it is the inaugural Birgit Grodal Award in 2012 for Best European-based Female Economist. And I know that this is a prize that is important to Hélène, because it highlights another important contribution she has made to the economics profession, her relentless efforts and commitment, by example and by her service, to promote the place and the role of women economists. Now, for instance, as one of CEPR vice presidents, she's in charge of special projects for improving the place of women in the profession. And indeed, I think many women in the profession can attest to Hélène's unwavering efforts to help promote them in a profession that to this day remains too dominated by male economists. But beyond these already impressive sets of accomplishments, what really shines through are Hélène's immense qualities as a human being. So for this Laudatio, I reached out to former students, colleagues, co-authors, and here is my own amateurish, meaning I didn't use any AI or natural language form, bag of words based on what they said. Here's a small list: devoted, supportive, empowering, generous, caring, down-to-earth, warm-hearted, transformative, friendly, boundless energy, patient, passionate, curious, risk-taking, joyous, inspiring. I attest all of these are true. For all this, Hélène, and much more to come, congratulations and thank you.
Well, it's all a bit overwhelming, so I'm blushing profusely now. Thank you so much, dear distinguished guests, dear friends. Thank you very much, Moritz and Pierre-Olivier. I am extraordinarily happy. Ich freue mich sehr, dass Bernhard Harms Prize. It's absolutely wonderful. And Pierre-Olivier made a very, very generous speech here. And you all have to realize that this is 1 week before the WIO is out. So it's really a treat to be here. I went also through the list of the previous winners of the Bernhard Harms Prize, and I have to say there are lots of my heroes and heroines down that list. So it's really a wonderful honor. And this conference is also a beautiful testimony to the Kiel Institute and how important it is for European economics and covering topics which I believe are really of first order important and crucial for all of us. So thanks for being here. And I would also like to mention that, of course, you know, economics is teamwork, and I've been fortunate enough to have wonderful co-authors. I do remember that meeting, Pierre-Olivier, actually, very well, and quite a few subsequent ones. There's a particular co-author, though, that I would like also to mention today, and this is Philippe Martin, with whom actually I worked on financial and real globalization during these early 2000s in particular. We have many papers together. And Philippe Martin was a wonderful woman being, for those of you who knew him. He was here last year, and he's not with us this year. So I would actually like to dedicate my prize to Philippe. Thank you. And now I'm going to deliver a small lecture. I was told a short one, right? To discuss a few of the topics that are extremely close to my heart, and I will kind of band them together under this title: Financial Interconnections. During this short talk, which somehow yes, is here, appearing on the screen. I'm going to be drawing on some joint work with Pierre-Olivier, with Sylvia, with Sveti, Vanya, and Jenny Tang. So in this lecture, I think I'm going to try to stay true to the initial mission of a Kiel Institute here, which is to challenge the traditional scholar of nationally oriented political economy and really opt for a more international view in economic and political affairs. And I will talk about three main themes: world networks and international finance, how this matters for the dollar and the global financial cycle. I will have some overlap with what Pierre-Olivier just said, and hopefully also draw some policy implications. So I always like to start talking about this topic by showing colorful pictures. And so here what I would like to show you is the international trade network in the world economy in 2000, around the year 2000. And this is based on data on merchandise trade from the IMF. And what you have here are, in this colorful plot, is if the size of the circles are proportional to the export and imports of the countries mentioned. MU is the euro area, and the arrows are the exports. And we can see that in the 2000, we do have the United States pretty much at the center of this trade network, and Europe being a very important node as well in that network, and a few other important nodes, Japan, the UK, etc. Now, if I fast forward to 2019 here, what we see, and this is obviously in between, we have seen the accession of China in the WTO. What we see is a completely different picture. The world has become much more multipolar. In fact, it has become tripolar. You see these three big nodes, which are now again euro area, the US, and China, which are roughly of equal importance, and some other countries have decreased in that network. You see a very dense set of links. Now, this is for the international trade flows. But what is beautiful about international economics is that when we look at the world through different prisms, actually we might see very different pictures. And now I'm showing you a picture that we can see if we look at the world through the network of international finance. And by international finance, I mean precisely here portfolio assets, So this is going to be securities, portfolio equity and bonds. And again, the size of a node is proportional to the positions in securities, cross-border position in securities, and the arrows are going to be the asset positions, the external assets. And we can see here, but if we go back to 2000 again, the US is very much at the center, Europe is quite big also, and the network is a little bit less, is very concentrated. There are these big nodes and then very small nodes. If we move forward into 2019, well, actually the network is still remaining quite concentrated, with the US still very much in the center. We do have Europe as a second node here, but the US is still occupying the center of this network. And contrary to the trade data that we have just seen, actually China is not showing up much here, right? There's not that much of a progress in terms of China becoming important in international finance. And this is something that we can check with looking at many, many different types of data, so I won't have time to dwell into that. But if we were to look at central bank reserves data, we will also see that actually during that entire period, the US dollar has remained by far the prominent currency in international reserves. This is the green bit here. Quite stable. The euro is a second international currency, but if we look at the RMB, this is this little red sliver there. It has not increased by much at all. Okay, so there is still a lot of dominance in terms of international finance by the US dollar. Now, Pierre-Olivier will recognize these graphs. These are the graphs that we constructed when we were computing this exorbitant privilege, this excess return that he mentioned on US external positions. And we updated them. And so what you see here is the external assets of the United States at market value since the 1950s. And there are two things to notice. One is that financial globalization occurred sometimes in the 1980s, 1990s, especially. That's where you see that assets to GDP have increased a lot. And there's also a lot of, there are different types of assets on the external side of the balance sheet of the United States. So these are assets that the US investors would own abroad. So for example, the US investors buying Japanese equity, that would be somewhere here in the portfolio equity data in the purple bit. So what we see is that on the external side, the assets, the purple bit and the green bit are the biggest one. So these are the FDI and the portfolio equity part. And we see that the debt part, which is the red, portfolio debt, and also the banking part, which is the light blue, are smaller. Now, however, if we go on the liability side, because the balance sheet has these two sides, the asset side and the liability side, so there we would have, for example, the People's Bank of China owning US treasuries. That would be a US external liability. What we find is the same thing about, financial globalization happening sometime in the 1980s, 1990s, but we see a very different set of colors. And the reason we see that is that because on the liability side, there's a lot more fixed income, a lot more safe assets, whether it is government debt or corporate debt, that takes a much bigger part on the liability side than it does on the asset side. Hence, this view that Pierre-Olivier mentioned, that the United States somehow in the world economy, in the international monetary system, plays the role of a world banker, right? It's short, safe assets, and it's long, risky assets. So it issues debt, and it buys a lot of foreign direct investment and portfolio equity. By doing that, it earns an excess return on its external asset position. And this excess return is the exorbitant privilege that we calculated, and which is around 2% real term on average since the Second World War. So this gave us, a lot of perspective on the role of the US dollar in the international monetary system, and obviously there's a lot more things to add to that picture. Not only is the US a world banker and an insurer, and so it has this exorbitant privilege, but in return it insures the rest of the world. So in bad times, it makes effectively insurance transfers for countries having US dollar reserves. It's also a very central country in terms of international financial transactions, and that mattered for the discussion we had previously on sanctions, for example. It's it's a central country for trade invoicing that matters for the transmission of shocks across countries. It's also a country to which most other countries peg to the dollar, so that's an anchor currency. And we have just seen a prevalent part of the dollar in reserves of central banks. So all that, self-reinforcing, synergies across all these different roles, and that makes the dollar a completely central currency in the international monetary system. And as we have just discussed, in the context of financial sanctions, this matters. This always matters, the role of an important currency such as the dollar in international financial markets, because this can be used for financial sanctions, extradition, etc. So there's always some geopolitics involved, and so here you will just recognize the General de Gaulle in the middle. It's not a real $1 bill, it is de Gaulle. In the middle of it, who was complaining about this exorbitant privilege that the US had, being able to issue this liquid asset that everybody wanted and use this money that it got to buy companies, to buy equities that would give extra returns to the US. So within that framework, and maybe not that surprisingly when one thinks about it, indeed, the international financial landscape is characterized by the existence of a strong global financial cycle, which is the co-movement of financial aggregates on a global scale. Talking about here about asset prices, capital inflows and outflows, credit, leverage, risk appetite, all co-moving and affecting most countries, or all the countries which are integrated in international financial markets. And several papers have shown that the US monetary policy is one of the key drivers of the global financial cycle. Again, maybe not that surprising when you think about this international role of the dollar that I've just described and that is so multidimensional. So now I'm just going to give you a couple of examples on the that characterizes the global financial cycle, a couple of stylized facts. So the first stylized fact is that if we look at a very broad section of risky asset prices around the world, where we can extract one common factor, one global factor, that factor would explain about a quarter of the variance of these risky asset prices, and that would characterize the ebb and flow of a global financial cycle. And that factor, that co-movement, is negatively correlated with global risk aversion as measured, for example, by the VIX, which is usually thought as a gauge of fear in international financial markets. So what does that global financial cycle look like? What does that global factor look like? Well, here it is. You see the dark line here. That's the global factor in risk asset prices. It correlates negatively with the VIX or any other index of risk aversion and volatility, such as the V-Stocks for Europeans or the equivalent for Japan, etc. And you can see that this dark line has been going up massively between 2003 and 2007. That was really the kind of exuberant time before the global financial crisis. It's going down a lot, usually during the shaded areas, which are the NBER recession. And you see that it commoves negatively with this, the VIX, which is here in orange. So essentially, asset prices, risk asset prices tend to go up together in exuberant time and to collapse also together in turmoil time. So that's the global financial cycle. But it's based, this one, on price of risky assets. Now, we can also look at it from the point of view of quantities. And so here, this is going to be from the point of view of capital flows. If we think about capital going in and out of countries, there are inflows into countries and outflows out of countries. And these inflows and outflows actually also co-move quite a lot. And what is very interesting is that we can extract two global factors out of these patterns of inflows and outflows. And the first global factor that we can extract is very highly correlated with the global factor in risky asset prices. I'm going to show you that. The two factors together in the flows, they explain about a third of the variance in the data, so that's quite a bit. And this first factor in global capital flow is here. It's in yellow here. You see that it moves very closely to the dark line, which is the global factor in risky asset prices. And that's one of these cases in economics where you have quantities and prices actually co-moving together. So instead of usually we're used to price goes up, quantity goes down. Well, not at all here. When things go well, prices go up, and we have a lot of transactions, international transactions, so these quantities and prices co-move together. This is what we see here. So it's really an index of financial transactions, financial activities in the international economy that we are capturing. This is true on the inflow side, and on the outflow side, everything is very, very closely correlated. Now, that was the first global factor in capital flow. I can show you the second global factor in capital flows, which looks quite different. And that second factor in capital flow, the dark line here, co-moves very closely with commodity prices. So now it looks like we have in this large network of financial flows, we have one factor that characterizes international financial activity, that's global financial cycle, and another which characterizes more commodity prices, which go together actually quite a bit with international trade. And both these pattern of flows are very important elements of what is going on in that bigger network in international finance. So this is what we have here. The second factor co-moves with commodity prices and with global trades quite a bit. Now, as I told you, it has been established that, in particular by some of my papers, but not only, and there are lots of people here who have contributed to that literature, such as Shebnem and others, that the US Federal Reserve has a large impact, or has an impact, on a causal impact on the global financial cycle. So it's the Federal Reserve which has the biggest impact on the global financial cycle among the big central banks. It's interesting that if we look at two other big central banks, such as the People's Bank of China and the European Central Banks, so they don't have such a large impact on the global financial cycle, but they do have some impact on the other type of cycle that I just discussed, the commodity cycle and the global trade cycle. And in particular, the People's Bank of China has a very large impact on commodity prices and global trade, but no impact, or very little impact, on the global financial cycle. So there's a very strong asymmetry here in the international finance world in terms of what each of the central banks is actually causing in terms of movements of asset prices versus commodities versus trade. And clearly the Federal Reserve and the dollar are the most important for international finance, and the People's Bank of China is very important for the commodity cycle, which does affect inflation, by the way, also in the US and elsewhere. The ECB is a bit in between. It does have an effect on the global trade and commodity cycle, and not much of an effect on the global financial cycle, except a little bit more after the quantitative easing period. So that's the picture that we have. And now, in more recent work, I have been diving into the link between the global financial cycle and the US dollar exchange rate, which is a very interesting also pattern in international finance, which has been noticed, in particular by Maury Opsfeld recently in a Brookings paper with Haonan Zhao. There is this very interesting empirical regularity in terms of correlation between the global financial cycle and the US dollar exchange rate. So we see here one measure of the global financial cycle. It's the risk-on, risk-off index of Anusha Shari, and the US dollar exchange rate. We see they are very closely correlated. What does it mean? When the global financial cycle is in a boom phase, the dollar depreciates. When the global financial cycle is in a bust phase, the dollar appreciates. That's the way the correlation goes. Not obvious to understand why it should be so, right? Why is it that when we have an upturn in the global financial cycle, the dollar depreciates, and vice versa? But this is what we see in the data quite strongly. And so in order to try to understand that, I won't have time to give much detail, but we have zeroed in recently with Vanya Stravakeva and Jenny Tang on the interconnections between exchange rates and the network of equity markets There are very natural connections. If you think about it, it's this gigantic network I've shown you in terms of portfolio asset investment. You have US dollar funds buying Brazilian equity, and you have euro funds buying Brazilian equity. Everything has to hang together somehow, so whoever is participating in the different markets will matter for each of the bilateral exchange rate and for the pricing of equity everywhere in the global economy. And so it turns out that when we just use individual stock market clearing conditions, so that has to hold in any model, we can express bilateral exchange rate as a function of market capitalizations of equity markets minus holdings demand in investors' currency. So if I have a euro area investor demanding Brazilian equity, the holdings, that investor's natural currency is in euro, and I might have some Thai investor buying Brazilian real, etc. So we can define, using market clearing conditions, bilateral exchange rate as a function of these market cap of equity market minus holdings demand in investors' currency with weights which reflect the entire structure of a network. And using, this is where it gets kind of interesting, because empirically, using essentially all the traded stocks that we can find, more than 22,000 individual stock market clearing conditions, and mutual funds holding data, we can reconstruct empirically any bilateral exchange rate with an excellent fit, despite the fact, obviously, that mutual funds cover only a small part of investors that invest in all these markets. Despite that, we can actually empirically reconstruct exchange rate very well, and I'm just going to show you two examples. That would be the sterling US dollar bilateral exchange rate, monthly data since 2008, and you can see the red line is the model in the sense of this equity markets model that we write down, and the blue line is the exchange rate. You see the fit is extremely good. Same thing for the euro dollar, and we can do that for any bilateral exchange rate, including with emerging markets. So now that we have this kind of empirical link between equity markets and exchange rate, we can ask again, so why is it? Can we say anything about the co-movement between the US dollar and the global financial cycle, building on this decomposition of the exchange rate in equity markets? And so what do we find here? Well, it's going to be a bit more complicated than this slide, what we find. Nevertheless, the rough idea is that if we think of what is happening, US macro news explain about 60% of the variation in the global financial cycle. And by macro news, that includes monetary policy, but not only. That can be news on, so these are not structural shocks, these are news. That can be news on the unemployment rate, that can be various types of news on the US macroeconomy. And the beauty of this is that, so this explains most of the variation of the global financial cycle, but the US dollar pool of assets being by far the biggest in the world, in that network that I've shown you, when we have positive US macro news, then what is happening is that there's increased investment in all equity markets around the world, and that does two things. That push up the equity price of equities, that's going to push up the price of Brazilian equity, but that's also going to appreciate the Brazilian exchange rate. There are two prices equilibrating in various, to various degrees, depending on the openness of the equity market and all that, but the equilibration of the market will work both through the equity price and also through the exchange rate. And so all the currencies of the network, when there are positive US macro news, will appreciate vis-à-vis the US dollar base, all of them except the yen. I don't have time to get into that. Hence, if everyone appreciates vis-à-vis the US dollar base, that means the global dollar factor, the US dollar depreciates in all upward phases of the cycle. And then, once this happens, we can think of various existing theoretical models that will translate this depreciation to the trade and production worldwide via, for example, US dollar invoicing or financial frictions. And indeed, this is a graph taken from the Opseld and Zhao paper, just showing the negative co-movements between international trade and the dollar. So the volume of trade goes up when the dollar goes down, quite sizably. And that's, in my view, links to the transmission of these negative co-movements between US macro news to the global financial cycle and the depreciation of the dollar. So lots of further things to explore here. Okay, this is all work which is being in progress, and I think there are lots of things we can dig into a lot, but I won't have time, so I'm just going to briefly go into some policy, very short policy discussions to conclude. So within that framework, within the world, the way I described it, world of international finance dominated by the US dollar, within that world, the existence of a global financial cycle, the important role of US macro news and the Federal Reserve. Well, there are these strong co-movements, and why does it matter? Why do we care about that from a policy point of view? Well, I think we care about that for a number of reasons. There's one reason which is linked to financial stability, and we know that historically, excessive credit and leverage growth are among the strongest predictors of financial crisis, and of course here the work also of Moritz has been very important on that, and also the work of Pierre-Olivier. So that's going to matter a lot. The financial conditions given by the financial cycle here, the global financial cycle. Another area is, of course, global growth, and there we know that financial conditions matter for growth prospects, and particularly the distribution of risk around expected growth. So that's also going to be linked to the global financial cycle, and here the US dollar matters a lot as well, and the US dollar exchange rate. And then there's this whole discussion between dilemma and trilemma. If there is a global financial cycle and you are not insulated from it, then indeed that means somehow monetary policy independence is not really there, and you need additional tool if you want to tame your business cycle within your country. And this is also linked to work at Chebnem and also recently with Gita that have been done. So that opens up a clear analytical role for macroprudential policies. And I think macroprudential policies have been one of the most important policy development from a financial stability point of view that we now have in the toolkit in the recent years. So that's a whole set of policy implication in the current world. But of course, this current world, as we have seen, is characterized by two things. So in trade, we are still we are multipolar, but still quite integrated, despite some fragmentation, but there's still quite a lot of integration with reshoring, onshoring, whatever, but there's still quite a lot of integration. And on international finance, we are still very much unipolar and still quite integrated. Now, all these characteristics of global financial cycle and all that, role of the Fed versus role of the PBOC, that's conditional on this structure. We may not stay in that structure, and if we don't stay in that structure, I don't know which scenario is the most plausible, but there are several possibilities. One possibility is that we move to a more multipolar world in which also the finance side becomes more multipolar. And so we have two multipolarity here in trade and in finance. That would mean large trade and finance networks with several nodes. Okay, that would be a different configuration from what we currently have. What does it mean? That means more substitutability across currencies and assets in portfolios. That means if we are still integrated, so interconnections of payment systems, but with different international currencies. In such a world, you would want to reinforce macroprudential policies because liquidity issues are going to be most likely quite important. And so liquidity management will need to be coordinated. Organization of swap lines in different currencies and coordination of these swap lines will be important. So that's a world in which there's going to be a lot of work for the BIS and the IMF, essentially, if that happens. But that may not be the most likely scenario. The most likely scenario might be that we actually go into a multipolar world in international finance, but it's a fragmented one. And it's fragmented because most likely of geopolitics. So there, we'll have large trade networks with several nodes, but smaller finance networks with one node each. And there again, that may not be the worst case. The worst case may be a world in which everything becomes more fragmented, both on the trade side and also on the financial side. There we end up with small networks with one node in each, right, and relatively few links across those different subregions. Well, if we are in such a system, we'll be less efficient. We can think of a lot of inefficiencies when we move to a more fragmented world. Think about, liquidity, externalities that have to do with the medium of exchange function of the currencies, which are now problematic if you have small, little financial systems which are not very well connected. You can think about distinct currency area of payment with different clearing and messaging systems, multiple currency areas peg, commodity markets in different currencies, different safe assets, reserves with a lot of, of different safe assets in them, and capital controls, different regulations. So that's clearly where you can see a lot of potential for inefficiencies in that world. And if that happened, well, it will be a challenge to build interconnections of payment systems. And liquidity lending also will be a difficult task for international organizations. So I don't know where we are going, but certainly it fits a little bit with the papers we had on sanctions before, and what financial sanctions means, and to what extent they can be very much biting when we have a concentrated unipolar system with dollar, which is very potent, but that may not be the case in such a world anymore. So to conclude, and I think I'm over time. Yes, I am over time. So to conclude, I think what I've been trying to do here is to look at the world through the lenses of different networks. It makes a huge difference. And show you that the different big central banks have very heterogeneous footprints. If you compare the Fed, the ECB, and the People's Bank of China, it's totally, they operate inside different networks, effectively, so that's why they are very asymmetric effects. I've also gone a little bit more into some new work on why the dollar is depreciating when the global financial cycle is an upturn, and I think it's because of these close interconnections between the equity markets and the exchange rate markets, which have been quite understudied. And obviously, then the dollar movements transmit to the real side of the economy via various types of frictions that we know relatively well. And finally, all of that is conditional on the existing structure of the international monetary and financial system, which might change in ways that I will, not speculate anymore what they can look like. Thank you very much.
Is this working? Yes. Thank you so much, Hélène. Hélène has graciously agreed to take some questions. So while I can't think of a more qualified audience to ask questions, given that we have chief economists from the IMF and the State Department and Commission, Foreign and Commonwealth Office. I think there should be microphones around. While you gear up your questions, Hélène, let me ask the first question, use my privilege. Actually, it's two questions. The first is, you mentioned the central role of the dollar in the international financial system, and it's been an old debate whether Europe and the euro should even try to become a real rival to the dollar, especially in these, in this, not that much in this building, but the Bundesbank has always been very cautious and also pointed out to the obligations that come with that role. First question, how do you see that? Should Europe, in line also with the theme of the conference, aim for a bigger geoeconomic, geopolitical role, or bigger role in global finance? And the second question, same tune, we talk about geoeconomics and geoeconomics of finance here a lot in this conference. How do you mentioned payment systems. Europe is highly dependent on payment systems coming from other, especially American providers. How do you think about the vulnerabilities, and how should Europe think through these questions? And is that an area where we need to become geoeconomic actors in a greater scale?
Thank you so much. Great questions. So I do think that there's a long debate about the role of the euro as an international currency and how it may, increase its market share. We do have a very interesting publication every year about the euro international role by the ECB, where essentially this is relatively constant. As we've seen in the international reserves graph that I've shown, the share of the euro was relatively constant over time, and so was the share of the dollar. So there's a lot of inertia in all that. So if I look at the potential advantages of having an international currency and increasing the share of the euro in that market, obviously, exorbitant privilege is one of the issue that comes on the table. I think there is little doubt that having a major funding currency, such as the US dollar, is an important aspect of being able to refinance in bad times, being able to finance deficits when needed, and be able to improve the external sustainability of the accounts, like we have demonstrated in the case of the dollar. It does help to have this asymmetric balance sheet structure. So I would see that as one of the most important aspects of currency sovereignty, in fact, for a country, being able to refinance in good terms in any circumstances. But there's also all the other aspects, which are a bit hard to quantify, but that have been there, like more countries paying to you, decreased risk in terms of foreign exchange risk, so decreased risk of investment. When you trade, more invoicing, so stabilization of a unit of account, role of your currency in the world economy, commodity markets, and recently we've seen the importance of payment system when we talk about sanctions, right? So I think this is definitely in the type of geopolitical environment we live in. We cannot ignore that. And on the payment system, I do think these are very strategic issues there internationally. And we have not only competition across national currencies, we also start to see potentially competition coming from private actors, stable coins, right? So to what extent is it likely that these private actors would develop? And to what extent then would an entire jurisdiction kind of, gain market share and becomes prevalent? I think it's a very important question.
Great, thank you. Here in the front, 2 questions. Can you, where's the mic? Oh, I give you, Pierre-Olivier, I give you mine. Oh, and then you, yeah. So we start here and then.
Should I start? Yeah. So, Hélène, just following on something you said in one of your last slides when you had this 2x2 matrix on the different scenarios, and then in the most adverse one where we become multipolar and fragmented both on trade and finance, you said it could make it also more difficult for international financial institutions. I can't help but feel like I should ask for you to expand a bit on this. This is the 80th birthday of the Bretton Woods institutions this year. So I'm curious if you could elaborate a bit on the path that you see as likely under the different scenarios for, say, just to name one, the IMF.
Okay, so obviously that's highly speculative because we are still in a world in which there is a lot of integration, and we are still in a very unipolar world with the dollar being still very dominant. So I'm not saying that we have moved into that fragmented world, but we can clearly see there are geopolitical tensions and certain actors would definitely like to fragment, for example, the payment system, and to establish alternative payment system. And we do see trade sanctions existing or being put in place. So we still have not fragmented the networks massively. There are still a lot of links, but we can see some kind of trends towards a little bit more fragmentation. So in such a world, I guess there are several possibilities. Either we're in a kind of transition to that world, And there we start to see not only the dollar, but also some alternative currencies becoming important for some actors, which might be systemic, which might be important for the economy of at least a region of the world. And these actors might, there might be destabilizing portfolio flows, and we might need liquidity, as has been the case in some recent crises where we had to put in place swap lines to stabilize banking systems. And maybe in that case, it won't be banks anymore. I don't know what kind of financial intermediation will take place, but there will be potentially some destabilizing liquidity needs. Then it's a lot harder, in my view, to coordinate liquidity in different currencies, discussing with different central banks or different stakeholders in order to stabilize such a system than it is when there is a hegemon. Maybe I'm wrong, but I have a feeling that it's going to be a lot harder. And if the world becomes more fragmented, then it's going to be even maybe hard to talk to everyone. That's the next step. Will everyone want to still sit at the same table or not?
Great. We have a few questions and little time. So maybe we're going to bundle in questions of two. So you first and then Beata, and then we'll go to the other side of the room.
Okay. So Joanna Bryson, Heritage School. I was curious about, you went out of your way to mention that the yen was not a part of this system, that there was an exception. And I'm old enough to remember when the yen was going to be the reserve, the new challenging reserve in currency. So is it not a part of the system at all? It's been thrown into independence, or is it somewhere else in the cycle? And could this be the future for the euro or the won, or are anybody trying to make that be the future again?
So the yuan is very small. You want me to take more?
No, the won, sorry, the yen.
The yen. You're talking about the Japanese yen now.
Yeah, didn't you mention specifically that it was an exception to the rest of the currency?
So I mentioned it was an exception when I was talking about exchange rate reactions, not about... in the international monetary system, the yen is, a little bit maybe in terms of shares in reserves, etc., a bit like the UK sterling. So there is a bit of yen, right, in terms of international use. It's there, but it's not one of the major international currency, like the Swiss franc. I could mention a few others, which are definitely there, but if you look at their share compared to the dollar or the euro, it's very small. And so the exception I mentioned was in terms of movements of the yen. Compared to all the other exchange rates, and there it would lead us a bit far, but I think it's linked to the openness of bond markets in dollar and in yen, which are there's a lot of investors there.
Beata, please.
Beata Jaworczyk, EBRD. Sanctions have created an incentive for the world to inch closer toward fragmentation of currencies. What would be, in your view, the implication of commodities being traded in multiple currencies? So, for instance, oil not being traded predominantly in US dollars.
Yes, so commodities market are all in dollar, as you know, but there is indeed, again, a willingness by certain actors to try to change some of that. So if it is on a small scale, I don't think this is the type of event that can tip the system to a different equilibrium and generate the appearance of the yuan as an important international currency just because of the commodities some of them would be redenominated in yuan. I don't think that would be enough. But so any kind of coordination on trying to make a currency more used in many, many markets, including commodities, but also in trade, in deepening financial markets, so developing bonds market, obviously in the case of China, liberalizing the financial account. If all these things were to happen together, then I think, there could be a bit more of a chance of a change in equilibrium, even though because of a lot of inertia in all the roles of the dollar, it would still be very difficult to get a tipping point. But just like having a bit more trade invoicing in yuan, it will happen. Maybe some commodities traded in yuan, that may happen, but it's not going to change the whole picture. That may change bilateral relations between some countries, but that's, yeah.
Great, thank you. Arnaud, and I'm not sure if I've missed anyone, then raise your hand again, but Arnaud, please.
Hélène, you said that if the world were to become more fragmented, not everybody would be able to sit at the same table and speak to each other. For European policymakers, in a world which is more fragmented, with who should Europe engage as a matter of priority, in your view?
Now, this is highly political here. I think there will be a lot more people who can answer that question than me. From an economic point of view, obviously, as I tried to say, this fragmentation comes at a cost, right? Both on the trade side and on the financial side. But that's the pure economic point of view. Then there are lots of other issues which I don't feel highly qualified to talk about.
Good. Thank you very much, Hélène. Last question from me before we really have to close. What's coming next in research? What are the big questions that we can look forward to you addressing in the next 10 years or 5 years?
So many. No, I think I'm very excited by trying to understand better these co-movements between exchange rates and over asset prices and how then this translates into the real economy. I think we are making huge progress on understanding exchange rates, which is something that, you know, in international finance has been really bothering us for many, many years. So having a lot more granular data, I think, is allowing us to pinpoint what is happening with a lot more information than we used to. And so I'm very excited by that, because this is both a very granular thing, but also has very macro implications. So that's micro to macro.
Wonderful. That's a great research agenda. Then thanks again, Hélène, for congratulations, and thanks for answering all our questions.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, I have a few. Oh, well, let's give you a round of applause first. Thank you. And you get your flowers back and the medal. I have a few housekeeping announcements. We're going to break for a quick break now. I don't think there's going to be coffee, so we're just going to have an opportunity to talk a little bit or go to the restroom. And then we are looking forward to welcoming the Federal Minister for Economic Affairs and Climate Action, Robert Habeck, who is going to give his keynote on the new economics of European economic security. We are very much looking forward and interested what's going to come. And then we have a panel. So we have a short break, 10, 15 minutes roughly. Thank you. Fantastic. Dear Minister Habeck, ladies and gentlemen, dear distinguished guests, it's a great honor, and thank you for being here, Minister, and thank you also for hosting us and your wonderful team who've made this already a fantastic half day for us, and thanks for engaging with us, international economists. I think many of them are in the room, and on this a very important topic of geoeconomics, the new economics of European economic security. I'm deeply convinced that we need a close exchange between policymakers and academics and evidence-based and research-based policy. So thank you for carrying the torch of reason and evidence-based and research-based policy in these times. We're looking forward to your keynote on the subject and then to the panel that follows. Thank you for being here, Minister.
So, ladies and gentlemen, dear Moritz Schularick, welcome in my living room and in this hall here in the Ministerial for Economic Affairs and Climate Action. It's a little bit hard now to hold a keynote after you have discussed, I guess, almost everything over the whole day. So I don't know how to meet your expectations. I try to wrap it up in some sense, and if it becomes boring, I don't know, give me some sign, shuffle with your feet or yawn or whatever, then I jump over the next sentences and we go into the discussion. I'm glad that you are here, and that the Kiel Institute is here because I'm from Kiel. So that is kind of welcoming my hometown here in Berlin, which gives me special pleasure. But coming to the topic of the day, New Economics of European Security. I mean, the title is full of tension in itself, as economics and security go together. Uncertainty is a threat of economics always, has always been and is. And now it's new economics combining European security. That is, from my point of view, leading to the question, has the world changed? And you are in Berlin and we are in Germany, and the only possible answer is yes, absolutely. And has changed means including the past maybe 15 years. So if you ask me to draw a broader picture, a big picture, I would argue that after the collapse of the Soviet Union and the enthusiasm about a new globalized world, we have not noticed, we means the German politics in general. Some parties have more than others, but the consequences were not there. We have not noticed that, let's say, with the beginning of the last decade, somewhere around 2008, 2009, when Russia invaded Georgia, maybe other things have happened. So it's not so long. It's not a long time that from 1989, 1990 to 2010, this open period was the dominating phase. What has happened, from my point of view, is that the reshaping of, I call it now with the word of an Applebaum autocracy, authoritarian regimes, went unnoticed in some way. But the consequence is that what we, the Western democracies, and especially the Germans, believe that with trade you can make change, was counter-firing in a way. So they believe, the Germans, saying, durch Handel Wandel, Wandel durch Handel, became in a way the opposite argument that trade could be misused as a weapon. That is definitely true for energy from Russia. But of course, other dependencies can also backfire. Now, as you know, we have replaced the Russian gas by using LNG in a critical time that we were close to a deep recession, not stagnation as we have now established or as we are now living in Germany, but really a deep recession in Germany by LNG, and 80% of the LNG is now coming from the US. Is that healthy? No, it's not. So we have the same problem now, or not the same, but a similar problem here. Again, of course, LNG is easier to replace. So if there would be some form of problems on the delivering side to the US, we can find other partners, but replacing some form of energy is always costly. So we have to calculate with new risks in the world, and we, the Germans, we learned it the hard way in the winter of 2022 and then the winter of 2022 and 3, because Putin used the dependency, the built-up dependency of the past 10 years against us. When we talk about economics, we tend to think about business figures and numbers of growth, but for me here in the Ludwig Erhard Hall, it should not be forgotten that economic development is the foundation or the basis of a liberal democracy. That is not, I don't mean that you have a guarantee that always liberal democracies will survive and thrive if the economy is going well and healthy, but you have quite a guarantee that the opposite is true. So shrinking economics, bad development, a loss of GDP over a certain time is quite a stress factor for democracy and liberal democracies. So I tend to think that Putin knew that, and he willingly forced Europe and especially Germany into a dependency which we were unable or maybe we did not want to see. Nord Stream II, of course, but also the buying of the German gas storage capacities. These are clear evidences, I think, that he had the plan and the knowledge to weaken our economic growth, and then with that, the stabilization of the liberal democracy. And if Germany would fall, I think Europe had big problems. So I guess it was a calculation. Now, we have a second problem there. The first one was coming from the German history, that we established connections, now real connections with Russia over the pipeline. This is quite a symbolic symbolic picture, the pipeline connection, like a connection now. We were also the biggest profiteers of the globalized world, especially when it came to China. There's no other trade and export nation that is so deeply interwoven with the Chinese market as in Germany. So when it comes to the question on tariffs on electric vehicles, and you are questioning or arguing why is it so important to Germany to avoid a war on tariffs with China, it's because we, the German automotive industry, is deeply interwoven with the Chinese market. Not so much the French, not so much the Italian, not the Swedish one, but the German is. You can see it in the calculations. 50% of the GDP growth of Germany is coming from trade. That is nearly unprecedented. Maybe some of you know other countries that have similar rates. I don't. Even China has only 20% of its GDP growth coming from trade. So we depend on an open market, globalized world, and the possibility to find new trade partners or establish a good trade relation with the old ones, especially China. Now, good trade partner is not only China, or has been in the past, but also the US. Our trade budget is nearly equal between China and the US. These are the two biggest trading partners apart from the single market that we have. And you know what's happening, and this is apart from the outcome of the election in the US. The US is forcing European companies to make a decision. Either you trade with us or with China, but not both. They started with ASML, the Dutch company for semiconductors, but this is just the beginning. I'm telling you that because the question of your title's conference is, has the world changed? And as the German Minister for Economic Affairs, I can only underline it has. And it has maybe in a deeper way, in a more fundamental way that we tend to believe when we talk about economic figures in the public. So this is a very, very important question you are raising here, because if we can't trust an open, globalized world, then we cannot be sure that raw materials, critical components, maybe some medicine products will always come to the European market. That is the question. Do we believe that the old good world is coming back? And if not, what do we do? I think it's always better to be cautious than to be naive. So my politics is mainly focused on bringing economic security in the economic thinking, starting with all the components we need for a stable society and economic development, so semiconductors, batteries, electrolyzers. But now the next attack from China is going to the wind industry, and the wind industry is, from my point of view, critical for the green infrastructure for the future. So we try to establish all kinds of subsidy schemes to bring these critical industries back to Europe or hold them in Europe, but we also try to protect the critical components from foreign influence. Is that against the WTO order? I don't think so. Security, not. Is it unprecedented? No. We are doing more or less, maybe we are doing less than the Chinese are doing. I remember a discussion with my Chinese colleague when Costco was trying to invest, or Costco wanted to invest in the port of Hamburg. And after a long discussion where we exchanged our arguments, I said to him, well, it would be easier for us to accept your goodwill if you would accept European companies to invest in Chinese ports. And they have never done. And then there was some interruption, and they looked into the papers, and after some time, they said, yeah, well there is one incident where a European company, it was a Norwegian, I guess, has done it. It was in 1970 or so. So you see, TikTok is regulated in China, highly regulated. It's nearly forbidden. And in Europe, we are open. And these openness tend, to me, has some form of naivety. This is not the lesson I have learned the first day, or maybe the first week when I became minister in this house, was that I looked into the figures of the gas storages, and that was in December, and they were empty. And the gas was sold to the winter. So during the summer, Putin or Gazprom sold the gas out of the storages. The normal way is vice versa. You buy in the summer and then you use it in the winter. But now the opposite has happened, and this was like, I mean, I became minister to combine ecologic thinking and economic growth, climate action and economics. But the first moment was like a shock. This is not the normal world. We are in a completely different game now. And so I very much welcome the title of the conference. What could come out of these analyses, if you would call it an analysis and not just some critical anecdotes of the past? Well, first of all, every one of us, at least the politicians and the European Commission, has to make a decision. Has something changed? If you deny it, well, then you can do what you ever have done. If you think, yes, at least the possibility of that change is there, then you have only two possible answers. We act according to that, or we don't. And then you have to justify it in both ways. But you can't say nothing has changed, or you can't say it has changed. The world is more fierce now. It's a dangerous world also for the globalized economics, and do not react. That is unlogic, I would argue. So just some brief sketch of what is possible to do and what should be done. First of all, define what is critical industry or critical components, and define which amount of production we need in Europe. Then secondly, subsidize it, bring it here. Then, because security, that is against the market. Otherwise, the production would be here. This would be the cheapest place for semiconductors. We would have it in Europe. It's not, so therefore we have to bring the companies here to Europe. Are we willing to put some money into the security? I think security has always a price. Let's do that. Then scan what's happening around us and in Europe, meaning inbound and also outbound investment screening is necessary on a higher level and more important than ever. And from my point of view, this should be a European scanning. Why? Well, remember the Port of Hamburg discussion when we argued, or I argued against the Costco investment. A lot of arguments were made because, well, but Rotterdam or Piraeus, they have then an advantage because there's a lot of Chinese investment in it. And of course, they're right. This is a completely agreeable argument. The only conclusion is then if we use security as a disadvantage for economic development, then we are having a mistake in the system. How can we recalibrate the system, bring it on a European level, and then every port in Europe, from Hamburg, or let's say from Göteborg maybe to Piraeus, should acting accordingly to the same rules. Inbound and outbound investment screening. Then security in itself. I would say at least two sectors are critical. The one is influence of the critical infrastructure, including political debate. I think the so-called social media are triggering the worst in us, not only as an individual and biological person, but you can see it with X and TikTok, that at least the form of argument and the misinformation that is coming from that has a tendency to destabilize democracy. So sharp regulation there. And then, of course, the definition of critical infrastructure against sabotage, against attacks, against misuse and misuse of data. And then the topic of Moritz Schularick, also, of course, military capacity. Also there, I would argue that the old world, where every one of its 27 of the 27 member states, and I would include also Great Britain, because I mean, okay, they left the single market, but as a partner in defense industry, they are completely there, and we need them. We can good use them, and maybe the new government has a bigger openness to come closer to Europe again, at least in some form of collaboration. So let's talk about at least of 28 potential members. If everyone is doing its own thing, then it's nearly impossible to come to a complete and reliable system. And I think you know what I'm talking about. One of the biggest problems of the Ukrainians is Putin. The second big problem is to get enough military equipment. And I repeat what I've said many times before. In the end, we have not delivered enough, though we're doing a lot of things, but if you look at the state of the war, I think that is beyond our possibilities. Then thirdly, one of the problems is if we would supply them with military equipment, nothing fits together. So they have to repair all the different systems and bring them together like handiwork. It was, I've seen it in the garages of the Ukrainian army that they try to bring the Dutch and the German ammunition supply together. But that is, I think, wrong. Dutch and Germany have the same systems, but others don't. So, but you know what I mean. In military, in defense, every nation is proud of doing its own thing. And that is not really working. And then in the end, it's the question of money. If the definition, or at least the description of the world is right, and security has a price, then I would argue that the rules of the old world, where we thought that just with an open market and the development we have done enough to secure our democracy, cannot fit. So the worst argument in politics is always, well, you know what, Robert, 20 years ago we decided our principle is this or that. Well, 20 years ago this is just a shitty argument for the future. If the world has changed, it's not an argument at all, I would say. So we have to look at the reality, and the only ideologically argument that I would accept is the argument of the reality. Thank you very much.
Yeah, hello. Thank you very much, Mr. Habeck, Minister, and thank you for having me today. My name is Cécile Boutelet. I'm an economic correspondent for Le Monde, so French here in Berlin. I'm very happy to be here with our discutant Moritz Schularick and Beatrice Veda Di Mauro. Thank you for being here and discussing this theme, the new economics of European security. I would like maybe to start the discussion by questioning the term economic security itself. In the past, you talked about that economic security meant very often interdependence, and today you underline it, the world had changed, it's more unstable, the debate suggests that Europe must re-examine the balance between efficiency and security of exchange resulting from international integration and economic specialization. Mr. Habeck, you spoke about a new geopolitical area where economic policy and security policy must be considered together. Mrs. Veda Di Mauro, it's about this definition. The Center of Economic Policy Research published in May the Paris report, specifically on Europe economic security. You highlight that the term economic security has taken center stage in the debate, overtaking resilience and stability. I would like to ask why. What is the difference? What do we mean by economic security? What is necessary? What changed? That's your question, Mr. Habeck. You can maybe react then.
Well, thank you very much, Cécile. Thank you very much for having me on this panel. And it's always a pleasure to be back at what used to be called the BNWI and now is more appropriately called for the challenges of today. But we have had to add the geo to everything recently, right? So let me talk about the Paris report in a second, but just start by saying that the premise of that report is very much agreeing with the fact that the world has changed and that it probably has changed for good. That's the world of the great moderation and the world of delocalization and where geography did not matter anymore, and what we thought would be the world of tomorrow is no longer the world of tomorrow. The Paris report is a joint venture between the Center of Economic Policy Research and Bruegel, and we always tackle or we always plan to tackle an important topic of common European interest, where we think there is a lot of confusion and where we want to understand better. And we do so by also asking important people who have been thinking about this and writing research, such as Moritz, who has a chapter in that report, about how to organize our thinking around these terms. And starting with the question, why security? Why did we focus on European economic security? Well, why focus on Europe? That is already an obvious question, because in some countries the discourse is very much national, and this is part of the problem. But why security rather than stability? The typical economic discourse is about efficiency versus stability, and then maybe also distribution. And the fact that we these days do introduce security as an economic concept, and that today we've had a whole day of papers that actually address this question, is due to two things. The types of shocks that we are seeing are can no longer only defined as risks that are somehow external. I mean, COVID was a typical external shock. The supply chain clogging up, possibly also partly an external shock that you could not influence. But on top of that, we also have new threats and new risks, and they stem from deliberate action of other countries, deliberate hostile action of other countries in the economic sphere. And this is the additional dimension that needs to be that we need to be addressing, and how to think about that, how to address it, how to de-risk this type of risk. That's why European economic security rather than European economic resilience or stability.
Mr. Habeck, what do you mean with, what do you understand in economic security? Are we facing new threats, new kind of threats, or is it a new world, as you mentioned in your presentation?
No, I would say it's the umbrella for political decision-making that was unnecessary, as I explained 15 years ago. Now, you can make a decision in this way or that way, but if the world has changed, as we just have heard it, now there are questions on the table that have not been there before. So obviously about energy, and energy, some form of dependency. Dependency or independency does not mean that we produce everything on our soil, but at least diversify our supply chains, that we are not dependent on only one supplier. And if that is the supplier with some critical attitude towards democracy, how should we support the Ukrainians or other countries in conflicts? And so European or economic security means for me that part of the decisions I've just outlined, but maybe others are thinkable of, how much raw materials do we produce in Europe, where's the raw materials coming from, and so on and so forth, is now on the table. And I think Resilience is also a nice word, but with security, Sicherheit, people understand what it's all about. Resilience is like sounds a little bit like a disease or so. But this is a political question, and security. There's nobody who is against security, I guess. Well, some risk in life and adventure is also nice, but security is something people understand better. So I like the term.
Mr. Schularick, so about security, how do we understand economically this problem? Who define the threats, and how we talk about scanning the threats? How we define these threats and the appropriate weapons? What is the answer of economic in that matter?
Right, thank you very much. I think Minister Habeck put it very nicely. I think we were all big believers in globalization, and there was this promise that, you know, we have the interdependence brings us efficiency, but also had a political, you know, angle that we thought like we were more connected, we're less likely to go to war, and we have all this Wandel durch Handel element. And now we're kind of, I think the challenge for us is to preserve as much as possible of that global efficiency of globalization, of the economics with it. But, and this is my economic perspective, as you just said, and now we're trying to buy insurance against countries who are not don't belong to our close circle of friends, abusing that dependence that results from sort of the efficiency drive of globalization. And I mean, we discussed this. The question is how much insurance you want to pay up front. Insurance costs something, you know, it's not for free. To insure against something that might or might not happen in the future, say a war over Taiwan. How much are we paying away now in terms of de-risking, decoupling, to be in a situation to react then, or to be less blackmailable in that situation, versus what does it cost? And obviously, I think we had a great paper today by Thierry Meyer and his co-authors about, obviously, de-risking also means that we might increase again a little bit. There's less to lose then. I mean, in the world where we all decouple, there's the old Montesquieu logic of when we trade with each other, we have the opportunity cost of war is high, and if we don't trade as much with each other, also the threshold to maybe go to war becomes lower. So we also need to pay attention to make sure that we don't drive too far, because it might actually have the opposite consequence as well. So I think this is what we economically and politically have to figure out. I think Jake Sullivan talked about the small yard, high fence. So what's in there? How much insurance do we buy? How much sand do we throw on the wheels of globalization to not be in a situation again as we were with Russia a couple of years ago?
Do we have the instrument to recognize those threats and to respond to it?
I think on a European level we've built sort of an inventory of tools and economic security policy tools that are you know on first sight quite well. The question obviously is, do we have sort of also a strategic view? And the minister talked about also sort of the strategic elements of trade policy that might have something to do with it. I think there will be disagreement on the European level as to what exactly is maybe in this small yard. You know, what goods and services have to be in there. Where's the national security and the supply security so important? And I think something that many of us in the room have noted also during the day, of course, it is in this new world where Europe stands to what extent, well, we'll see, it stands between, I guess we're always closer to one side of the Atlantic, but where Europe is between these giants of the US and China, how do we like formulate a policy as Europeans, because we're only going to be strong if we stand together, if we strengthen the Commission, if we have 27 individual voices and let ourselves be torn apart, we're not going to have much of an influence on the world stage.
Mr. Habeck, do you think the change in mind has happened already?
I hope you get me wrong you don't get me wrong if I say it depends highly on Germany, because we are the biggest profiteer of the globalization. We, as you could see in the question of tariffs on e-vehicles, we are the ones who are most skeptical taking some consequences. That has a reason, of course, because the other countries don't have that that dependency from now China, but you can, as we are trading with the whole world, you can name numerous places there, and we are. Sometimes I have the feeling when I discuss with your president, and I don't know if he's your president, but the French president or others. Sometimes I have the feeling we are the last romantics of WTO. So nobody really is acting according to the rules. Everyone is picking out what his nation or her nation needs best, but we always insist on level playing field and free trade. It's a little bit like, there was a football contest here in Germany. It's a little bit like you're playing hand and nobody is blowing the whistle. So then, of course, you lose. And well, this was, fortunately for us Europeans, a British referee with tomatoes on his eyes, I guess. But you know what I mean, yeah? Sometimes the question is coming, so if they don't act according to the rules, then there is no level playing field, so what should we do? And that is the daily discussion here in this house, because if this is what Moritz just said, if we overact, then we harm our own interest. So the Germans can't say closed borders, German money for German products, for a German market. Then, I mean, we are 80 million Germans and we are the third largest economy. How have we done it? Only by trade. So, of course, there's a risk of shooting yourself in the knee and destroying what we really want to achieve, a healthy and growing economy. But on the other hand, there are more than symptoms that this open market belief is coming to sharp edges, at least. So, yeah, the small yard is I guess it's a middle big yard in a way, but it's hard to define where the borders are. And it's easier for other countries, actually. For Germany, it's really it's a really complicated debate, also in Germany, of course.
Beatrice. So I would think that as far as import dependence goes, we have by now some instruments to define how large the yard should be if we apply criteria such as how important is the import, how substitutional is it, how much can we substitute it in terms of other producers or suppliers, but also in terms of consumption, because some things may be very concentrated in their supply chains, but they are not so important ultimately. So they can be substituted in consumption. So one of the papers in this Paris report actually did this in very, very precisely and identifies a number of products which are, it's much smaller than the ones that the European Commission identifies. So the European Commission has some almost 400 products. By its scanning, you can narrow that down to fewer, which then may be in the yard because they are actually critical, and where additional action should be taken to de-risk any kind of supply chain problems in those. But let me also say to the question about instruments on the European level, I think when you start looking at this, and if you have not looked in this house, of course everybody has, but the academics not necessarily, the number of instruments that the European Commission has created over the last 2-3 years is just amazing, from the health sector to industry to the CHIPS Act, etc. So it's very specific to okay, we identify a problem and then we have a certain instrument for that. And in that sense, I agree with what Moritz was saying. There is no framing logic or strategy in terms of how to deal with import dependence and export dependence. But the number of instruments is very large. And in particular, also one instrument that is very, very wide-ranging in principle, it's the anti-coercion instrument, where in principle, it's the equivalent of the big bazooka. You put it there, and in order never to use it, because in principle you can shoot big. In practice, you may not be able to, because you need a lot of consensus in the Council.
True. And even more true than you think, because on the other side, we means the European Commission or the Europeans are very, very rigid in defining competition advantages via subsidies for the single market. So it takes ages, as Bernhard Klutig, Director General for Industries, can tell you in detail. So if you want to hear sad stories over the evening, ask him, and drink later on a beer and ask him how all these subsidy schemes are working. And this is because we don't, when I give some checks to companies, let's say then there are 200 million, 800,000, 200 blah, 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 euros, comma, 37 cents. So, and this is like, it's speaking to you directly when you see the numbers. There must be some expert who has calculated that it's 37 cents after the comma. And then you understand what we are doing. So it takes 2 or 3 or 4 years to find out if we're helping in industry. And that is because it is forbidden that Germans or France or Spain or whoever has an advantage against France, Germany, Spain, and whatever. But in the end, that takes too long, it's too bureaucratic, that is not the competition we are in, of course. Especially between Germany and France, there's always a little bit like finding our way, but in the end, the competition is not between France and Germany, not between Denmark and Netherlands, it's between Europe, China, and the US. And if we are losing that competition because it takes 4 years to make a decision in Europe, then we have not understood what this conference is all about. This has nothing to do with European security, and it has nothing to do with economics. This is just hybris of the past, that we can think we can be so slow as we want. We are the great Europeans, and in the end everyone will come to us, and in the end Europe is always benefiting from whatever's happening in the world. That is over. That time is over. And if we strengthen, or if we increase our strength, then we have a chance to stand in this fierce competitive world.
One thing you underline in your presentation is the importance to subsidize. That's a big debate. Has been a big debate in Germany. We talk about one of the most regarded strategic good, chips. Over the question, what should we produce domestically? When should we cooperate or trade with others? And there is this highly debated case in recent week concerning Intel's Magdeburg plant, which was supposed to receive a nearly 10 billion euro subsidy. The project has been postponed. So the question remains: how do you see this debate still happening in Germany about subsidize this kind of
yeah. The word Intel used was not postponed but paused. That is a difficult word, whatever that means. Postponed means in 2 years' time we're starting or whatever. Pause it. What does it mean? Does it mean it's never coming? It's coming, it's definitely coming. It's a funny word. I've never heard it in economic arguments before. But you're right, now the investment is paused and nobody really knows what this means. But in general, I would argue that the decision to help creating semiconductor ecologically system in Europe is right. Why is that so? I think Moritz just mentioned it. Most of the semiconductors, I think all of them more or less, are coming from the Middle East, especially from Taiwan and South Korea. And I mean, Taiwan is, everyone knows that there's some problem with China, so can we be sure? I mean, sure, like they are everywhere, in our microphones now, in our mobile phones, in our cars, in our refrigerators, everywhere. Without semiconductors, there's no economic possibility, growth, and security in the future. So they are everywhere. Can we be sure that this supply chain will not be interrupted? And I'm not speaking about a great war between Taiwan and China. A blockade is enough, maybe some, whatever, political disturbances. And the other one is South Korea. I've just been there. I mean, now it's quiet place, but if you visit the border and you think about that, on the other side it's Kim Jong-un, and Kim Jong-un what is he doing? He's helping Putin, he's helping China, he's helping Iran. So who can be sure that nothing is happening between South and North Korea? And then the next supply chain is going to shatter us. So from that point of view, having learned my lesson since week 1 in this office, I would say, in these critical components, we need at least some form of capacities. And then we can argue how much is enough, 100% for European needs, 50, 80, 40, I don't know. But I would say semiconductor is an easy field to discuss. Without semiconductors, we can't go. Steel maybe draws a line. Do we need an own steel capacity in Europe? Because that, of course, can be traded almost everywhere. But on the other hand, is it possible that we think about a Europe without steel production, thinking about the army, thinking about bridges and windmills and so on and so forth? But semiconductors are not so difficult for me to argue for. I think it's the right decision.
Mr. Schularick, economic security comes to a price. How can we assess the price to be paid? In that case, 10 billion euros, too much or enough?
Look, I think having such a critical ingredient to modern industry like the semiconductor industry concentrated on one small island in a geopolitical hotspot that basically supplies the whole world is not an ideal situation from a precautionary perspective. And I think that's true, and trying to diversify that and making sort of the world economy more resilient in that aspect is totally right. I come back to the point I made earlier. Obviously, that will also do something potentially to the incentives we have to defend Taiwan and others if all of a sudden the semiconductor industry is more diversified. But leaving that aside, I think there are some areas where legitimately we want to say we do that at home. And I think there is, in the security, there's also the defense aspect, obviously. I think it's pretty clear that if you think about, I don't know, drones and things like that, you don't want to need a few months to reroute global production. You want to be able, because when you need them, you want to have them right away, and you want to do certain things at home. So I think in terms of that defense aspect, that's also in here in security. Europe has a lot of homework to do, and I think that's certainly an area where we're all aware this will cost us money. And this will need also industrial support, industrial policy support. We will have to build this ideally on a European scale to bring the unit costs down and have a competitive defense industry in Europe. So I think there are areas where there is a role for industrial policy and government to intervene. This being said, I would love this, and also I think for Europe to become a geoeconomic actor, I think that's necessary in this new world. As Mr. Habeck said, there is no. It's not that we want this new world, but we can also not ignore that it's there. And we will make mistakes. But I think if we sort of grow up to this geoeconomic role in strengthening the Commission, I would love to see at the same time very clear signals that this is not about Fortress Europe and not about protectionism. So even if we grow a bolder stance vis-a-vis China, and maybe even towards the electric mobility, the electric vehicle industry, we can discuss this for longer. But let's lower the tariffs on the Japanese and the Koreans at the same time, make an offer to the rest of the world and signal we are open to the rest of the world. This is, I mean, also, I think if we're honest, we're talking economic security, but let's call it 95% of the time we mean China. And so we're not afraid about Brazil or our dependency from Mexico and probably not even India and others. It is about China and its position in the global manufacturing universe. So I think keeping in mind, let's be open to the rest of the world at the same time as we, grow into this more geoeconomic role is a good idea.
Beatrice?
Yeah, I think it's not China only that we should worry about. If you think about the charts that Hélène put up there just before, where China has obviously a very, very important node in the trade system, but in the financial system, it's the US. And yes, I do hope that we don't have to worry too much about the US, but I do worry about it. And very much also in the same sense, because unpredictability and not the type of risks that that happen when COVID and other things, just go really wrong, and you discover that your risk management, should have been better. But the type of things that happen when there is actual decisions of actors to try and play. And Europe is not united right now. We have just seen this with the EVs, right? So it's not like we're talking about a Europe that is already united and has agreed to be united.
One remark maybe to Moritz's argument that he wants to see us standing with broader shoulders there, but not completely closed. We need to be open also for trade and other partners as well. I think this includes also China, paradoxically. Well, 99% or 95%, we're talking about dependencies of China, critical dependencies from China. But on the other hand, we have no interest that China is closing in an alliance with Russia, Iran, and North Korea. And they are part of a bloc situation. So we should not be naive, of course, but naive does also mean we should always regard the opposite. We should see that there are tracks of diplomacy, tracks of cooperation, of trade that behold China somewhat in between. So the question is, how is the new world order is looking like in the future? Is it two blocks like in the past time where capitalistic system and socialistic system on the other side dominated the world? That would be really, really bad. Also dangerous, because then if an advantage is seen from one side against the other, then the chance or the threat of military intervention is really, really big. On the other hand, if you look to the world, that there are different interest spheres, that is not the world I'd like to see. I'd like to see the open liberal democracy and open trade world everywhere. But there's Russia, there's China, there's India, there's Europe, there's the US, maybe there's South America with Brazil in the center. And somehow there's always some dynamic between these big economic spheres. That is better to handle. Then we can find new alliances, new partners, and we always can say, okay, China, we see you are trading energy with Russia, but don't trade weapons with Russia. That is not acceptable for us. See, there's also possibilities to trade with us. So we need some flexibility, and that, of course, means always that Europe, exactly as you said, has to find its own voice. And we look too much to the inner problems of Europe. But I said it before, and you agreed on it. Europe has to make its own difference. Europe, from my point of view, has proven that it can unify and solve big problems if it has, like there's a pandemic. Now the question is, can Europe do the same if it must? And it must now. That is the clear outcome of this discussion, and maybe also of just seeing the news every day. So yes, the future is a closer European economic security strategy.
I would like to address another point. Economic security also involves military security. This week we had some interesting news. Two major industrial manufacturers, the German Rheinmetall and the Italian Leonardo, announced a new partnership on Tuesday for the production of a battle tank and infantry fighting vehicles for the Italian army at first, but they presented as a foundation of a future European military industrial complex. So do we need more from such initiative? And how do you see maybe the possible concurrence with the German, French Leopard, Leclerc and MGMS projects?
Asking me? Then yes, the answer is short, and yes, we need more of these projects. And there are a lot of things going on right now. There's a debate about shipyards, there's a debate about producing the next generation of air combat systems, in the new technologies like using artificial intelligence, drones, also for security. This is, if we're doing it rightly, new forms of European cooperation will come. The problem is always where are the production facilities and capacities, and where are the workers? But that is solvable, of course. I mean, it's like Airbus. You can imagine there's this company, but there are a lot of places in Europe where parts of products are produced. So that is a solvable problem, meaning there's one bigger company or one bigger industrial complex does not mean that the production is only taking place in France or in Germany or in Sweden or whatever. I think that would be the easier question to answer.
But they underline they weren't very quick to find each other, maybe without politics. I don't know. Maybe you can tell us how involved the politics was in this joint venture. That means that the companies actually could find, with the good frame, Rahmenbedingungen, so the way to find a solution to build this complex. What do you mean?
No, that's true. The companies are open to make joint ventures, and then at some stage, of course, the question of market dominance moves in, but not so much, I would argue, in the field of defense industry. That is not a normal industry where we look too much about, or we're worrying about too much about competition. The buyer is the state, in more or less all kinds of places. So it's easier to regulate the prices or have big scale offers than to go into the debate about the competition of many companies. We need cooperation there.
Do you want to add something?
I mean, I think no big disagreement. I think we will see in a few weeks the issue of European security, the biggest threat that we've seen in a generation at least, will be decided by a few thousand swing voters in Pennsylvania, and I can't see how this is in any way a satisfactory situation for Europeans to live in.
I hope you're wrong.
So I think we are on the end of our time. Many thanks for this interesting discussion. Many thanks for coming. And I wish you a good evening. Thank you very much.
Same to you. Thank you very much.
Great, so before you run away, there is going to be a little reception outside to which you are all very warmly invited. There's something else happening in this room, but I think the instructions have been spread. So thank you very much, and I hope to see you outside for a little drink. Thank you. And thanks, Cecile, for the moderation. Bye.